20-6. And Bulls also had to remind one of the reporters that they're playing in a dome when asked if they'll be adjusting to the bitter cold in Detroit. The ratings bonanza continues for the Lions. Their game versus the Rams on NBC brought in about 32 million viewers on average. That's the most in prime time since the last Super Bowl. It'll be a 3 o'clock Sunday game this time, which also forced the Red Wings to move their game back in the day to 7 p.m. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell will be speaking at Ford Field this morning, a fireside chat, they're calling it, hosted by Mike Tirico, where they'll discuss the upcoming impact of the league's draft in the Motor City in a few months. That Visit Detroit event gets going at about 10 a.m. They were selling tickets for $100 to listen to Roger Goodell. Also, today is a rare day where both the Pistons and the Red Wings will be playing off of wins in their last games, mostly due to the fault of the Pistons. But Detroit basketball will host the top team in the West, Minnesota, at the LCA, while the Wings will play in Sunrise, Florida, against the Panthers. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539-9797. Mike Tirico, that's Roger Goodell. Hey, Raj, you said the officiating's never been better. Did you watch the Dallas game against the Lions?
Do you personally, or is it just the officials that have something against Taylor Decker? I mean, come on.
Yes. All right, 248-539-9797. Blake Griffin was spotted giving out samples at a Costco in Irvine, California the other day. So we're asking where you've run into celebrities at places you wouldn't expect to run into a celebrity at. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ryan in Auburn Hills. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
First-time caller, long-time listener.
Appreciate it.
So me and my family, my father and my brother took a trip out to Arizona for a golf trip, and we ended up playing TPC Scottsdale.
Uh-huh.
And at the end of our round, we were grabbing something to eat, some more drinks, and sat down, and I noticed Patrick Mahomes. He must have been in the group right in front of us, and he was sitting down with a whole bunch of group of guys. I'm sure other guys from the football team. But this was a couple years ago, and it was awesome.
Did you say anything to him?
Totally stunned
Did you
to
talk
see
to
him
him?
there.
Did you talk to him?
So we were waiting by the bathroom, figuring that he might have to go to the bathroom at some point, and he eventually came, did his thing, came out, and said, "Hey, Patrick, you mind taking a picture with us?" And he turned us down because it was just a year after COVID, and he said he can't get close to anyone and whatnot, but it was all good. Pretty cool to meet him. But yeah.
That's cool.
I've heard he's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
He said, "Sorry, Ryan, I can't do that. It's against NFL policy."
That's your Patrick Mahomes.
A little higher voice. Ken in Rochester, what's up?
Sounds like Rieger with a high voice.
Yeah, exactly.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, Ken.
Hey, I actually had a brush with greatness, and that would be yours truly, Stoney, you, in the parking lot at Home Depot one time. I literally walked past you. I'm looking, and it was like, God, I know this guy. I've known him my whole life.
Stoney was getting
What's
the
up?
carts,
Said,
wasn't
hey, man. Hey, man, what's up? And we both just sat there and kind of acknowledged each other. And it took me a second to realize you had no clue who I was, yet you acted like you knew me, which I thought was very cool, Stoney. A very approachable, likable guy.
Thank you.
And then I have one other Stoney sighting, which might not be as flattering, but
okay.
I saw you at the Squeeze concert 2 summers ago, and when they played Pulling Muscles for Michelle, you jumped out of your chair
I know.
and danced like a girl like I've never seen anybody before. It was awesome.
One of the great songs of all time, isn't it?
It was classic.
Yeah.
Love you, buddy. I'm going to miss you.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. Yeah, Pulling Muscles for Michelle, one of my favorite songs of all time. Absolutely, top 5. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Flint. Dave, you're on 97 on the ticket. Or Dane, I'm sorry.
Good morning, guys. It's Dane, yes. I had a run-in with Jerry Stackhouse up in Ludington, Myers at about midnight.
Whoa.
I think it was the Labor Day weekend, maybe the off-season before he got traded for Rip. But he was wearing like a Tiger hat and a Cordell Stewart jersey. I didn't recognize him right away, but he's by himself in the Myers, and when he got his groceries and went out to his car, and there was a running car with like 2 people in it, and he loaded the groceries in, and then he took the cart back into the store before he left.
What a great guy.
And I now our verb now is that, we say, who's going to stack house the cart? That's like a verb we use now.
That's pretty damn cool.
I didn't recognize him right away. My brother did before me, and he like pulled me behind a shelf and said, "You know who that is? It's Jerry Stackhouse." I said, "Who?"
Yeah.
And then he finally said it so I could understand him.
I remember when they got him in the trade. Obviously, we all remember when they traded for Rip. I remember being on the radio. It was stunning. It came out of nowhere, and I yelled, "There's a stack in the house." I don't know why I remember that, but it was something stupid that I said. But it was people were excited about Jerry Stackhouse. He had some good years here. Let's go to Alan in Sterling Heights.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
I met Brandon Jennings. I used to work at a convenience store, and I met him at, he bought a lot of stuff. He was a really nice guy. Brandon Jennings? I don't know if you guys remember Brandon Jennings.
Brandon Jennings played for the Pistons, traded for Brandon Knight.
Played for the Pistons.
Or the other way around.
He was a very, very nice guy. He spent really good money. He's very humble.
Yeah, he was a pretty good player. They were playing well, and he got hurt and then everything. All that. That was when they had when Van Gundy had to build the frickin' wall. Remember that? That was pretty. I think that was the highlight of the Stan Van Gundy era when he said, "Let's build a frickin' wall." People love that. Sam in Brownstown here, 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning. Sorry I lost my voice from the Sunday's game playoffs. First time go Lions. My story is, in 2012, I used to work at Benihana's in Dearborn, so a lot of Lion athletes will come there from Allen Park after practice. So this one athlete came in, and he said, "I want to set the sushi bar." So I'm like, "Okay, let me sit you down." I sat him, and I was looking at him like he plays for the Lions. And I look at him like, "Hey, you look a lot like Calvin Johnson." He looks at me, he smiles, and he's like, "I am Calvin Johnson." My face was turned red, got really bashful. I just said, "I hope you have a great season." I just walked back to my hostess.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Calvin's a really good guy. He really is. Soft-spoken. Although he was cheering pretty big in that suite the other night.
Sure
I saw
he was.
Sean in Rochester, your 97 won the ticket.
Good morning, guys. So it's 1992. I'm driving home from high school. I got about 3 buddies in the car with me, just a normal day. We pull up at an intersection, stop at a red light. We're the first car, and we look over to our right. Barry Sanders in the driver's seat of the car next to us. So this is 92. We're all 15 years old. We're screaming, jumping up and down, going, "Hey, Barry, Barry, Barry." Didn't even budge, didn't even take his eyes off the road. We were so disappointed. But I'll tell you this, a testament to Barry's humility, he drove an Acura Integra.
Yeah, he was not big on,
Flash.
That's correct. He led low key for sure. 248-539-9797. Let's say hello to Mike in Oxford.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, one time I was at a little, a truck stop, little stop, restroom stop in Ohio on the Turnpike area, and I seen John Beeline come walking in as I was doing my business, and I was looking at him because he was at a stall a couple down after I was already in there. So I'm looking, I'm like in shock, and I'm like, it was awkward, but it was funny because that was definitely not a place. It was right around the time where I think he was going to be the coach of the Cavaliers too, which was kind of funny. And another time I seen Rob Parker at McDonald's, and he was like, he had a bunch of ones. He was buying a sale, and it was just funny. Those two, because he brought up seeing you at place, and then reminded me of seeing Parker at McDonald's years back on 8 Mile.
Wow. I don't think he eats McDonald's anymore. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. This is a weird one. Or not weird, it's just a different place. Dan in Ann Arbor, what's up?
Stoney, so I was on an island in the middle of the Adriatic Sea. It was a Croatian island. And I heard his voice, and I was like, "That's John McEnroe." And he turned around and goes, "Yes, I am." And he was because no one's speaking English, and it's his voice, and he's because he was talking to Djokovic. and obviously he was from Croatia,
Right.
And they had played a charity match the night before in Dubrovnik, and we were on an island, Korčula is the island that we were on.
So was he? So
but
he's
he was
talking.
super nice. He was super friendly.
Was he talking to him on the phone, or was Djokovic there?
No, they were standing next to each other. They
Oh.
were with a big party. But there aren't many people, with John McEnroe, distinctive guy.
Right.
And so it was.
When you said to you, John McEnroe, did he say, "You cannot be serious"?
Yeah, no, he just laughed, and I think my wife goes, "Who's this guy? Is this a friend of yours?" And I think my wife
Is now
all celebrities.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797.
Oh, that's crazy. Adriatic Sea.
Adriatic Sea.
John McEnroe.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Here's
the Joker.
Here's Darren in Walled Lake with a name bigger than both of them combined. What's up, Darren?
What's going on, guys? So it's not my story, actually. It's my mother. She's been telling it, and she tells it every opportunity she gets. She got married in 1991 at a Marriott in Southfield, and she gets into the elevator, and who's sitting there is Muhammad Ali. And she goes, "Oh, you're too pretty to be a fighter." And he goes, "No, you're too pretty." She tells the story at every opportunity she can for my entire life.
He was the best. He was so nice to people whenever you met him. I've met him like once or twice, but he's just a gracious guy. Greatest of all time. Jack in Grosse Pointe Park, what's up?
Hey, man. Hey, I was out at the Boston Market at Woodward and Square Lake one night, and the girl behind let out a scream when somebody behind me came in, and I turned around and it was Joe Dumars. And so I got a chance to talk to him. I had worked in Louisiana for 5 years before that.
Uh-huh.
And I had mentioned a couple names of people I worked with who had claimed to know him. And he goes, "Oh, yeah, I remember those guys. Yeah, I used to play backyard basketball with them. How they doing? What are they up to? What's going on with them?" And he was really cool. Very nice guy, picking up some Boston Market.
Yep. Talk about low key. That's Joe. Very, very nice. Speaking of former Pistons, Bill, what's up?
Hey, good morning. I actually have a couple, but I ran into Dave. I work for a steel company here in Michigan, and I went into the bathroom when I had one stall, and he had his back to me, and of course I'm waiting to go, and he turns around and it's Dave being still, and my steel company, and a heck of a nice guy. The other guy I ran into actually was in Elk Rapids. We used to vacation up there every summer.
I love Elk Rapids.
About 17 years. Yeah, and we'd go into Traverse City every Friday night for pizza the day before we left to call the kids and everybody. We go there, and I'm at the Little Caesars, and in walks Gordie Howe.
Oh.
And I tell my buddy, I said, "That's Gordie Howe." He said, I'll kiss your butt, if it is. And I said, "Let me listen to him. I know it's him." And so I went up there and I heard him talk. Gordie's got that voice that's kind of soft, different, And anyway, he came back. He sat down at the table right next to us. And Colleen, she's looking, and she knows that we know. And she's kind of laughing, and my daughter says, "Dad, can I go ask him if he's Gordie?" I said, "Hon, just let him eat first, Then so she walks over to him, and he looks at her, and he's laughing. He says, "What can I do for you, honey?" She goes, "Are you Gordie Howe?" He said, "Yes, I am." She said, "Can I get your autograph?" He said, "You sure can." Yeah, it was just awesome. What a great guy.
He was.
So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
All right. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. Wojo, speaking of celebrities, will join us at 9:35.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They take the time to get to know me and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app. And it's an app that I use almost every day with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all continue to prosper. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
248-539-9797. Hey, John, a guy I believe you called an interception that was called back. One of the best freshmen in the country, Alabama safety Caleb Downs, has entered the transfer portal. God, I'd love to see Michigan go after him, but I'm sure he'll just go to Georgia. That's what they seem to do, or Ohio State, unfortunately.
We'll see.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm just,
Yep.
All right, speaking of Michigan, let's go to Chris and Chelsea here in 97.1 The Ticket. We're talking about, by the way, random celebrity sightings. We ran into a celebrity at a place you would never imagine because Blake Griffin was at a Costco in Irvine, California the other day handing out samples. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. So I was in Vegas last winter in March for a work convention. And I was staying at the Cosmopolitan Hotel. And I was in the hotel lobby waiting to speak to staff about room. And I looked over a couple lines over, and I seen this guy standing there waiting. And he didn't have any Michigan jersey, no hat, and it looked like Harbaugh. And I went up to him, "Are you Jim Harbaugh?" He said, "Yes." Then, of course, I had on a Michigan hat. And I said, "Hey, go Blue. I'm a big fan." He shook my hand, and then his wife came and rushed him off. I think she was waiting in line. So that was my one story.
They had that meeting with Mark Davis scheduled a year too early. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jan in White Lake. What's up, Jan?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Love the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I went out to get some carry out at Moja and Lao. And I kind of standing there, and then I feel this presence come walking behind me. And I'm 6 foot. But, boy, when somebody 7 foot comes up behind you, it kind of takes you by surprise. And I look up, and it was Grant Hill picking up his carry out.
Oh, he's not 7 foot, but yes.
Yeah.
He's
My
tall.
dad was at the airport one time, and he was heading to Florida or something, and he was sitting in a chair, and a guy's reading the newspaper next to him. They call my dad's flight. He jumps up, looks down, and it's Boom Boom Jeffrey on. I don't know if people remember the hockey player.
Yep.
And he just kind of jumped over his suitcase and looked down and said, "Hey, Boom Boom, have a good day." And that was my dad's shot of fame, I guess.
Bernie Boom Jeffrey played with the Canadians and Rangers. I believe he was either the first coach or one of the coaches for the old Atlanta Flames, if my memory is correct. Let's go to Brandon. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Gentlemen, good morning. Love the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I actually, about maybe 7 or 8 years ago, I actually worked at a local pizza place, and credit card slip or delivery slip came in that said Kelly Hall on it. At the time, she was Kelly Hall, and I couldn't put two and two together. But when I wound up at the house, Matthew Stafford opened the door and accepted the pizza delivery, and then I finally was able to put two and two together and realize that was Matthew Stafford's wife that had put in the delivery order. So my jaw hit the floor. I said, "You're Matthew Stafford." And he goes, "Yeah." He had his 2 Labradoodles with him at the door, and he was actually living out in Franklin at the time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was kind of a neat experience. And we were talking for a little bit. He was wearing his Drew Stanton Charities T-shirt and Lion shorts, and yeah, they'd never forget that experience.
Did he tip you a lot more than Roy Williams tipped his pizza person?
He tipped me about, I think, $7 or $8. But that was about it. But it was still a cool experience, and ran back to my car, texted all my friends. I'm like, "I just delivered a pizza to Matt Stafford," and everybody was blowing up my phone about it afterwards. So yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Did they get pretzel bites?
Yes, exactly. And it wasn't picked off. Let's go to Adam in Belleville. You're at 97.1 The Ticket.
Morning, fellas. So it was about 10 years ago. I ran into Steve Mariucci at a McDonald's downriver. I just said, "Sir, you have a very familiar face. Do people call you Coach?" And he just kind of smiled and laughed at me a little bit. He said, "I've been called a lot worse than Coach." I said, "Have a good day, Coach."
I'm surprised you didn't see him at a car dealership. All right, 248-539-9797. Yeah, exactly. Daryl in Clinton Township, you're at 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Daryl?
Darren, you guys are awesome.
Okay,
Listen,
sorry.
That's all right. I'm 15. It's the summer of 1980. I'm a gym rat trying to hold my own against one of Clausen's OG legend, Marty Clary. I hope John knows who that is.
Yeah, pitcher.
And, so anyway, I get sent for Slurpees, to the 7-Eleven for, the scorekeeper and the referee and yada, yada. I'm on my way back, and this limo comes right up next to me. And the window comes down, and this guy looks out from the passenger seat and says, "Hey, do you know where the Bishop Foley softball field is? It's Wayne Newton." I'm like, "Wayne Newton?" And I said, "Yeah, it's right here. You go up to the left, and you're right there." It was a charity softball game. I had no idea. So after we played all the games for the day, we went and we watched charity softball, and that's about it. John, I'm so glad the other day you didn't take a step back when JJ did his lateral to Mikey, because that could have been a disaster. And love you guys.
Would have been my first pass defense.
Wayne Newton playing in a softball game? I would have never even figured that.
I wouldn't either, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, going to Foley. What was that? I wonder what the connection was to who had the connection with Wayne Newton and Bishop Foley.
I have no idea, man. But Marty Clary was a god. I wish people remembered who he was. He was my hero as a kid, man.
Yeah,
kid had game.
Wow. All right, thanks for the call, Dunkashade. Is that Wayne Newton's most famous song? I don't even know.
That and is it Tiny Bubbles?
No, that's Dono. Tiny Bubbles.
They all sound the same.
I'm sure they do. Let's go to Jeff in White Lake here, 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, I was in a bachelor party. I'm going back a ways, probably 25 years ago. We were out in Phoenix and went to a local establishment and sit down, and we turn around, and Mike Tyson is sitting behind us.
Wow.
By himself with a couple of security guards. Totally weird.
Did you wake up with a tiger?
And a missing tooth.
What an ear.
Yeah, part of it. Yeah. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks for the call. Let's go to Candy in Dearborn Heights. Candy?
Hi, Stoney.
How are you?
Hey, Stoney. Hey, John. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
My brothers were at Michigan in the late 90s when you guys won the national championship. We were in Real Seafood Company.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw, my mom saw him first, Lloyd Carr. She jumped up and ran to him and go, "Hi, Lloyd, how are you?" And he's like, "Hi, hello." And my brothers and I are like, "Hey, Coach Carr, hope you have a great season." And another time, we were walking outside Zingerman's, and my dad saw Tom Brady with his parents.
Wow. Oh, wow. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call,
and,
Candy.
He went up to him, shook his hand and all that. I have to tell you, John, my brother was in Japan for work for 3 months at the beginning of the 97 season.
Mm-hmm.
And we recorded all the games for him. And we ended up recording the rest of the season. And my dad would sit there after every game and go back and watch the whole thing.
Well, John does that all the time.
Yeah, there's some great games in there.
Yeah.
Some great viewing.
Right. By the way, there's a ticket text from Joe in Dearborn who says, "I was at a J.C. Penney's shopping for belts, and I ran into Craig Monroe." Jackie in Otisville, you're on 97 on the ticket.
So I used to live in Jacksonville, Florida, and I had two random interactions with the most awesome things. The first one was going to a Michigan baseball game in the late 90s and being the only one of like 8 people there, and ended up turning around and seeing Lance Parrish and Bill Freehand watching the game. That's when Lance's kid was playing in Michigan.
Yeah,
and then
Dave.
the other one was when the Super Bowl came into town, seeing Warren Moon playing pool at a country western bar.
Did he have a cowboy hat on?
No.
Was
unfortunately,
the bar called Seven Oceans?
No, it was called 8 Seconds.
Oh, okay.
Because of the rodeo.
Yeah,
No comment
And
on that one.
It used to have live bull rides. That's how country western bar this was.
That's awesome.
Wow, yes, absolutely. We were there at that Super Bowl, and they say that was probably the worst Super Bowl week
In
ever.
Houston?
No, Jacksonville.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, there was just nothing to it. No, nothing.
Except the tee shot.
The best part, exactly. We got to take one shot at 17 at Sawgrass.
Yeah.
That was the media thing. Oh, the best part of that was when I won up John Clayton to get John running on the radio.
That's right, with Sean Belize.
And I got a dirty look from John Clayton.
Yes. All right. Wojo was also at that Super Bowl. He'll join us next. 97 won the ticket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, I went to a holiday market, and I ran into Wojo, and he was buying gin from the liquor. Hey, Bob, how are you?
Shocker.
Oh, hey, good morning, fellas. Also, by the way, Happy New Year, woo! Yeah, I had a late night encounter too once with a random celebrity.
Oh, please tell us about your late night encounter.
Wendy's?
Who's she?
No, it was in 90 at the 97 Won the Ticket building. Late at night, I didn't think anybody was around, and who was rooting around back there that I hadn't seen in a while was Stoney. He was still lurking from the show.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say
lurking, lingering, all the L words.
I thought you were going to say whizzer. All right. Before we get into the Lions, just briefly, the whole Harbaugh situation, the things he's trying to get into his contract. If you're Michigan, do you just say, okay, whatever you want, we'll put it in the contract as long as you stay?
No, there's nothing wrong with. See, the only thing is that these things get out, and it's good that they do because that's good reporting. But when they get out, people think it's this ridiculous ongoing thing. They need to make sure they're covered in some ways, and he's certainly going to make sure he's covered. He's got the most leverage he's ever had because they won the national title like a week and a half ago. So no, I don't think it's a big deal either way. If he wants to stay, they'll find a way for him to stay, and if he wants to go, none of that will matter. And it's just negotiating. I don't think it's a deal breaker either way.
Me neither.
What do you think he does? Do you think do you think he'll be offered one of these jobs? And if so, do you think he takes it?
Well, I was thinking about this because, people ask, and you probably get it asked as well, John. This is how I view it. I think he wants to stay, but of course he wants to see what's out there. And we all assume, when the Shefties of the world report, now he's going to Atlanta, and now he's talking to the Chargers, and you assume he's wildly coveted. Now, I don't know if he's wildly coveted, but you only have to be coveted by one team to take an NFL job. But the thing I thought about was all the things that make Harbaugh a great coach at Michigan are things that I don't know if it matters to the NFL. Like, he's a Michigan man. Okay, they don't care about that. He really connects with the young players and has all these great sayings. I don't think they care about that. He wants control and doesn't want, too much control over his head. That would bother them. That said, he's a great coach, so if a team wants to make it work, they can make it work. But I think if you watch his speech at the championship celebration, he still seems to me to be a college coach at the place he was destined to be, but he's got that itch he wants to scratch. I just wonder if NFL teams will be as enamored with him as people here are, or people in college
but
are.
I think the one thing that they look at, and you could say, yeah, relating to young people, that doesn't matter. There's a lot of things that don't translate from college to the NFL, but the one thing that does is winning. And he won at San Francisco. He won at Stanford. He's won at Michigan. And I think that's the one thing that they're looking at going, hey, we just want somebody who can build something and win.
Right, and he built programs in those three places, Woj, from pretty much ground zero.
Okay, but only one of those programs was in the NFL, and that was 10 years ago. And that did end poorly, like for both sides, with the very issue that we talked about. Again, the Broncos wanted him last year, so I wouldn't be surprised. I just don't think he's going to get like 8 offers lined up and is going to be able to pick through one. It's going to take a special place and a special owner. And, people in the NFL talk, and the Minnesota thing a year didn't go very far or get very far. And, again, the 49ers thing was messy. Again, whatever he wants, more power to him. He's earned the right. But I just don't think he's going to get a bunch of offers, but he just needs one.
Yeah, and when it's all said and done, I think he's back at Michigan.
Well, that has been my lean, but the more you hear the machinations, and it's not a deal breaker, but Michigan does sort of have to protect itself against the NCAA stuff, and Harbaugh's like, well, then I get protection too. I don't think that's a deal breaker, but it could complicate matters. But I've been slightly leaning towards him staying for a while, and I'll stay at the slight lean.
Okay, so if he does leave, okay, we all assume Sharon Moore is just going to get promoted. I saw, one of your ilk, the college football elite, Bruce Feldman, had a list of candidates.
Oh, I saw that.
Leipold and the guy from Kansas State. And Brian Kelly has interest in Michigan? What the hell?
Brian Kelly may have interest.
Yeah, but Michigan, there's no way they'd hire Brian Kelly.
No.
All right, Stoney and Jansen, can I let you in on a dirty little secret?
Yes.
And it's the dirty little secret that cost Michigan State $100 million, although they don't have to pay it now, is all of these lists are driven by agents of these coaches.
Yeah, I know.
All of them. That's what got people in a kerfuffle about Tucker was going to leave, so they had to pay. The Brian Kelly thing, he's always mentioned there and got him to LSU. I don't think any of those are real, although at some point could be. Brian Kelly makes no sense.
None.
But do people like in Bruce Feldman, he's a great college football writer, but they listen to the outside people and then they make connections. Oh wait, Brian Kelly. That's right. He was at Michigan. He went in Michigan, Grand Valley State, and that would make a perfect connection. That makes
Central.
no
He coached
sense.
at Central Michigan.
Well, not only is it lists that agents put out, it's also what can I get for people to click on this story.
Well, that's very true as well, and I do think, of course, depending on the timing, that Sharon Moore would be the obvious candidate. And you say, well, he's still young. Okay, yeah, but first of all, he's there. You want to keep things together, including your staff, I would think. And secondly, you just mentioned names that are do any of those knock your socks off, even if they were available?
No, and no.
No.
But what did knock my socks off was the atmosphere at Ford Field Sunday night. What in all your many years of covering events in this great state, does anything compare to that?
Does it compare to one game?
One game.
Yeah.
I mean, look, obviously the stakes weren't as high as championships that we've covered, but the whole thing.
Well, no, me and the little Rieger kid talked about this, and but no, as far as the noise and the emotion, forgetting the stakes, championship, whatever, the noise and the emotion was the Cup-winning victory in Joe Louis Arena in '97 when Iserman and the Wings ended the 42-year thing. And the one image that connected me was at the end of that Wings game when they won over Philadelphia. Sorry, Sonny, 2-1. They showed grown men pounding on the glass at the Joe, just tears streaming down their face. And you saw some shots of Lions fans, tears streaming down their face at the end of that game. And the guttural, deep-throating noise all game long coming from the fans that's the only thing I compare. The chants for players, obviously Jared Goff. But the difference here, which makes it unprecedented, is the Stafford connection. And you know what I loved about the Lions fans in that game? Besides the noise, and they stood the entire game, and forgetting Kelly Stafford, whatever she said, I thought it was magical. And I liked that they booed Matthew Stafford early on and the Rams when they came out of the tunnel. But then after that, they moved on.
Right.
They were chanting Jared Goff. They were cheering for their own team, appropriately booed when the Rams did something or whatever. But they weren't focused, I didn't think, on getting their pound of flesh from Stafford anymore. It was all about what the Lions were doing and Jared Goff.
I did notice that, because the Lions offense kind of did nothing in the second half, well, either the Rams offense either, but it wasn't quite as loud in the second half because, the sphincters started to tighten up a little bit,
Yes, there was a pucker factor.
Well, did either one of you, I don't know, did you go through the sandstone and do a sphincter check just to make sure? I mean, because
I was in the stands, but no, I wasn't. I wasn't.
Yours
asking.
was tight.
Yeah, mine was tight.
Yeah.
No one was checking it.
Yeah.
Did we just create a new nickname too, though?
What?
Were you talking about Dan Miller and his call when you used the deep throat?
Oh, deep throat.
Yeah, I mean, we just call that. We got a new nickname now. I mean, you went there.
I wonder how many of your listening audience knows the two different levels that Deep Throat plays off of
I
from
know.
the past.
Exactly. I'd
Two
say
distinct
most.
levels.
I think most know the one that we can't talk about.
Yeah, probably. I would think that's true. No, we just call Dan Miller the voice. That's what Lomas calls him.
Yes.
The voice.
The voice. All right, looking ahead towards Sunday, Tampa's defense. Yeah, Tampa's defense looked really freaking good, but the Eagles basically cratered a few weeks ago. The Lions the Lions are going to win this game, don't you think? But I don't think it's going to be a blowout. Do you?
I do think they're going to win. I mean, I could see it getting away, becoming a blowout maybe late, but I would not predict that, even though practically every NFL playoff game has been a blowout. I mean, as much as we say, like, oh, it gets tough in the NFL, in the playoffs, and they've all been blowouts except for the Lions and the Rams and these starry teams like the Cowboys and Eagles just cratering. The Buccaneers are that, Baker Mayfield is Jared Goff 2.0, a former number one overall pick, cast aside, had to start over in a new place where it wasn't going to work. Of course not. And now there he is. Now, I don't think he's been star or superstar-like, but they don't have much else. They don't have a running game. They have Mike Evans. They have a lot of older defensive players, and they have that Todd Bowles blitz-happy defense. And that's the concern. That, listen, any quarterback plays, struggles more against pressure, against blitzing. But once again, we're going to say it, we are going to see that Lions' great offensive line tested to the max by the Bucs. I think that's a bigger challenge than Baker Mayfield because he'll run around and make plays and then he'll commit 2 to 3 turnovers. So, yeah.
Hopefully you're right. And you talk about the line. I mean, as Campbell told us yesterday, Vita Vea he's unbelievable.
Yeah, no, they've got guys there forever. Levante David and Devin White and all those guys. And Antoine Winfield is in their secondary.
Yeah.
It is. There are holdovers from their Super Bowl team, which wasn't that long. But I checked, and Jansen can confirm this, Tom Brady is not playing Sunday for the Buccaneers, from what I understand.
No, not currently. No.
But Larry,
as of Wednesday.
But another one of John's teammates will be on the sideline, though, Larry Foote.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe Harold Goodwin is still there as well. Yeah, so Goody will be there.
There you
Footer.
go. You got some connections. I do think, do you guys think, I know it's a little different time slot, 3 o'clock versus 8 o'clock. Can the crowd reach that fever pitch? Or especially if it's will it be a little bit more of the tension that you felt in the second half against the Rams? Because I think it, obviously, for a while, it's going to be tight, I would think.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really boisterous in the beginning and depending on what happens. And also, I think if Green Bay can pull off the upset on Saturday, you'll know that place, if that happens, that place will be, I think, louder than it was last week because they'll know that if they win, they're hosting the NFC Conference
I think the place is going to be louder no matter what because everybody knows what's at stake. Like, this is the second time you get a chance. You win, you're going to the NFC Championship game, whether you're hosting or not.
I know.
Fans here, they understand how much this moment means.
Well, Sony did make a great point there. It is like maybe you guys can relate. It's like a second honeymoon night within a week. Like, can you get up the crowd? Can the crowd get up as much 1 week later? And if you know what I'm saying, and I do think it's a great point, actually, and it's not the last time I'll say that, Stoney, but for one more time, you get a great point, is because if in fact the Packers pull that, I do think if they know they're having a home game, it'll be crazy anyhow.
Right.
But that will be another layer for sure.
Hopefully, if Lions fans can get it up one more night.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, sure.
Absolutely.
And waiting for 30-some years, I think so.
Yeah, I would
Talk
think
about a
so.
drought.
Yeah.
And I think some Lions fans were able to do it for 4 hours after the game as well.
4 hours after, yes, you're right,
and
Woj.
they didn't have to go to the ER.
Right.
Call your physician.
It's the Honolulu Blue Pill. You don't even need to take it.
There you go. Hello.
Yes. Actually, it's just the preliminary for the other Tampa Detroit game that day. So
That's right. Wings Lightning, big game. It's big day downtown in Detroit. No, it'll be great. It'll be fun. The Lions, for all the crap they've gone through and the Lions have put them through. They're getting paid back. It actually, I do believe the old adage is true. The more pain you go through, the better it is at the end, right? When the pain stops. And now it's nothing but ecstasy. Oh, there we go again, ecstasy.
Oh, boy, you've mentioned ecstasy, get up, and deep throat in the last 5 minutes.
I
think you need a shower. All right, we'll talk to you later. Next week we'll preview the NFC Championship game.
Yes, we will. Woohoo!
Wednesdays with Wojo, 97.1 The Ticket.
And
hey, football
Deep Throat's
season.
going to be on our show on Friday.
Oh,
right.
cool.
8:02.
All about the introduction. Good luck, Stoney. Football season's here. Dive into the best pool in history at Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen at Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch football. You got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop football party going on every single game day. So score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today, and you can reserve it at CircaLasVegas.com. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at CircaLasVegas.com.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Karsten Anderson, of course, coming up at 10. Mike and Rico at 2 o'clock. We got Red Wing hockey tonight at 7 as they're down south against the Florida Panthers. And the Pistons are home tonight against the Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards, and the much improved and really, really good Minnesota Timberwolves. You know what else was really cool about the game on Sunday, John? Well, you were actually one of them too.
What's that?
But you didn't, nobody really knew you were there unless you listened to the show. There were a lot of, usually you see this in college. There were a lot of Lions alumni there, besides, Barry and Calvin, who you kind of, they showed them. But what they have, the T-shirt toss, I think it was Calvin, Golden Tate, and Glover Quinn was there.
Yeah.
Jennifer Hammond told me she ran into Matt Prater was there. I just saw a tweet that mentioned Kerryon Johnson was there. And if this run continues, I imagine there'll be more on Sunday. And if they, for somehow, win and Green Bay pulls the upset, I imagine there'll be tons of alumni there on for the
NFC Championship game. Sure,
right.
There will be.
Right. And by the way, we have to ask Lomas this. I mean, Lomas did win a Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, so everybody else
Who is he rooting for?
Yeah, I know. Of course, he's rooting for the Lions, but yeah, it's kind of weird that he won a Super Bowl
I don't
with
even remember
Tampa.
playing with Tampa. The Giants,
Yes.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I don't remember Tampa.
He played when we left here. He went to the Cardinals.
That I vaguely remember, yeah.
Yeah, and he went to the Super Bowl with the Giants and lost, but then he was with Tampa the year they won.
Yeah, Brad Johnson
Brad
was the quarterback.
Johnson was the
Yeah.
quarterback. Yes, indeed.
I did not know that.
Yes.
That's cool. I went and I saw Lomas before the game. I love Lomas.
He's the
so
greatest. The Gator. So I was listening yesterday, so I have to ask you one question here. What'd you have for breakfast today?
Today I had a kind of protein bar thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Good company.
Was in the cubicle. I brought it in.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh. So,
Yeah.
I mean, still can answer the question. Good company.
A little older than the company I've been hanging out with lately.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sure you'll revisit this for the people
Yeah.
who didn't tune in late in your show, but I did. And that story about you having breakfast in the wrong room for 2 days is just unbelievable. It's priceless.
Well, it wasn't like somebody's guest room at the hotel.
No,
it was like a ballroom, whatever
Right.
that they,
It's not the wrong room.
We're going to get into details
Yeah.
of the story, though, because it happened right at the end of the
Right,
show.
I was saying, I heard
find
it.
I find it to be a fascinating scenario. This is part of why I want there to be a reality show on Gator's life.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
I think it'd be wildly entertaining.
There's so many different ways that this story could go.
There is, and we got a lot of questions. So,
and what else you have today?
Lots of Lions.
Yes.
Lots of Jim Harbaugh speculation. We got. Are you going to eat that at 12:30?
Oh, something from your breakfast? 97.1 the ticket.
All right, great to be with you here on a Wednesday in Detroit. Playoff week continues, courtesy Amish Direct Furniture. We got a game coming up on Sunday, and it's gonna be, as the kids say, electric at Ford Field.
It's gonna be lit.
It's going to be quite lit, and I can't wait.
Bet.
Can't wait. Bet indeed. Lions hosting Tampa. Chance to advance to the NFC title game. And I'm chesty about it.
Say that again?
A chance to advance to the NFC title game.
The Lions have a chance to advance to the NFC championship game?
They sure do.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
This is
They're hosting.
This is Wednesday.
Yeah.
Doug?
Yeah.
Let's do this together. For the Twitch cameras, the YouTube cameras.
I'm not sure what we're doing.
Ready? You get your fingers and hold up your skin. And
we're pinching ourselves.
Pinch.
Okay.
There it is. Yes. No, it's real.
I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, but
that's the first time I asked you to pinch yourself.
Yeah. How are you today?
I'm all right.
Was last night the last night in the hotel?
Yes.
Okay, for people who missed the end of the show yesterday, we came across one hell of a great story from Gator. One hell of a great story that I think could happen maybe to anyone. But we're like, okay, we got to talk about this more because it's a fantastic story. Gator lost power Friday night into Saturday. Isn't that what you said?
It was Friday night at 6:37.
Okay. So Friday night he loses power.
Because a tree came crashing down from my neighbor's backyard and fell towards my house, broke the power lines. And it was a 2-trunk tree, and it split in two directions. One giant trunk went and crashed into my fence and crushed part of the fence and landed 20 feet from my bedroom. And the other part crashed almost on a 90-degree angle away from that and landed onto the power lines on the other side and then also onto my gazebo pavilion in the backyard.
That sucks.
But fortunately, it doesn't look like there's any damage done there.
That's very lucky.
Very
fortunate. Well, you were unfortunate and then fortunate that it's...
Well, I was fortunate in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
That the tree didn't hit my house.
Yeah.
The dog came into the house literally 15 seconds before the trees fell. Yeah, I'm fortunate in a lot of ways.
So with that said, Gator put the dog in the doggy resort.
That's right.
Pet resort.
She's at the pet resort.
And you checked into a hotel.
That I did.
And you've been there for 4 days.
I checked in Saturday afternoon.
And you noticed when you checked in that the doors on some of the doors in the hallways had numbers and names of kids.
That's right. Like little posters.
And I've having been a part of travel hockey, a variety of travel sports. Some of the team managers have been known to make posters for the kids and put them on the door of their hotel room. So when they go on a road, they get there and it's just kind of a nice little touch.
Yeah, actually the name was on the poster on the room across me. It was the last name was the same last name as my real estate agent, my buddy who I know all the way back from high school. We played football together. And I thought for a minute,
Grava?
Is that not Grava? No, Perro, Chris Perro.
Okay.
And I thought, because the name just said Perro on the back, I'm like, that can't be real. I don't think it can't be Chris, because I know Chris's daughters they're not, I don't think they're hockey players. Can't be him.
So this is already dripping with intrigue for Kang and I because we know how Gator feels about kids.
I love kids. Kids are great.
He hates kids. I don't hate kids. And having been a part of travel hockey, I know that like when you check into the hotel, 10, 12, 13-year-old kids, they run around. The big thing is knee hockey. You get the tiny little nets and the mini sticks and a ball. Sometimes it's a ball of tape. And they play knee hockey in the hallway of the hotel. It makes all kinds of noise. It's why you
can. You can ball up a few socks, whatever you use. Yeah.
That's why you hope you have an entire like wing of the hotel is just your hockey team. So the only people that you're disturbing are people part of the team. But you're in the middle of this hallway. It's a girls' hockey team, and kids were running around. And at one point, Gator asked the question, "Where are the parents?"
Well, I mean, I'm just curious because the hotel had a pool, and so I would go to the elevator, and I'm ready to go outside. So I got winter jacket on, I got gloves. I'm ready to bear the cold, and here come these kids to the elevator, and some of them are dripping wet because they had left the pool to go back to the room to do whatever, say something to their parents, and then they want to get right back to the pool because when you're a kid, all you want to do is spend time in a pool. A hotel as a kid is the greatest adventure ever. You love hotels as a kid.
Yep.
There's like so much to do. As an adult, there's nothing to do in a hotel.
Yep. So anyway, Gator gets up Sunday morning and is seeking the hotel breakfast.
Yeah.
And he finds it, and of course the hockey team is there. There's kids running around everywhere.
Complimentary breakfast. I'm like, okay, go down the hall, and I said I went to the right because there's where the room was, or the hallway where the buffet was set up with simple buffet with scrambled eggs and sausage patties and links, and had some diced potatoes, and
it was really good.
Waffles and cereal.
Waffles and potatoes?
Yeah.
Wow. Nice.
Cereal and
This is an elite.
juices.
This is an elite hotel breakfast.
It looked like it was pretty good. So I'm like, this is great. And just went, there's several kids that are in line, other kids running around. And then there's a big room with 30 tables and chairs set up. Maybe not 30, maybe 20.
But a lot of people are familiar with the hotel breakfast.
Yeah.
But this is a hotel that's serving up an elite hotel breakfast.
Yeah. So I fuel up. I'm like, this is great. Load up my plate, go.
He sits down, and amongst the chaos of the girls' travel hockey team and all the little brothers and sisters running around and the parents and all that, Gator sits there and eats his meal.
That's right. It was delicious.
Was it 2 days later you were approached?
No. The next day, Monday. So I wake up, went to the Lions game the night before. Here I am. I'm tired, but hey, I'm waking up because I'm used to waking up at 8 o'clock or whatever, 7:30, 8 o'clock. So I just go downstairs. I waited around before I went down at like 9 o'clock, and I go right back to where that was set up. And it was set up, and now this time I don't see anybody in the hall by the buffet. I'm like, okay, great. So I open up the containers that are holding the food in there, with the butane torches to keep them warm. Open those up, fuel up again, and get some eggs. I just want some eggs and waffles this time. Just get some eggs, some waffles, some syrup, and get a glass of apple juice. It's a kid's event when there's apple juice. Mm-hmm. Grab some apple juice, and I go into the room to sit down at the table, and now a lot of people have left, so now the room is half the size. They have one of those movable walls, and they put the wall back in there, and I'm the only one in there. I'm like, okay, that's cool.
And you get approached.
So I'm sitting by myself, and I hear this woman come into the room, and she goes, "Oh, hi." She goes, "Do you have a wristband?" And I said, "No, I don't." And she goes, "Oh, are you with the hockey team?" I said, "No, I'm not with the hockey team. Isn't this the free continental breakfast or whatever? Isn't it the free breakfast?" She goes, "Oh no, this is for the hockey team. That's on the other side." I'm like, "Oh no,"
which means Gator Sunday morning crashed a private breakfast with a girls' travel hockey team.
I didn't know, and I felt terrible because I remember checking in on Saturday, and this guy was checking in front of me, and he had his two girls, and they're talking about the tournament and stuff, and then the woman behind the front desk, she goes, "Well, here," she said something about wristband, and I just didn't think about it. He's like, and where's the breakfast at? And she goes, "Oh, the breakfast is over there." So I figured the wristband wasn't for the breakfast; it was for something else, just germane to the hockey team, not the breakfast, because there had been some kind of advertisement when I was looking for hotels about the free breakfast. I'm like, okay,
I
it must
just
be over here.
envision the following happening. The kids eat their breakfast. All the parents load their kids into their car. They all drive to the rink. They get their kids in the locker room. The kids start to get dressed. All the parents tie the kids' skates because this is how it works.
Right, that's how it works.
It's still an hour before the puck drops, and all the parents wander out, and they're standing in the rink in the lobby, either watching the game prior to them or just standing around, and somebody says, "By the way, did anybody know who the F that guy was?"
Gator, while you're enjoying this delicious breakfast, this protein-filled breakfast, so kids can get energized and ready for the game,
eggs and
did
meat.
you feel any eyeballs on you at all? Did you feel like
I did not, and it was a straight because when the first day when there were a ton of kids and parents. And I thought it was. I'm just minding my own business.
Clearly.
I'm eating, and I'm like, okay, I don't know where it's from. They came from somewhere in the state, right? It's a travel tournament, but maybe from the west side of the state or something like that.
They're from Ohio. I don't know.
Well, some people had Lions gear because the Lions are getting ready to play at night, but nobody was looking at me. Nobody made eye contact with me. I'm just minding my business, eating the food, and it didn't dawn on me at all that the only people here were parents with their children, that there wasn't anybody else like me that was just walked in from room 517 to go and have breakfast.
In retrospect, there might have been a sign or two that that it was a private breakfast.
Doug, there might have literally been a sign that said, right? Like a big, on an easel or something.
Reserved for the Grand Rapids Cougars.
Yes.
Way to go, Toros.
Hey, watermelon sharks this way. You know, like
yeah.
Gator just.
Is
that waffles?
Maybe somebody should have been there to check wristbands and said, "Are you here for the watermelon shark breakfast?" And then I would have been like, "No, I'm just here for the hotel breakfast." Oh, that's on the other side, and then it would all been fine. But there was nobody checking wristbands. Clearly, the first day.
Now, I don't know the exact definition of continental breakfast, but correct me if I'm wrong. Continental breakfast is not waffles, sausage, potatoes.
They spiced it up.
Sometimes it's like one of those travel-sized cereal boxes and milk.
Right. What kind of breakfast is typically like? It's like a muffin or a bagel and like juice and coffee, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
So I thought they stepped it up. I'm like, this place really stepped up their game.
Chicken fried steak and gravy.
Well, because I've stayed at other hotels that when you
omelet bar.
I've checked out other hotels where breakfast is part of the deal. Right. And they've actually been really good breakfasts. Right. And you see it advertised on TV for various hotel chains. And it's not like this was some obscure hotel chain, So I'm like, I just went along with it thinking it was the same thing.
It's so I just can't get over this visual.
Well, you guys are parents. Would you have said something?
I would have said, yeah, kids, stay away from that dude.
Stranger danger. Anybody know who this guy? Who's this joker over here?
I mean, I don't know
Who's this
how
guy
you
eating all
handle
the
it. Like
eggs?
if you're in a private breakfast and you don't recognize everyone in the room, do you say something?
Because I thought maybe you would, yeah, right.
But
in hindsight,
but that's Uncle Bob over there.
Oh, does he have a wristband? I don't see what a wristband on this guy.
Well, did you?
He sure likes scrambled eggs.
As we're talking about in retrospect of the signs, did you notice that others had wristbands?
Yeah, maybe. Some kind of green, it was like a greenish, fluorescent green wristband.
You thought they were going somewhere, though, right? Like,
they're all part of the team. I don't know. Like, hey, it's team time in the pool. I don't know. Like, I sure wasn't gonna go swimming. That wasn't happening.
Oh, Ben, who runs our Twitch site, just posted Eggs Benedict with lox and caviar. Wow, the Best Western really does it up.
It would have been nice if they did that. No, there's no Eggs Benedict.
I still have tons of questions. We'll get to some football stuff coming up. I just love this story so much, and the visual of Gator.
Minding my own business. That was.
I mean, maybe they didn't even
quiet,
notice.
Just
maybe nobody even noticed.
Shoveling it in. I was in and out in 15 minutes.
Or maybe the entire hockey team was talking about you later in the day.
I don't know. Maybe.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are getting some feedback on what has quickly become one of my favorite Gator stories, because I just can't help but picture in my mind Scott the Gator Anderson having breakfast with a 12-year-old girls travel hockey team at a private breakfast at a hotel that he thought was the hotel's free breakfast.
Which there was no hotel free breakfast. She goes, "Oh, I don't think that's part of your stay." I'm like, "Oh, I thought it was." No. Okay.
Unnamed texter, Gator went full Wedding Crashers.
Well, I didn't have the same result as Wedding Crashers.
Next text, did you polish off a meal at a soup kitchen or food shelter on your way to work?
Come on.
That's not fair.
I mean,
you wouldn't even do that.
Oh,
right, Gator?
look, come on. This was a girls' hockey team, all right? This wasn't the homeless shelter.
More porridge, sir?
Mommy, he took the last bit.
Move over, Timmy.
Excuse me, Mom. Are there any more eggs? This man finished them off. I didn't even come close. There was a ton of eggs left. Yeah, this is the end of the buffet. This is the end of the breakfast time. All this stuff. I mean, come on. I didn't.
Do you grab the coats at the mall too that people leave for like the people in need that need to stay warm?
I mean, so,
Daddy, who's that man?
He looks full.
I don't know. Sir, who are you and what are you doing here? You eating the food? I don't know. Why do you have a weird accent? Aren't you from Grand Rapids?
Well, anyway, how was the stay in the hotel? Was it fun?
No, it wasn't fun.
Okay, how was it? This is a big question. You're in a hotel for 4 days. How was the cable situation? Some hotels are awesome. They got like DirecTV and they get everything. Other hotels, not so much.
This was great. It had all the channels that I needed. The Big Ten Network, ESPN, ESPN2. It had my HGTV.
Here's a critical question. Did it have? And I know it didn't. Peacock.
No, it did not.
You couldn't stream.
No. Well, I could have. There was a way to, if you wanted to hook your computer, your PC up to the TV. You could have done something like that. So I could have watched on a bigger screen. I could have done that, but Saturday night I was out at my friend's house, who didn't have Peacock, and we weren't watching football. So
4 days.
It had like 6 movie channels.
Okay.
Like 6 different show times, and it was a movie channel in there too. And so that was, it helped yesterday when I'm like, what am I doing? I'm like, I'd stopped by my house yesterday after work because I wanted to see what progress was, and I was going to get another change of clothes because I knew I was going to stay at least another night, so I was going to get actually 2 days worth. And I talked to the guys yesterday, and like, no, we should be done with it in about an hour. I'm like, really? Yeah. Okay, great. So, from the time they started working at my house to the time they were finished, it took 2 days of work for them. So and it was a lot of work, dude. They had to bring in a whole new pole to several poles because there were several poles that were damaged to just get the power going.
Wow.
It's like a telephone pole, but it's a power pole.
4 days in a hotel. Did they start to call you Mr. Anderson on site?
No, they hardly said anything to me, actually. The first 2 days I was there, I basically had the do not disturb sign hanging on my door because I did just leave me alone. I'm by myself. I've got plenty of towels. I don't need to worry about coming to a freshly made bed or anything like that. I was fine. But by day 3, I was like, you know what? Maybe, I could use some service. So when I left to come to work, I took the that sign off the door, and nobody had showed up. And then when I said yesterday that I was going to have to stay for an extra day, and they asked, did you want maid service? I said, yeah, actually, that'd be great. And then I left to come to work yesterday. And when I went back to the hotel, there was no maid service done. And then I was starting to get upset because now I don't have any towels. And
all right. Final thing for me. Did you take advantage?
There was no porn that I know of.
Okay. Did you take advantage of any hotel amenities? Like, did you
other than the free breakfast?
Did you jump in the hot tub or anything?
Yeah, did you go swimming?
No, I didn't go swimming. There were kids. I'm not going to. No, that wasn't going to happen.
Well, what about the weight room?
No, because to get to the weight room, the fitness room, you had to go through the pool, and that wasn't going to happen. Plus, my back is still messed up. I'm doing physical therapy twice a week.
So no other. hotel amenities?
No, I'm trying to. I wanted to go and get on Monday night. I was going to get a burger, get something to eat. Right? They had the grill.
There you go. That's something you don't have at your house. You can just go to the bar real quick, right? The hotel bar.
Well, I have a nice bar at my house, but
but you know what I mean.
Yeah. So it was a bar grill type thing they had there, and I'm like, you know what? Because I contemplated doing. Should I just order a pizza? But then I got to
get out of the room, right?
Yeah, but it was too cold though. You want to drive your car? I'm like, forget this. So I just went to the hotel grill, and I sat, and it was freezing in there. Because it's basically a room with nothing but a wall of windows on two sides of the four sides, and one of the sides has a fireplace with a gas fireplace, and I said this woman seats me right next to it because I'm like, I'm cold, this is freezing. How do you do this? She goes, well, I'll sit you right here, and it didn't really help because it wasn't much heat kicking out from that thing. And then she hands me a single piece of paper that's the menu, just a piece of paper, and I'm like looking at it, I'm like, all right, well, do I want this or not? And there were only two other people there, and they were finishing up. And like 15 minutes, and she hadn't come by to ask what I wanted. I'm like, you know what? Forget it. I just, it's too cold. I'm not going to deal with this. And I started thinking, I'll just order room service instead. And I'm looking online at this, and I can't find anything online that lets me do this. So I ended up making a decision to just leave, and I went to got in the car, drove out to a bar close to the area.
Not a boy.
Went got a cup of chili and a hamburger. And it was a little disappointing. And had a bourbon. And
It sounds like this experience could have been actually enjoyable. And
I'm 2/3 away through the bourbon, and then I looked down because I'd been swatting away. There was some like little fruit fly or something hanging around there. Yeah, right. And then I looked down into my bourbon, and the fly decided to go take a drink. And I'm like, all right, that's it. No, I'm out. It was such an awful Monday. I was so pissed.
Wow.
Get back to the hotel room, and I'm like, all right, it's 9:15. Now what? There's nothing to do. I'm by myself. Like, this is ridiculous.
The hockey team left.
Hockey's gone. I got no parents to talk to. It's too cold to hang out in the bar.
My dive bar dinner didn't go well. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. It's a hilarious story. Well, let's get into the Jim Harbaugh, the latest that's being reported out there, and the rumors, et cetera, et cetera. The Michigan head football coach. What is next? We'll get to that today at 10:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Jim Harbaugh has interviewed for a couple of jobs in the NFL, as it seems like it's become an annual event. Now with the LA Chargers and the Atlanta Falcons, and on the heels of a national championship. So there's a few things here. One is, look, I think Michigan fans are eternally grateful for the 15-0 season and leading them to the top of the college football world. And if he wants to go, best of luck to him. He's been here for 9 years, which I think is probably longer than most people expected in the first place. There's still a chance that he stays.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
That's longer than people thought?
Oh, I do think so.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I would have thought that once he took the job that it was just his for life, and then he would retire as a Michigan coach.
I mean, it's not a point that I want to argue, but maybe. I think that I think most people thought he would be here for 5-6 years, whatever, 9 years, better part of a decade. Great.
A lot of success.
There's a little bit of thank you for your service here. And now the reports come out of what Jim wants. And one of the strange things yesterday was some reporting that he wants a 3-person arbitration panel to be the ones that determine his possible termination if one ever comes up for any reason.
Because the NCAA still has to determine what's going on with the sign stealing stuff.
So I think it's the burgers too. Yeah. So the thing is
burgers,
with this
violations
is I think those cases are trending in a decent direction as far as the worst part of the investigation. Most of what has been discovered, I think, is out. Throughout this, when details would come out, I'd get signs that, well, there's more, and then I kind of got to, well, that's it. So we'll see. And I think it's important to get everything out. Look, I've always said this from day one. You don't want a 30 for 30 or special report a year and a half from now, unveiling new facts. Get it all out. And if this is it, great. If not, we'll see. The president of the NCAA had his comments last week about that was reassuring for a Michigan fan that this seems to be trending in a direction that might not go up the food chain. But with that said, here's my takeaway from all of this. If Jim Harbaugh wants to leave, more power to him. Good luck to you. I think Michigan fans will be grateful for what he brought and what he reestablished at Michigan. The 3-person arbitration panel, I'm not reporting this as fact. I do talk to Jim. I talk to other people. But here's my connecting of the dots. I do know that Jim Harbaugh has been adamant in my conversations with him that he does not, and he clearly does not believe he did anything wrong. And I think that Jim Harbaugh is upset that he was suspended twice. And he wants more people involved in any decision-making right now. And I don't think it's about money. I think that Jim Harbaugh feels like I had to sit out 2-3 game suspensions when I didn't do anything wrong. That's what I think coach thinks. And so he wants other people making some decisions about his future that he thinks might go to bat for him. In the meantime, I think Michigan's two things. One is, look, if this thing does go what they believe is an unexpected direction and is more severe than they believe, then they want assurances that they can, protect the program and the brand and all that. And they also, I think, want assurances that we don't have to do this every year with the NFL. And I see that side of it as well. So, with that said, I think one of the backdrops to all this, Gator, that I think makes Michigan fans feel a little bit better is I think there's a lot of faith and trust in what would likely be the replacement, Sherrone Moore. And it's early. He's coached 4 games, but he did coach them to a win over Penn State and Ohio State. And
well, he doesn't get credit for those, but yeah.
It's irrelevant. He was the head coach on those days, whether it go on his record or not.
No, I think he should. I just think it's strange that he doesn't. But yeah.
Who cares? He would be the coach in waiting, and everybody knows what he did. I think it makes people more comfortable. Now, maybe not as comfortable, and we all know that 4 games does not a huge resume make, but he was a promising assistant before that who is considered to be one of the best recruiters on staff. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And I think Jim should be able to do whatever Jim wants to do with his future. But I also understand why Michigan wants some assurances. There's a lot that Jim does that people think is going to, that's bad for the program. It's bad for the program. And yet here they are on top of the college football world. So he's unconventional. He does things that people don't expect or aren't accustomed to. And yet he's built what he's built. So I've kind of come to the point where with Jim Harbaugh, you just have to accept that there's going to be unconventional things said and done. And certainly this is no different. This is no different.
Well, I look at it, I guess, differently. The Dan Wetzel Yahoo story about it. I don't blame Harbaugh if he wants language in there that would try to protect him from getting fired if other things come out with this NCAA investigation. I don't blame him at all. I mean, you try to ask for it, ask for protections as much as you can, because if you're going to stay at Michigan, if you're going to forego the NFL, then you want to make sure that you're going to be able to stay there for a while without repercussions. And I also don't blame University of Michigan for wanting to put those protections in for them. Both sides should try to protect themselves as much as possible. And with Michigan, of course, it makes sense. Why would you see what happened with Michigan State and Mel Tucker, and you want to make sure that if something goes on that you didn't expect, that you're able to get out of that contract without much penalty. And then there's the issue of in the report, it's in Dan Wetzel's story, it talked about the buyout and that Harbaugh would like to negotiate a lower buyout in case he wants to go to the NFL, so the NFL teams won't have to pay much more. And of course, Michigan they'd want to have a higher buyout because they're tired of having to deal with this year in and year out flirtation with the NFL. And during this time, he still hasn't been offered a job from the NFL. He's done interviews, right? It happened with Minnesota. It happened. It's happening now with the Chargers and the Falcons. He's had interviews with them.
Denver.
Yeah, he's the odds-on favorite to land the Chargers job. So much, it's like the odds are 1-2. It's a minus 200, according to what I saw last night. Everybody thinks he's going to end up getting the Chargers job, and he should. It makes all the sense in the world to take that next step, and you start getting to NFL stratosphere and that money, and he's got unfinished business in the NFL. But ultimately, the thing that's kind of crazy to me is that this whole thing is still lasting. I would imagine either you want to be a college coach or you want to be an NFL coach. But if you're still in between, then it seems like you're playing one against the other. I don't know. It kind of rubs me the wrong way that it's happening that way. Like, do one or the other. But they're going to handle it the way they handle it. I think there's concerns for Michigan from the NCAA standpoint with what could happen there, because even though the NCAA president came out and said that they want it fair and square, and to that I can mostly buy, because they were they warned right before the Michigan State game, okay, this is what we're investigating, so everybody knows. So everybody, now you're all on the same level playing field, understanding what was going on here. I agree with that. But it doesn't exonerate the alleged behavior from the previous couple years. And, we'll see. We still don't know what the deal was with the Conner Stallions in Central Michigan. There's reports that that's being investigated right now. And there's a lot that could still happen. And I think that with the NCAA, when they broke off the talks the beginning of the season, and it looked like they had negotiated this suspension, and then they said, you know what, no, because they didn't like the direction it was going, because they wanted Jim to admit that he was lying to them, and he wouldn't do it. And then Michigan stepped in and said, we're going to suspend him for the 3 games. There's still unfinished business there. And I think the NCAA still wants to come out on top in that. And we'll know in a few months what that might exactly be. But for Jim Harbaugh, he's got options, and it's because he's a hell of a coach. You may not like him. You may not like his methods, but he gets results. He got results with the Niners. He got results with Michigan.
Stanford. 248-539-9797. Tom, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Good morning, gentlemen. I agree with pretty much everything you've both said. You've summarized it perfectly, so no need for me to recap that. I have a simple question. At what point does Michigan get so tired of all this annual dealings with Harbaugh, wanting to go to the NFL, which he clearly does. He's just waiting for the right opportunity. At what point do they give him an ultimatum and say, hey, you know what? You got the highest paying coaching contract in the country sitting on the table right now. Do you want it or not? Because the odds are pretty good that this is going to carry on, through the Super Bowl, another 3-4 weeks, which obviously hurts recruiting, and just program for Michigan to have all the success they've had and to be such an unstable situation with their coaching is unbelievable, which is why, they can't recruit, in the top 10 because of this annual business that Harbaugh puts us through. And you guys, I'm very grateful.
Tom, it's amazing, quite frankly. And because I've gotten to the point where, for me, I've grown accustomed to Jim Harbaugh's unconventional ways and kept thinking that year after year this was going to hurt them. They just went 15-0, man. They just won a national title. And so he's managed to work under the circumstances with potential, what seems like would be circumstances that would hurt his program, and yet he's built the program to be what it is. Now, I don't know that they give him an ultimatum. I don't know that they do. But I do think they want assurances. They want him around. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Got some Lions stuff we'll get to next hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, we're still getting feedback on your crashing the kids' hockey breakfast.
It wasn't intentional.
There's some great texts here, though, so let me read these. Mike in Utica says, laugh out loud. I bet one person there was like, wow, I didn't know 97 Won the Ticket was covering this tournament. Robin Albot, there's usually one bitchy mom. You're not supposed to be in here.
Yeah, where was the Karen? Mm-hmm. That would have been an awful confrontation. Everybody gets their phones out, starts recording it.
This is a great one. Gator pulls Stoney. I could see Stoney doing this, but he would be mingling with the parents. That might be true.
Maybe. Well, or, I mean, it depends. I mean, if Stoney was hungry, I think just concentrate on the food.
No.
I was hungry. I was concentrated on the food.
248-539-9797.
But that is the new thing, though, with the phone. I mean, everybody's got the phones out. They want things to go viral. I was after the Lions game, I'm walking from Ford Field to the parking garage. Mm-hmm. And as I'm ready to get across the street and get into the parking garage, some woman just starts screaming at another woman in the car next to her because, like, the car was, I don't know, they were stuck in traffic and that car wanted to come in. And they start yelling at each other, swearing at each other, top of their lungs. And I'm like, this is just ridiculous. And, of course, then people get out of the cars and instead of trying to calm the situation down, all they're doing is getting the cell phone out and recording the whole thing. And, like, this is so crazy.
It's honestly, it's a sad reflection.
It really is. I'm like, come on, man. We just won a playoff game. Let's be happy. Isn't everybody happy? You might be the only two miserable people out here right now. Everyone else is loving this, and you're not because you're stuck in traffic like everybody else is, and this car happened to move 2 inches towards you. Awful.
248-539-9797. Let's go back to your phone calls. Brandon, you're next on 97 Won the Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good, thank you.
So you're talking about Jim Harbaugh, and one thing I noticed this year was this was the first year I ever saw somebody post an article where Jim Harbaugh said not only is he doing it for him or the team, or he's doing it for the community, like grandpas, fathers, sons, daughters, mom. He cares about this community. So if he was to leave, we should be thankful for not only his time here, but what he won for us, but he cares about us.
But yeah, I mean, look, the truth is one of the things that I, have always said about Lloyd Carr. Like, Lloyd Carr was the last coach to win Michigan a national championship. And Lloyd Carr, the guys on his staff, I felt like there was not the groomed replacement. In Harbaugh's case, there is the groomed replacement. It feels like. Now, I think Sharon Moore is a very, very promising coach. But, on top of what you said, Brandon, they might have the next guy in-house. They might. Again, a very promising coaching prospect before he got the chance to fill in and in those 4 games and the 2 against top 10 opponents. So, there's a lot there that he's done, and including maybe had the next guy. Like, if Harbaugh stays, I wonder if Sharon Moore will also be named coach in waiting. Like, he will be the heir apparent.
And one good thing about Jim Harbaugh, too, is Michigan always got blasted for saying, oh, well, we want a Michigan man as our coach. Like, we hired, I think Rich Rod was a Michigan man. I'm not sure.
No, he wasn't.
But then
he was the one that wasn't.
Okay,
yeah.
So I know they broke that. But I know they always said they wanted a Michigan man as their coach. And they had that in Jim Harbaugh. So not only is he a Michigan man, but he cares about the state of Michigan.
I mean, they had Gary, after Bo was done, Gary Moeller and Lloyd Carr were Michigan men. Rich Rod was not. Brady Hoke was. Jim Harbaugh, was and is. There was definitely a misstep in there. Mm-hmm. Somebody that did not fit the culture of what Michigan football was. And they got back to it with Jim Harbaugh, and they got to prominence and levels that Bo Schembechler never saw. I mean, it's amazing what they've done in the last 3 years. Now, there are some clouds over it, but the national championship, it feels like it's only partly cloudy and not just gloomy. I mean, it's a hell of an accomplishment. They earned it down the stretch. That schedule they played, Penn State, Ohio State. You finish up with the Rose Bowl win over Alabama, and then you take down the undefeated Washington. That's a great stretch of games, and can't take it away from them.
I would say that. The one thing that Jim Harbaugh probably owes Michigan here is a decision relatively quickly. Like, the one caller said that it may go to beyond the Super Bowl. And I was like, well, look, they got to get after it for next year. They got to get after it in the portal. They need to get after it recruiting.
Well, but with the portal, there's not much you can do in the portal right now. You've got, I guess there are some players, if players have entered the portal from Alabama or Washington or Arizona or whatever the places that just changed coaches,
yep.
Then you can do that with only those, because everybody else, the portal's closed. School's started. And so you don't have portal access again until, the spring when classes are done. So I don't know, recruiting wise, I don't know how many, unsigned recruits there are from the 2024 class that are still out there that are being recruited. I think that might be a little overplayed here at this time. And particularly if Sherrone Moore is named the head coach anyway, if Harbaugh leaves, then isn't it kind of business as usual?
I think it would be, but I think recruits and portal prospects may want to know. I was listening to Dan Wetzel's podcast, and they were talking about the college football calendar, and we've discussed how ridiculous it is because they literally conduct the offseason and the postseason at the same time. Do you know next year when the national championship game is going to be?
I would imagine middle of January.
Yeah, it's 3 days from today, okay? Which means there are going to be kids that are playing on those teams that might want to enter the portal after their season is done, and it'll be January 21st. They're going to be like 2-3 weeks into the semester. Like, they really need to sort out the calendar. And it was one of Wetzel's points. They're off. The way it's set up right now is so dysfunctional. They really need to sort that out.
Well, kids can enter the portal and still play, can't they?
They can. The backup quarterback at Washington, Dylan Morris, his name is in the portal, but it's not like he can go out and visit schools and make up his mind. And it's not like he can enroll and start classes at his new school, because that's another, don't forget, they are students. They do have to go to class, and they won't even start till 2-3 weeks into a semester. Now, I know people roll their eyes at this, but it is true. It is part of the decision making. 248-539-9797. You want to continue down this road. In the meantime, Lions getting ready for this game against Tampa. And, we spent the better part of the last 2 days kind of reveling in the victory over the Rams. Did you see, by the way, the ratings on that?
I did. The ratings for both the Lions game and then also the Cowboys-Packers game, they were like through the roof.
So the Lions-Rams game,
over 38 million or something like that.
The Lions-Rams game averaged 35.8 million viewers across the NBC and Peacock platforms. That was the highest rated primetime show since Super Bowl 57. Now, what is the draw, right? Because it's a major market team, the Rams. Detroit led all markets with a 39.6 rating and a 69 share. The Rams in Los Angeles had a 14.9 rating and a 42 share, meaning people were tuning.
They shouldn't have a football team in Los Angeles, let alone
two. But here's the thing. That means Detroit's the draw.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And it's for primetime games, because the Dallas game, I think, had a higher rating.
Yeah, this was the highest rated primetime program since that Super Bowl.
But that's awesome that people wanted to see it. And also, it was the best game.
It turned out to
the
be
other games end up being dogs. Every other game was kind of a blowout, right?
Yep.
This one, not a blowout. It was entertaining from start to finish, and obviously quite a payoff for the people that were actually watching it, which were people in Detroit.
Well, I think Tirico even said it during the broadcast. Like, this one, it lived up to the storylines, lived up to the hype. The game was close, of course. So, yeah, all that played a factor into it.
248-539-9797. All right, so is it the beginning of an era in Detroit? We'll try to take a deep dive into that at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Back to work for the Lions. They'll take the practice field in Allen Park and prepare for their rematch against the Tampa Bay Bucks, as head coach Dan Campbell talked about their prep and how it's very obvious what they need to be cautious of. Yeah, we'll watch the progress of pass rusher James Houston, who hasn't taken the field since September. Also, Sam Laporta looks good after playing through his knee issue in the wild card round. Amazon Sports becoming a minority owner of the Diamond Sports Group, which owns 18 networks under the Bally Sports brand, including Bally Sports Detroit, who's been in Chapter 11 bankruptcy. The expectation is that games will be available under Prime TV channels eventually, with no word on pricing or availability quite yet. The Pistons seeking back-to-back wins for the first time since their season began. They'll go from one of the worst teams in basketball to one of the best. Anthony Edwards and the first-place Timberwolves in town for a 7 o'clock game over on WWJ, although Ant is questionable. Bojan Bogdanovic probable to return to the floor for Detroit after missing their last 2. And at the same time, the Wings, minus Patrick Kane and Jake Wallman, will take the ice down in Sunrise, Florida to take on the Panthers. That call will happen right here on 97.1 as the Wings try to win a 6th game in 7 tries. Pre-game beginning at 6:45 right here on The Ticket. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Let's go to William next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, William.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Gator, glad you survived the hockey swarm. Just quick observation on how fickle football fans are. Not going to say anything that's rocket science here, but if you go back to when Jim Harbaugh was struggling to beat Michigan State and hadn't beaten Ohio State in 2020, and people wanted him gone, okay? People like to forget that they wanted him out of here. And when Ward Manuel restructured his contract, everybody ripped on Ward like he should be gone. People wanted Matt Campbell from Iowa State, who was the hot coach at the time, who, by the way, after 101 games is now 53-48 at Iowa State. But they were on Ward for get him out of here. He can't beat our rivals. And now Ward's doing everything he possibly can to get this guy signed. And all of a sudden, the vitriol and hate towards Ward Manuel. Do people really think Jim Harbaugh is controllable? You can just go tell Jim Harbaugh, hey, here's the best deal for a college football coach right now, and you need to sign it. Do you guys think there's anything else Ward Manuel can be doing at this point to force Jim Harbaugh to stay at Michigan?
No, I think what he said at the rally on Saturday night, I think told every Michigan fan that that's what he wants to do. He wants to. He's working hard to get it done, and it was a strange interaction there at the rally like that, and then watching Jim, kind of like putting his hands together like he was praying for it and all that, and then to find out that he's going to do his NFL interviews.
Well, I'll say this, William. I think that there's a lot of information out there that is inaccurate, and social media plays its role. But I think there's some gross exaggerations as far as things like the relationship between Jim and Ward. Not everything, but some, and just like a lot, you have to sift through internet rumors and social media rumors to try and get to the bottom of it. But I think that Jim Harbaugh is a unique personality, without a doubt.
I think the university has pretty much done everything possible. Like when you have the president of the university, when this happened around the most recent allegations with Connor Stallions, essentially say, hey, I trust the coach. I don't need to really do any more investigation. I trust the coach. Think about the standard that sets to other leaders at the school relative to if they're accused of something, is the president just going to say, I trust them without doing due diligence? I mean, they've afforded him so much latitude. I think Jim's a great coach. I think Jim has to decide what Jim wants to do. And there's no one who's going to, at that university, who's going to tell him or be able to compel him to do what fans want at this point.
William, thank you for the phone call.
If you're Michigan, it's hard not to want him back. The man led you to 3 playoff appearances and a national title. Now, it hasn't been smooth sailing all the way, obviously, but when you hire Jim Harbaugh, when you have him as your coach, you guys know that this is kind of part of the deal. Now, there may be a point where it's too much, and you say, hey, we can't keep doing this dance. Let's just pick a path here, you and I, and we go down that path. But as of right now, obviously Michigan's willing to deal with it, right? I mean, they said everything that they've needed to say publicly, that they want him back and all that stuff, while Jim is out there interviewing for NFL jobs. I personally have thought that Jim was going to leave. The fact that they won the title gives me more reason to think that he would want to leave because he's always had this itch with the NFL. He's leaving you with a national title. He's leaving you with maybe his successor, right? I think now would be the time. People might say it would be a mistake for him to leave, but I don't think it's a mistake because a lot of times, like you guys, athletes are human, so are coaches. If he wants to coach the NFL, he wants to try to win a Super Bowl, the mistake for him would be to not try. And so that's why he's out there, I think, looking at these NFL jobs. I think he has that itch. He wants to scratch. If someone offers him a job, I think Jim Harbaugh is leaving.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Spencer. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Spencer.
Hey, boys. How you guys doing this morning?
Okay.
I just wanted to touch up on, the last 3 years, the amount of crap that Harbaugh's gotten from the NCAA and everything. At the flip side of the coin, I wouldn't blame him for leaving and going to the NFL.
Well,
because I wouldn't want to put up with all the allegations. We cheated, big deal. All the big.
Well, actually, it would be a big deal. I don't think. Again, I go back to in his mind after talking with him, he doesn't think he did anything wrong, and I think this is my speculation. That he wants assurances that he won't be punished for something he doesn't think he did anything wrong.
Well, more than likely, like Mike said a couple weeks ago, like he's going to probably be benched half the season if he does come back, whether he wants that or not.
Well,
I mean that's up to the NCAA.
Yeah, I mean the one thing is we'll see what this whole thing. And what the next step of the investigation is. Again, the people I talked to in Michigan are pretty confident that most of the information, if not all of it, is out there, and that there's not like some smoking gun in the background waiting to be unveiled. But again, that's why you do investigation, do your due diligence, and confirm that. 248-539-9797. Lynn is next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Lynn.
Hi. To me, it's smart and good business on Harbaugh's part because you want to go out there and interview. You want to get good offers. It makes him more valuable. It makes them have to pay him more. Why is that a problem to look around before you sign a contract? I know his contract says he's not supposed to, but look at all the drama that happened this year. And they chose not to extend his contract when they had the opportunity. What's wrong with him sniffing around and trying to get as much as he can?
Well, I mean, it does create a disturbance there with recruiting and other things. And if he wants to stay, there's a report that he's got a contract waiting for him to sign that would make him the highest paid coach in college football. So how much more do you want? I mean, if he goes to the NFL, it's a different kind of financial structure there. He would make more in the NFL for sure. So if it's all about money, you can go to the NFL. If he wants to stay at Michigan, you'll be the top paid coach in college football.
Well, to me, it just seems like, maybe he just is enjoying being the center of attention and getting the best offers. I don't see a problem with him shopping around. I don't think it looks bad at all.
Well, I mean, I think it hasn't undermined the football product. And this happens every year. Conventional wisdom is that this would undermine your football product and cripple it, but it hasn't.
I think the way it looks is that if it goes to what she's saying, he's just shopping around to get the best deal. I think what he wants are assurances that exactly what the report is. That, okay, if I'm going to come back, I want to make sure that there aren't conditions placed on what happens, that it's going to be on my terms. And that's fine if that's what he wants. It doesn't mean that's what Michigan has to do. And if you're Michigan and you're like, well, we have to put these things in place. If you don't want it, then don't take it, and that's fine. And we're going to move on, and we'll hire Sharon Moore. And that's not a bad place to be, because it looks like that guy's a very competent coach. Now, it's different between being a competent coach on the field and what happens with everything else that encompasses being a college football coach with all the recruiting and being in charge of the program, that's different. And you'll never know until you go through it for a couple of years if that's the right choice. But from a coaching standpoint, it looks like he's a heck of a coach.
All right, NFL Insider talks about the future of the Lions and what decision they should make. We'll get to that today at 11:20. Hey, rev up the new year with a brand new Chevy truck or SUV from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights right now has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox that are ready for you to test drive and take home today. So hurry into Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights today and get a 2024. Get your 2024 year off to a great start. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Do what I did. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. That's 87-SAY-SERRA. Or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Karsh and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing great. 248-539-9797. Okay, so we're at the midweek point here, and the Lions have another playoff game on Sunday. I still am having problems adjusting to that sentence. The Lions have another playoff game coming up on Sunday. And so there's a lot to talk about when it comes to that game. We had the soundbite yesterday from Dan Campbell where he discussed the window for winning a championship. It feels as though it's just opened, but there are no guarantees. And he is trying to instill a sense of urgency into his team right here, right now, to win this Super Bowl, to be in Vegas, and to be hoisting the Lombardi Trophy on the field after the game.
I'm uncomfortable.
It's literally unthinkable. It is hard to grasp the idea that the Detroit Lions could possibly be the best team in the NFL. It's really, really hard to grasp. Wrap your head around that, right? So, and yet, they're in the mix here. They are in the mix. So the question here is whether or not this truly is the opening of a window. Like, will they be able to repeat this? Are they going to be around? Are they going to be competing for a while? There's a lot of reasons to believe that they can be. A lot of reasons they believe that they can be. There are some questions. Do they have the quarterback? I think they do. This is a quarterback that has been to the Super Bowl before. This is a quarterback that I think has embraced being here, and I think there's reason to believe he wants to stay here. I don't think this is a guy that is actively seeking leaving. Do you?
No, I don't think he's actively seeking leaving at all. I saw a video that Colin Cowherd had put up, and it was one of these mystery quarterback things. And here's where this quarterback ranks in yards passing and touchdown passes and quarterback rating and completion percentage, all these things. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, oh, it's Jared Goff. Just because I look at statistics, I know who it is. And he's like, it's Jared Goff. And he made a point that why is everybody in Detroit deflecting where the praise should go? Mm-hmm. They look at Amon-Ra St. Brown and say, what a great receiver he is. He's amazing. And he is. They look at Sam Laporte and say, oh my God, a rookie year for a tight end. It's record-breaking. It's amazing. And it is. Look at Jahmyr Gibbs. What an addition to this team as a rookie running back and just how much he helps an offense and what he can do as a receiver. It's great. And he is. Then you look at Ben Johnson. This guy, he calls a game, man. What an offensive coordinator. There's a reason that the people are lining up out the door to interview him for head coaching gigs. Yeah, you're right. Dan Campbell. This guy changed the culture. Really changed the culture there. Everybody's getting praise, but maybe the praise needs to go to number 16. Because JG 16 has been incredible for this team for the last 2.5 seasons.
Well, I think he's getting it in Detroit. And I don't know that Colin Cowherd, maybe he wasn't implying that it was Detroit, or maybe he was implying that it was Detroit. I think Detroit's giving this guy plenty of love when you break into a Jared Goff chant before the game and let him know how much the fans appreciate him.
I think fans are, and it was just the perfect storm because, hey, we want to show Matthew Stafford that this is our guy. And if it weren't the Rams, would we have a Jared Goff chant? I don't know. I hope we do. I hope we get more because I think he deserves the praise. But we were out at Twin Peaks on Friday doing the show, and there was a guy that came up to us during a commercial break and was trying to make the point of, look at the comparison between Goff and Stafford. Stafford's this gunslinger, and Goff is a game manager. And I'm like, he's not a game manager. I disagree with that. You don't throw for the second most yards in football this year as a game manager. I mean, he had 4,500 yards passing. He had 30 touchdown passes. His quarterback rating was 97.9. He completed over 67% of his passes. That's not a game manager. That's a quarterback, man. That's one of the top in the game.
So I think we're both comfortable that we've got a guy.
Yeah.
We've got a guy that can repeat the performance and that can continue to win here in Detroit. Now, the ultimate goal is to win the Super Bowl. Jared Goff has got tons of playoff experience. He now has 4 playoff wins under his belt. He's got a trip to the Super Bowl, but he hasn't won it all. But look, the playoffs aren't too big a stage for him. He's performed in the playoffs, and this is probably his best performance this past Sunday.
It was near flawless. He had a couple of plays like, one where he's rushed, and here comes Aaron Donald grabbing his hand, and he had that like shovel pass to Brock Wright that went laterally, and that was an ugly play.
Yep.
But if he's got a tenth of a second longer and he completes that, it's not so ugly, right? But there was like literally 2 plays in the game. You're like, ooh, that didn't look good. Another one, he's flushed out of the pocket, starts to run, trips himself up and falls. I think the hardest thing Lions fans have to do with those fans that haven't fully embraced Jared Goff, I think the hardest thing for them to grasp is that it's okay not to be a mobile quarterback. It's okay not to be a running quarterback. You can make plays in other ways, and he has, to the tune of the 4,500 yards and 30 touchdown passes. He's a really good quarterback.
So, and I think it's out of the variables that I'm looking for in a quarterback, I think I rank mobility lower than almost everybody else. I think I think a lot of people overrate a quarterback's mobility in terms of its importance into how critical it is to that quarterback's success when you compare it to accuracy, ability to quickly process information, to read a defense,
those are
arm
things
strength.
He does really well.
Yep. All right. So, but the other thing about Goff, of course, is the contract. I think a lot of people like him at the money he's making and get uncomfortable when you start talking about how much money to spend him. Peter King was on the morning show yesterday, and from Pro Football Talk, he does the Good Morning Football in America hello thing every Monday, which is this really in-depth column that, he goes way in depth with a lot of stuff, and he's got a lot of insider people, and he's a longtime NFL reporter. He's got his credentials are in order as an NFL insider. I know you don't love him, but he's been around forever. He was asked about Goff, and I think he was asked about Goff and the contract. The contract came up, and he kind of gave us a bit of a warning sign that, hey, what he is likely to get paid shouldn't scare us. Here's what he said. So what I take away from that is he's going to get $45 million plus. Relax. It'll be fine. That's not too much. That's not crippling. given, and what makes it even more so is the cap does go up every year. Right now, the Lions have a ton of cheap players because I still think it's true. It might not be true at the bottom of the roster because there might be some practice squad guys. Everybody Brad Holmes has drafted was still on the roster at one point this season, which means you're looking at cheap players. Those guys aren't due contracts for a couple of years. A couple of years from now, the cap will have gone up and the Goff percentage at $45 million or $50 million, the Goff percentage of the cap that it takes up when many of these contracts come due will be less than it is when he signs it. And so, his point is, relax, you'll be fine because the cap keeps going up. And I'm comfortable with Goff getting that big contract.
No, I get it. I totally understand it. And I think it's points we've made on the show before, too, that the cap always goes up. And when it goes up, these numbers, it's the cost of doing business. And what looks like a crazy figure now isn't going to look so crazy in a few years. I mean, was it 2 years ago that Patrick Mahomes signed his deal? It was a $500 million deal, $50 million a year for Patrick Mahomes. So does that look so crazy now?
Nope.
No, it doesn't. He had the success and he earns the contract and go get it. Jared Goff right now leading this team so far through playoff win number 1. Let's hope it gets to playoff win number 2 and beyond. And it'll be a lot easier for fans to say, give him his money because he's had the success. But I still think the stumbling block is from what people see on the field, and they don't like that he's not Josh Allen, right?
Yep.
Or that he's not Dak Prescott or Patrick Mahomes, and that he can flee from the pressure and turn it into a big positive. That's the one. It's a negative. I don't think it's a big negative. It's a negative on Jared Goff. But the positives to me far outweigh what that negative is. And you talked about his ability to process things quickly. He's a smart guy, man. He's a smart guy.
It's what made Tom Brady elite.
It's exactly what made Tom Brady elite. In Tom's preparation and film work and all that, and the film study, yeah, absolutely. And Jared Goff is able to process things. What goes on between his ears makes him a quarterback that's worthy of north of $45 million.
I mean, and when you start talking about teams that have a legitimate shot to win the Super Bowl kind of every year here, and we're in an era here, teams like Baltimore and Kansas City and Cincinnati and Philadelphia, even if they're a mess now, Buffalo, all those teams have quarterbacks that take up a greater portion, a significantly greater portion of the cap than Goff does right now.
Well, right now.
Because and those players, I don't think if Buffalo is going to be, I think Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Philly, Kansas City, these teams are going to be around. And they've got quarterbacks that take up to 22.68% of the cap in Burrow's case. So if we think of it in those terms, if Goff in a few years takes up 20% of the cap, 19% of the cap, Detroit's kind of in the same place as a lot of those teams, which are considered healthy and feels like they're going to be around competing.
Well, the difference is, and this is why when I hear that Dissner is being considered as a GM for like the Panthers, but so are like 15 other people, I get nervous about that because he's a cap guy. And it's not Goff's contract. That's not going to concern me. What's going to concern me is Aiden Hutchinson's contract, Penei Sewell's contract. Those are the two guys that deserve top of the position money when their contracts are ready to come due, and they're coming due real soon.
As long as you are replenishing your roster with players that you get out of the draft that can play, you can make it work.
You can.
But there's a lot of pressure on Brad Holmes to keep getting it right.
Well, sure.
And I'd roll my dice with that, given that Brad Holmes' track record across two organizations. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Played the Peter King soundbite about 45, 50 million is just the price of doing business, and people shouldn't worry about it if that's what it takes to get Goff, because the cap will keep going up, and it's about percentage of the cap. And so you're going to pay him, which can be a little bit, it might, bind them up this year in terms of cap numbers. It might create some, some roadblocks in terms of signing other people this year, but over the long term, it's just not that big a deal because the cap keeps going up and the percentage of the cap he takes up goes down and down every year. And we did go through this with Stafford. Everybody loves Stafford. Well, I shouldn't say everybody. Many people love Stafford until he got that contract.
Careful.
Why'd I do that? I'm sorry. Should I hit the dump button?
Maybe.
Okay, because I embargoed it, but my bad. There have been quarterbacks that when they got signed to higher contracts, fan bases turned on them, in my experience. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dave here next on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hi, guys. Enjoy the show. Going back to what you guys said right before the break was signing Hutchinson. You're going to have to sign Branch in a couple of years. You're going to have to sign St. Brown. What I'm concerned about, we're going to lose our offensive coordinator this year.
Mm-hmm.
And Goff is very temperamental with what coordinator he gets. Now, and
wait. Hold on. You said Goff is temperamental with what coordinator he gets? Is that what you said?
Well, yeah, that's basically what happened in Los Angeles.
Okay. You're basing that on his McVay experience and his Ben Johnson experience.
Yeah, I may be wrong, but I just
you might be. You might not be. I feel like it feels a little bit to me like you're saying what happened with McVay was Goff's fault, and I'm not sure that's the case.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying, like your screener was saying, he was kind of comparing him, mentally with Tom Brady, figuring out stuff and all that, but he's not. When Tom Brady, even though if he got pressure on him and stuff, he was nothing like Goff, throwing the interceptions and all that.
Let's be clear here. He has some similarities to Brady, but nobody is or should put him in the Brady category.
No.
Right, exactly. Tom Brady just, he's the best, there ever was.
There's no point in even bringing it up. They can have similarities, but they're not, Brady is the GOAT.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Ben Johnson taking a job and becoming a head coach anywhere else. I'm not, because Dan Campbell's the one that started calling the plays when they let Anthony Lynn go. And that's when Jared Goff started to click. And Dan Campbell worked with Ben Johnson, and now they work together brilliantly, and they devise these plans, and here we go, and it works. I think that they've been in the system long enough that whomever Dan Campbell would appoint as the next offensive coordinator of this team, if Ben Johnson leaves, I'm not worried about it. Because
so you think they'll keep the same offensive scheme in there?
Sure. I think you always tweak it year to year, but why would you change the basic tenets of it?
The coordinator brings his own philosophy.
But you have the choice over who you bring in and why you bring them in.
It seems unlikely they'd bring somebody in that's not compatible with the quarterback.
Okay, that's my main concern, paying them $45 million, and then we end up with a Goff from Los Angeles.
Well, but think about it, Dave. If you're going to invest $45 million in a quarterback, why would you ever then go get a coordinator that doesn't align with that quarterback? You wouldn't.
Oh, I agree, but it has happened. We've seen it.
If they really F it up, yes. I hope that they don't F it up. That would be an example of really screwing it up. And I can't imagine them doing something to undermine the quarterback that they just had this kind of success with.
Yeah, listen, I think the number one reason, if you were to do this deep dive, the number one reason I think why Jared Goff has been successful in Detroit and why he was successful in Los Angeles early on in his career there and not so much later on is because of the running game. When you have a running game, it opens up everything else to you as a quarterback. And Jared Goff's maybe his best attribute as a player is the ability to do the play-action pass. He's an outstanding play-action passer, and you can't do that unless you have a running game. He had Todd Gurley early on in his career, and they went to the Super Bowl. and he was great. Jared Goff was great. Now he comes to Detroit. Detroit has this running game. Last year they had the running game. This year they have the running game, and he's been at the top of his game again. I think as long as you keep that, the key is keeping that offensive line together, making sure you've always got the running game, and you're going to get great Goff. Not good Goff, but great.
Yeah, I don't know how to rank the important things that have influenced Jared Goff, but I would say the running game is one. I think the offensive line, playing behind this line, helps a mobile quarterback. I think this coordinator does a great job of feeding into Jared Goff's strengths, and I think the staff as a whole has helped him build back the belief in himself that I think might have been wavering when he left LA. I think all those things combined have been absolutely massive in Act 2 of Jared Goff's career.
Well, and he's, can you say that he's made players better?
Yes.
Josh Reynolds has played outstanding since he's been here with the Lions. Khalif Raymond, I don't think maybe people thought he was going to be much of an offensive threat. He's a return guy, but when he's in the offense, he's a big part of it. Working with a rookie tight end. Mm-hmm. He came in the same year with the Lions that St. Brown did. We've developed this chemistry together right away. I mean, they're all working so well together, and he deserves credit for it.
All right, so we've talked a lot about Goff here. The topic really was that we wanted to go down is the window just opening? Is the window truly just opening? Because unfortunately, we have those that were around remember how the 1991 Lions were built. They and Dallas were built as the teams of the future in the NFC.
Yeah, and then that team couldn't decide on a quarterback. They used a first-round pick on Andre Ware, the Heisman Trophy winner, while they still had two other quarterbacks they were working in there. And then there were three quarterbacks when you threw in Galliano, Pete, and Kramer, and then here comes Andre Ware, and you don't know who the quarterback is. Not having that identity killed that team. And then you had the tragedies with the offensive linemen as well. That destroyed the team. This team is different. Well, this team has, knock on wood, that people can stay healthy. Right. That's the number one thing. But they've got a quarterback where there's no question. This is the guy. They've got an offensive line that is young and really good. They've got young and really good receivers and running backs. This offense, just looking at it from an offensive standpoint, it looks like this window could be here for a while. They're going to have to bring in an offensive lineman from time to time to replenish. And, you're always going to want to keep it fresh. But it looks like that part of it is ready to go.
There are other variables here that I want to discuss about whether or not this window is truly just opening. We will get to that today at 11:48. Plus more of your phone calls mixed in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, so is the window just opening for the Detroit Lions? We talked at length about Jared Goff and why we should be comfortable with him coming back on a new contract. What about the personnel? Do they have the personnel? It was Bill Barnwell of ESPN put together a list of rosters ranked from oldest to youngest. Okay, oldest to youngest. Any guesses where the Detroit Lions rank?
Youngest to be number one. Is that what you're saying?
Youngest would be, well, the way he's got him. I mean, number 1 or number 32. Where do you think they rank on the list of oldest to youngest? Like, example, the average player on the New Orleans Saints is 28.2 years old. That's the oldest in the league. They're at the top of the list.
Yeah, I would imagine the Lions are a young team, a very young team.
The Lions,
there might be 5 teams that are younger, maybe not even.
There are 4 teams that are younger.
Right,
well done. The average age of the Detroit Lions is 26.7, the 5th youngest team in the National Football League. So, I mean, they've got the personnel that's not about to age out.
No, I mean, how many players do they have that are north of 30? Is Decker?
Might be Decker, Germ, Glasgow. I'm guessing those would be some
older
of the
players on the team.
Those would be some of the older players for sure.
Hooker? Kidding.
Because he's an older quarterback, yes. It is a joke.
Get the joke out before everybody else gets
Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. Over 30, Bridgewater.
Right, and he's retiring.
Sudfeld is 30.
He's not there.
Vitae, 30.
He's not there.
Tyson Alua is 36.
I'm guessing he's not coming back.
No. Probably not a critical part of the future. That's it. Even their older players aren't.
So I'm saying their oldest player. I mean, Taylor Decker is the elder statesman of this team, and he's been there like 8 years.
And he's 29.
Yeah. And Goff is, 28, 29?
Yep. And Glasgow's 31. He's the contributor. Is he their oldest contributor? What's Germ? Did I miss Germ? Jalen Reeves, maybe. Guess how old he is?
28.
He's 28. Yeah. Feels like he's been here forever.
Because he came and left and came back.
This is a young team. Now, here's the most interesting part of this. A big part of the Lions' success and a big part of your success is winning the division, right? How about this? 2 of the teams that are younger than Detroit, one is the Chicago Bears, and the other is the Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers are the youngest team in the NFL. The Bears are the 3rd youngest team in the NFL. The Lions are the 5th youngest team in the NFL. There's 4 teams left in the NFC. The Lions and Packers are 2 of them. The Bears have a ton of resources with the pick at 1 and 8. Now, they don't have a 2nd-round pick. They gave it up for Montez Sweat, so they don't have a pick until the 3rd round. I think it's 75. But the Bears obviously have resources, and I think they still have some cap space, quite a bit of cap space.
Yeah, I mean, they just signed Sweat, but the allure of having that top pick and knowing you can go either way with it.
Yeah.
You can either use it on the quarterback or you can trade the pick.
Now,
and if you're going to, even if you use it on the quarterback, and you'd be trading Justin Fields, you'd be getting picks for Justin Fields. So you'd be actually getting younger.
I kind of feel like this is the biggest impediment to the Lions being around for the long haul, is that it seems clear to me this division has a chance to very quickly be the best division in football. I mean, the Packers are looking legit with Jordan Love and their young core of receivers.
Well, 2 of the final 4 in the NFC are from the North.
The Lions obviously are what they are. The Bears are an incredibly young team with, I think we all see how they could be good. So while the window might be opening for the Lions, it feels like it's also potentially opening here for the Packers and the Bears.
Yeah,
and there's a big difference between being the division champ and being a wild card.
This is the year that the Lions had to win the division because it was theirs to take. They were the best team in the division. And when you look at the standings, it wasn't even close. It was a 3-game difference. However, moving forward, this division is up for grabs. It's up for grabs to the Packers for sure. And depending on how the Bears, deal with the draft and what they're going to do with the quarterback situation, the Bears can be there right away. And if the Vikings, they've got some decisions to make on what they're going to do. But if they don't spend money on Cousins, can they spend money on a quarterback that cost them half as much on the free agent market, but is actually a pretty decent quarterback?
I wouldn't want to be a Vikings fan right now.
Because you're a little bit in no man's land here, right?
Yeah.
Because do you do it? Do you not do it? Do you start over? And if you're starting over, you're not likely to get a quarterback of substance. You wouldn't think where they're being drafting. You could. I happen to think Bo Nix is going to be a heck of a quarterback, and he'd be available in the middle of the first round if you wanted to, or maybe even the second round. If you want to go the J.J. McCarthy route, you could, but there are options there. But the bottom line is the Packers and the Bears and the Lions, they've got a head start.
Yep.
And the Lions have the biggest head start, although the Packers, the fact that they're in this Final Four as well, speaks well on what they're at. But that's a Packers and Lions are similar with having the young players on both sides of the ball. The difference is the Packers quarterback is younger, but he's not that much younger because he sat for a couple of years before he had his chance to play. It's just a little disconcerting that he's hit the ground running in his first year as a starter.
I'm real hesitant when we talk about windows for any teams, especially ours, of course, but because the NFL, not for long, right? You can turn it around quickly. There's this, everyone thinks there's this process you have to take, and you can take a process, baby steps, 1 win, 5 wins, 9 wins, win the division, whatever. Or you could be, worse in the division and win it the next year because it happens every year in the NFL. I worry about, that's why a lot of people wanted to quote unquote go for it at the trade deadline. I think you have to be responsible as a GM, of course. You got to make something that's sustainable, right? For years to come. You want to be competitive every single year. But you also know that window can close quickly. And before you know it, you're the darling of the dance, and then you're not even invited the next year.
Yep.
This happens all the time in the NFL, and they open up another playoff spot so other teams can get in now. Half the league basically makes the playoffs, guys. So we thought the Bears, maybe not we, but most of the national media thought the Bears were going to be terrible this year. They don't look that bad. How many games did they end up winning? 7?
I think there were 7 wins.
7 wins for that team, okay? That looked like they maybe didn't even belong in the division to start this year.
Including one over the Lions.
The Packers, what happened to that slow rebuild? I don't know. They're playing the Niners to get for a chance to go to the NFC Championship game already. So things happen quickly. I'm scared about the window thing, opening, closing. I think you always got to watch your back in this league. I mean, the Lions look like they're in a good position. Don't get me wrong. I don't remember as well as you guys did, but in 91, 92, how did it look for the Lions back then?
Great.
You know what I mean? They had the best running back in the league, an offense that couldn't be slowed down. Spielman, Benny Blades on defense. I don't know. And then they hadn't won a playoff game in the next 30 years. So I always worry about things when they look good. So I try to live in the right now, of course, and have an eye on the future. But I do trust Brad Holmes.
Yeah.
I do trust Dan Campbell more than I've trusted anybody else in this organization before them. So
nothing's a given, but the opportunity is there to be around for a while. But my hesitation isn't as much about that. My hesitation is I think the massive difference between winning the division and being a wild card is something that makes it worth winning the division and trying to win the division every year. And I think this division is going to be tough. I think this is about to be the toughest division in the NFC. And I mean, you can make the case it already is. In a strange way, because we got 2 teams standing here.
The case is made right now that it is.
Yep.
Without question.
Which I don't think it is, but I could use the 2 teams left standing as evidence that that's the case.
Well, it's amazing, and to Kang's point of how quickly things change. 8 weeks ago, people would have said, well, the NFC East, I mean, Dallas and Philly, these teams are really good.
Bye-bye.
I mean, amazing.
Yep.
Absolutely amazing.
All right, 248-539-9797. A little bit of careful what you wish for. Just a quick reminder. We will get to that today at 12:08. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson on a Wednesday. Just a reminder, you can stream the show. Always available on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can stream anywhere in the United States and Canada. And we got calls this week from all over the United States from Lions fans. That's why you want it. Secondly, is you can stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birchie Kid And Evan do a great job of content. In fact, Birchie just sent me a quote about this very topic of whether or not the window is just opening for the Lions. We'll get to that today at 12:02. And stream with video, twitch.tv. Search up, go to twitch.tv, put 971 the ticket in the search bar. Bam, there we are. You can see us with video and participate in the streaming chat. Same thing with YouTube, youtube.com. Search up 971 the ticket. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
What'd you have today?
Leftover chicken pasta.
Did you get it all over your face with that?
No, I spilled some water.
Doug grabs a towel and wipes it over from the head to the chin.
Got a little sloppy there, but trying to eat shorter break, shorter update. Didn't get it done, but yes, it was pretty good. Pretty good. All right, 248-539-9797. We've been discussing where the Lions are in the timeline of the Campbell Holmes era, and really whether or not this is just the beginning of what could be an unprecedented stretch of Lions football. This is really, really a very, we have reason to be optimistic. It's encouraging. They're doing this with one of the youngest rosters in the NFL. They seem to have a quarterback that is perfectly capable of winning and winning big. They've got, they don't have a lot of cumbersome contracts, but they got some guys that they're going to have to sign. But most importantly, they've got a GM that continues to populate the roster with young, inexpensive players, which allows you the luxury of bringing back your stars, your Goffs, your Sewells, your Amon-Ra's, and you could still field a competent team because you're finding guys like Kirby Joseph in the draft. You're finding guys later in the draft, James Houston, that can make plays for you, and they don't cost you much. Now, eventually, you got to pay those guys, and you got to decide which ones are worth keeping and which ones are worth letting walk. But ultimately, it's very encouraging where they are right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to pay Saint. He's getting into year 4, last year of his deal. So I think it's safe to say that he deserves to be paid, and that's going to be a big price. Wide receiver, young as he is, that's going to cost a ton of money.
But one of the best parts about this is one of the most, look, as we talk about impediments, I think the biggest impediment might be that we might be entering to an era where the NFC North is the toughest division in the NFC, given that the Bears and the Packers actually have younger rosters. The Packers are already doing it, and the Bears have potential to do it. Now, they could go screw it up, which, isn't a stretch that the Bears will screw it up.
The key to this whole thing being sustainable, as simple as it is, it's Jared Goff. He continues to play the way he's playing. You will always have a chance. Now, the question is, why is Jared Goff playing so well, right? Is it Ben Johnson? Is it a running game? Is it an offensive line? I'm sure it's a mixture of all that stuff. But as long as you get Jared Goff to play this well, you will always have a chance. And paying guys like St. Brown and Kirby Joseph or Hutchinson, that's a good problem to have because that means you're drafting well, you're acquiring the right players. That's the cost of doing business. You got to pay up to keep those guys. And some might not make it through, and then you'll have to – that's where Brad Holmes gets back to work, and he hits the draft again, right? So but that's a good problem. But I still go back to sustainability. It's all on Jared Goff. If he plays well, you will always have a chance, and you're just going to have to build around him and keep him upright.
248-539-9797. Brennan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Brennan?
How you guys doing today?
Good. Thank you.
I just wanted to go over the future of this Lions quarterbacking position. I think if you're Campbell, you have Hooker learn from Goff and eventually start. I feel like Hooker has a lot of potential. He's a pocket passer that can extend plays. And what are your guys' thoughts about the future of Hendon Hooker in the Lions franchise?
Well, there's nothing wrong with developing him. I think in some world, it would be great if he was as good as Jared Goff. And hopefully he will be and becomes a useful part. You need 2 quarterbacks, and he'll be under contract for a while. So it'd be nice if he emerges as a quality backup while Goff continues to play at this level.
That's
the way I look at it.
He's got 3 more years on the deal because he's not a first-round pick, so it's a 4-year contract. I'm a huge Hendon Hooker fan based on what he did in college at Tennessee. He was amazing, particularly throwing the deep pass. And obviously this year we haven't seen anything because he was rehabbing from the injury. And we'll know more about his abilities next year when you actually get a chance to see him play in the preseason, in a full training camp, and perhaps even in some duties during the game. But right now it's Jared Goff's team, and he's great. And Hendon Hooker has the escapability and the mobility factor that Jared Goff doesn't have. But Jared Goff's got all this experience, and he's got several really good years, including the last 2 here in Detroit.
Yeah, guys, I definitely think Hooker's got a lot of potential. I think he can lead this team to a Super Bowl.
Wow.
But what about so what do you think about Jared Goff? Because he's the guy now who's potentially leading this team to a Super Bowl. Do you?
I love Goff. I think if they do get tripped up, it'll be against the 49ers. But yeah, I love Goff.
So if you love Goff, why are you bringing up Hooker?
Because I like looking at the future here. Like, this is great right now, but
what's the
where are we
future? Is
gonna
the
go after
future
Goff
2
gets
years
the
from
role?
now, or is the future 5 years from now that you're looking at?
I would say 5 years from now.
Okay, so you're fine with if they sign Goff to a contract for the next 5 years?
Oh, 100%.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
I was always that you win a playoff game. Yeah, sign Goff, long-term extension for sure.
I can't look. I'm not comfortable.
I just want to make
with
sure that he wasn't ready to push him out.
with a quarterback that we literally haven't seen take an NFL snap to say, I think you can win a Super Bowl with him.
No bigger fan of Hendon Hooker than me.
But let me just say, I'm not comfortable making that prediction.
I can't say that.
All right, I mentioned that there was a player who had a quote about the Lions' future. This is interesting, and the Birchie kid had this, and it hasn't been put in a story yet, but he may put it in a story. Something he got out of the locker room Sunday from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Quote, I've been on winning football teams before. I'm a 6-year vet. I've seen a lot of ball. This team has what it takes to be dominant for the next couple of years. With the players they have, the guys we got in the front office that's helping us build it, I knew what was going on when I first signed here in March, and the coaches knew what was going on. So I think it's surprising y'all before it's surprising me.
Well, I'd like to hear that from a guy who didn't he just sign a 1-year deal?
Yep.
So does he want to be here for the next couple of years while this team has that window?
Yes, please.
Because that'd be nice to have a healthy C.J. Gardner-Johnson that we haven't seen.
Sure as hell would.
Even though he's playing, and I'm glad he's playing. It means he's good enough to play, and he's a better option than what they have. So, great. Love to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
But things can change so quickly, like King has pointed out. And it's a very astute comment. And it's not just what can happen in an off season that changes the team. It's what can happen during the season that can change a team. Now, I feel like Dan Campbell's got a firm command on this team in terms of the culture fit and everything else, that they're not going to ever have a Philadelphia situation. But what happened in Philly this season, it's really mind-boggling.
It's a stark reminder how quickly something can unravel. They were cruising. They were 10-1.
Yeah, they were 10-1. And they were winning games. Their defense was outstanding through those first 11 games. The offense really hadn't gotten on track. The passing offense had not gotten on track yet with Jalen Hurts, but they were running the ball. DeAndre Swift was getting it done, and they were just winning games.
Yep.
And then everything
They were like the
changed.
worst team in the league.
Yeah.
They won one game after that, after the 10-1
it's
start.
Unbelievable.
It's
unbelievable.
And so, yeah, it happens quickly. What you're hoping is Dan Campbell is like Mike Tomlin or Belichick or Andy Reid. You know, the guy that's a mainstay that keeps this thing going.
Think of the lofty names you just put him in the company of, but I'm with you. It's like it's the same exactly. Is Dan Campbell going to be heralded like that? I mean, when we do shows 10 years from now, are we going to be talking about the Mount Rushmore of current NFL coaches and Dan Campbell's among them?
Yes, that's exactly what we're going to be doing. God, I hope. 248-539-9797. All right, I said careful what you wish for. It's funny. We are going to watch collectively as a community that San Francisco Green Bay game. And without question, we're going to be rooting for Green Bay. It's another home game. Chance to go to the Super Bowl at Ford Field. And not that we probably need this, but remember what happened the last time Green Bay came into Ford Field.
Yeah.
It was kind of embarrassing.
First play, 52 yards, Christian Watson, right down the middle, deep field.
Yep. They've already come in here and won.
Mm-hmm.
And, we're sitting here with great confidence about the Lions game against Tampa, in part because Lions have already beat Tampa and they did it there. Green Bay beat Detroit in Detroit.
Well, Doug, there's no easy road to get to the Super Bowl.
No, it's hard. It should be hard, and just kind of a little reminder.
I hear what you're saying, and I think Green Bay is an awfully tough team right now.
I hate it.
Playing so well.
Effers.
But so are the Lions.
I don't think it's disrespect for the Packers. It's more so, even if the Niners won and then the Lions get to host the game, we'd be rooting for the Niners. You know, like even if you think the Niners are a tougher team, we just want the home game.
Yep.
It's exactly it. I just want the home game.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up a little bit later. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Dante, you're next. What's up, Dante?
Hey, last year when the league was, teams were like grooming
Johnson to take him out of here, I was nervous.
Yeah.
And then I remembered, our quarterback coach is Mark Brunell. Like, I don't think they're shopping anywhere. I think they're grooming Brunell to step in. 19 years in the league, over 37,000 yards. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's probably already entrenched in a culture to where he's part of the play development with Ben Johnson, all that stuff. Mark my words, guys, and I'll come back on the air if Ben leaves and it happens. Like, they are going to move up Mark Brunell to offensive coordinator.
I think there's a strong possibility that that's the case. And look, if Ben Johnson gets hired away by somebody, Dan Campbell's response isn't going to be, what? He's not going to be surprised. He wasn't surprised at all last year. He wouldn't be surprised this year, which means through this entire season where they've had this borderline unprecedented success, modern era unprecedented success, he's been probably grooming Mark Brunell or someone and already given this a ton of thought. It's not going to catch him off guard.
No, I've always been amazed at the way coaches, when other guys on their staff, coordinators on their staff, start getting mentioned as head coaching jobs, that the head coach, when asked about things like that, they are nothing but effusive in their praise of those coordinators. And like, they couldn't be happier for them for getting the opportunities to interview for other jobs and maybe even getting those jobs. It's kind of interesting to me because you would think you don't want to shake anything up. You want to keep this boat riding as smoothly as possible. You don't want anybody rating your talent, and yet the coaches are always like, oh, that'd be awesome for you. Good luck. I hope you get it, man. Go get it. And part of that, I think, is because they have the confidence in knowing how to identify the next coach.
Right. And then the whole with grooming the next quarterback like Green Bay has down to a T, that's something we need to look at. And being able to promote within, like unlike the Eagles where you had a drastic culture shift by losing both coordinators, and I think that was part of their downfall. It was part of it. But like having Brunell here, already a year with Hooker, like we need to look at that whole aspect and catch on with Green, because there's been nothing but success. Green Bay's got it down. We need to figure that out as well. All right, guys, have a great week.
Thank you, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ron next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ron.
Hey, man, great show as usual.
Thank you.
I was just a few thoughts. Caller before last, I don't know if he didn't just want to say it. I like Jared Goff. I think Jared Goff has exceeded what the expectations were, at least in my book. But I just don't see him as the face of the franchise for the future.
You don't?
I'd like to see Hendon Hooker. I think while Jared Goff can maintain, he just doesn't have that athleticism to extend the play. If that pocket collapses even a little bit, he's done. And that's what I see, and that's what worries me. That's my first point.
Well, hang on. We can go back and forth here. So, does that happen a lot?
Too much for my comfort.
Really?
Toward the end there, man, he was, it's like as soon as that pocket collapses, he's throwing the ball at the receiver's feet in the dirt. That's one thing. Or he's spinning around and getting sacked. That's the other thing. Or he throws a pick.
Okay, he only got sacked. He got sacked 30 times this year. That's not much. He's protected very well. He threw for the second most yards in the NFL this season and had 30 touchdown passes. These plays that happen, they happen to every quarterback, and they don't happen that much to our quarterback.
As immobile as he is, the Lions had, only 3 teams gave up fewer sacks.
I think we would do better, or we could have some of those outcomes of some of those games that we lost. I think it was like right after the Baltimore game, I think it was where there was a number where he threw like 7 picks and 6 fumbles.
Yeah, he had a bad stretch. And he also had a stretch where he had like 360 attempts without throwing an interception.
Oh, and as soon as they mentioned it, that's when it started.
Okay, but he did have that stretch.
And he's, like I said, he's a decent quarterback.
He's more than a decent quarterback, man. He's a really good quarterback. He lacks one thing. Ron, he lacks one thing, and it's the one thing that you're hammering on, and that is he doesn't have great escapability, doesn't have great mobility. There's no question. That's his Achilles heel. But what about everything else? Does he do everything else really well?
Yeah, he does everything else well. I'll say that. I like his accuracy based on who we had before. I will definitely say that, okay? But again, don't you think with this being a passing league that it's important for your quarterback to not be like Tom Brady?
I don't know.
where
This guy has the second most passing yards in the NFL this season, and you're breaking him down because he's gotten sacked.
Nope, not breaking him down. I'm just saying.
You're saying Hendon Hooker's a better option.
No. What I said was I don't know if he's the franchise quarterback. If I would want him to be my franchise quarterback going forward for the next 5 years, like the other caller had said.
I guess you and I have a fundamental disagreement, and I've said it a million times.
No, that's
and Ron, I think it's the most overrated attribute of a quarterback is their mobility. You obviously hold it. Yes, I do. You hold it in a much higher regard than I do. If I had to list all the things it takes to be a good quarterback, mobility is great when you've got it, but it's behind accuracy. It's behind ability to process information quickly. It's behind arm strength. It's behind leadership qualities.
We both. Now, can we agree? You think he has?
He's got plenty of NFL arm strength. Plenty of it.
Okay, let me ask this before you guys cut me off real quick. Are you afraid that the Lions could possibly be looking past Tampa Bay too soon?
No, I don't.
I don't think the coaching staff lets him do that. I don't think that the quarterback. Let's put it in. Jared Goff is a tremendous leader in this team. He is so well respected in that room. This team is not looking past anyone. This team is looking forward to the next opportunity, which is Tampa Bay on Sunday.
You know how this works in our line of work. You take a call, and you know you're about to get a million other calls because of one call.
Yeah. Well, either people agree with him, which I said, that's the one thing that Lions fans are reluctant to totally fully embrace Jared Goff is because of that.
Well,
even though they should,
I think the
because of
majority of the
everything else we
calls.
said.
I think the majority of the calls we are about to get aren't going to agree with him.
Probably not.
It's crazy because, I mean, you've mentioned it before, Gator, of course. Like, yeah, this is not breaking news. Jared Goff, not that mobile.
He might be the most immobile quarterback in the NFL.
He ain't going to get away from a lot of, I mean, the rush comes, he's probably done. You just tuck it, take the loss of yardage and move on to the next down. But people want to sacrifice everything else a quarterback literally does because he's not mobile enough. Like, the man is out there, how many yards is he throwing? How many touchdowns is he throwing? How accurate is he? All the stuff that really matters for a quarterback because he's not mobile enough. I wish he was more mobile, guys do. I really do, man. It's frustrating. If, like, someone grabs a shoelace, he's going down probably. Okay, right. I get that. Are you willing to ignore everything else? The 12 wins, the playoff wins, all the touchdown passes because
the yards,
the accuracy, all that.
How do you ignore the rest of that stuff?
Here's what happens, and he even cited it. He brought up the Baltimore game. So the Baltimore game, you have it on two fronts. You have Baltimore hammering the quarterback, and the offense not being able to do anything. Baltimore's defense is legit. Bad day at the office for the Lions, right? But on top of that, you had the other example, which was Lamar Jackson, who's the most mobile quarterback in football, and Lamar had a day. And Lamar's had a season.
Lamar's going to win the MVP.
Right. But that's unfortunately
not everyone can do everything.
Of course not. And that's the example someone's going to bring up. It's like before with the previous quarterback, and people would hold him up to the standard of Tom Brady. It's not fair. Like don't hold Jared Goff being immobile to the standard of Lamar Jackson.
As soon as you get a guy who's mobile, let's say they got Hendon Hooker in there, we'd get a call going, I wish he was more accurate like Jared Goff. Like, I wish he could throw like Jared Goff. I wish he could process information like Jared Goff.
Jared Goff has got a winning record in the postseason. It's taken a team to the Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson's 1-3 in the postseason. And look, I
don't even want to compare the two.
I don't even either. They're just completely different quarterbacks.
Yeah.
They're totally different quarterbacks, different style quarterbacks. And Jared Goff has some things he does better than Lamar, and Lamar has some things he does better than Jared. But
I like a guy a lot.
Dude, we got 11 phone lines packed all of a sudden. 248-539-9797. Jeff is next. Hi, Jeff.
Hi, how are you guys?
All right, okay. Jeff.
So I got a couple things here. The first one would be I think Jared Goff brings something to this team that no previous quarterback has ever brought to the team with his leadership and how he can kind of break down and the support that he gets from the team. And I think that's a really big quality that we haven't seen in Detroit yet.
I think that this is his team. I don't think there's any question that this is his team.
And you can see that by your interviews with him on Tuesdays.
I see it more from where I hear the other players talk about him. But I see why he's a good leader, and all the stuff about not making it about him and this is a team game. And then I heard the players, but the players wanted to win it for him.
Yep. So my other point is I've been kind of NFL free since 1999. When Barry retired, I kind of quit, said I'm done with the NFL. And actually this year has brought me back to the NFL. And I've also went to the next step, and I'm on the waiting list to get season tickets for next year. And I'll be at the division playoff game this Sunday.
Well, enjoy, my friend. Enjoy.
Thank you.
248-539-9797. We might push back the Are You Going to Eat That? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. You're exactly right. Gator just said to me as we were coming out of commercial break, buckle up.
Here we go. Shall we?
Let's go to your phone calls.
Let's dive in.
Matt, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hi, you guys. Hey, I like your show very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
You know, the football is a team thing, and the games that they've lost this year mostly has because they haven't defended well in the backfield. It didn't have anything to do with Jared Goff, frankly, and they're going to have to spend money for defense and whatnot. But, you know, Doug Flutie, he was really mobile, and Andre Ware was really mobile, and Tim Tebow was really mobile. So whatever. I mean, it makes no difference. It's a matter of winning. And then I wanted to speak up for Brian Branch. I think he's been their best defensive player, maybe except for Hutchinson all year. He's been brilliant. He was man-to-man on Cooper Kupp, and Cooper Kupp did nothing on Sunday. And I just really like to sing the praises. He's my favorite defensive player.
Yeah, Branch has been great.
Great addition to this team. Great draft pick. Maybe they're best from this draft, given where they got him.
Well, just say period. What he is, he's been fantastic for the team, and Matt's right. You know, he's locking up Cooper Kupp, and he had a couple penalties go against him, but he's enough to slow things down, and he's been a sure tackler as well, and a steal for this team. That he was available to them in the second round, and they did not waste any time.
Hey, what a second round. What a second round. I mean, we went through an era where I felt like the Lions' second round picks were cursed, and they just hit a home run with two of them. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Charles next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Charles.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
Hey, I just want to say you guys are nailing it. The last caller absolutely nailed it. About 10 minutes ago, I was about to drive off the road. I was so frustrated listening to these guys dog Jared Goff. Listen, just like this last caller was saying, Andre Ware, a modern comparison, Tyler Huntley, right? You want to talk about Lamar? Lamar's great, obviously. MVP kind of caliber guy. Tyler Huntley is just as mobile, or maybe not just as mobile, but a quarterback. But Tyler Huntley's not a starter in this league. There are things that quarterbacks have to be able to do to make them starters and top 10, 5 potentially quality starters in this league. And Jared Goff has all of those qualities except for mobility, which is not necessary. It's great, but it's not more important than these things that make Goff a winner.
Bingo.
And these guys are prioritizing him being, a 4-5 guy above being able to process quickly, being able to throw the ball accurately and get through these reads, which has gotten the Lions 12 wins. I'm telling you, these Lions fans have no idea what's going on.
We're at an unprecedented place, okay? For modern era, 32 years, right? We're going somewhere that another playoff game, and quite frankly, another one at home in the Super Bowl era. This is a first, and I'm reveling in all the things they are, and then we get a call about what their leader isn't, and we could do that. He wasn't inaccurate, his description of Jared Goff. I'm not sure the point of the call. I'm not sure why. This seems like an odd time to bring up what Jared Goff can't do. But if that's
because it is an odd time.
If that's the first thing that's on his mind, I guess I'm wired differently, and people are different, and that's okay. But it compelled him to pick up the phone and call and talk about Jared Goff. I mean, we were talking about the future, so maybe that's why. And he's like, look, Jared Goff isn't mobile enough for him to be a franchise quarterback. And whatever franchise quarterback means, I just want him to re-sign him and have him be the quarterback for the next 4 or 5 years.
Maybe this is the point.
Keep doing all this winning that he's doing.
Well, I like the winning. But maybe this is the point, is that he's looking at Jared Goff like he's a movable object, like quarterbacks are. Like, hey, if I took Jared Goff and dropped him into this offense, would he be the same guy? Probably not. That's the advantage of being here right now. It clicks for this team. He's a perfect fit for this team because his lack of mobility is made up by a great offensive line and a great running game and having a quarterback that knows how to make the throws and where they're supposed to go. It's all made up because of that. Now, if he goes to a team that doesn't have an offensive line and doesn't have a good running attack, what does he look like? Does he look like Jared Goff the last couple of years in Los Angeles?
Right.
which might be the case. He's in a great situation here. He's got coaches who believe in him, an offensive line that protects, and an offense that he can command and has. And they're ready to play their second playoff game of the season, and they're playing it at home, and they're 6-point favorites.
But Gator, he's not mobile enough.
I mean,
I just got to say that. Like, if you want us to say he's not perfect, hey, you know what?
Right,
He's not perfect.
He's
We'll
not.
say it, right?
Right.
But
Be the first to say it.
And if you emphasize, if it's that important for you that your quarterback is mobile, then Jared Goff must be one of the best quarterbacks in the league to overcome this disability that he has to lead this team to a playoff win, this record, a home playoff game, those passing yards, the touchdowns.
I don't need to use the mobile quarterbacks that the other caller had mentioned because I think those were horrible examples of bringing up, Tim Tebow or
they're like the
Andre
worst mobile
Ware. Yeah,
quarterbacks.
like, no, don't do that. But let's use good ones, right? Like, for instance, Kyler Murray. Would you trade Kyler Murray for Jared Goff? Would you rather have Kyler Murray running this offense?
No.
Hell no. Because I don't think Kyler Murray can throw like Jared Goff can throw. I don't think Kyler Murray can command an offense like Jared Goff can. And I like Kyler Murray, but I like him mostly because of I think he can make plays with his feet, but with the Lions, he wouldn't have to. So then you have to use everything else. Oh, can you throw accurately? Can you throw it where it needs to be? No, you can't. Then get out of here. You're not a fit. Just like Goff may not be a fit in other teams that have no offensive line. But we have an offensive line, and he's the perfect fit here.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Isaac next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Isaac.
Guys, how are you?
Good, Isaac.
I'm baffled. We haven't had a division in 30 years, haven't had a home playoff game in 30 years. We just won a home playoff game. I was an ardent Stafford supporter, and he never did any of that, and people are somehow disappointed in Jared Goff. I think the reason I like Jared Goff the most is he's kind of like Detroit, right? He wasn't good enough. He was cast aside. We need to move on. You're not good enough for L.A. And he came here, and instead of curling up in a ball and making excuses, he buckled down, worked hard, and now look where he's at. One of my proudest moments of being a Detroiter and a Lions fan is everybody knew he probably had some doubt going into that game with all the drama and all the emotion. I had never heard Ford Field chant Matt Stafford's name, and they did that the entire game that I was there. Think how that made him feel, right? I mean, that's our quarterback.
Yep.
I can't believe people aren't standing behind him, and we're going to win Sunday.
Well, look, based upon what I'm looking at on hold, our guy, and again, he's entitled to his opinion and try to be as respectful as we can be. I just couldn't disagree more about the importance of mobility. He basically said, I don't want Jared Goff to be our quarterback because he's not mobile. And I'm like, wow. This is why that call alone is why I think mobility is overrated.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's sexy. People like to watch those plays, but it doesn't mean anything. Like Kyler Murray, I would trade him for Jared Goff as long as Call of Duty wasn't being released during the season. You know what I mean, come on. What are we doing here, right? We're going to win Sunday. Everybody stand behind them. I got nothing but faith. I think a lot of it goes into chemistry, too. Like, that's a team. They love each other. They love playing for each other. Trade nobody. Lock them up. Let's see what we can do for the next 5 years.
Let's roll.
And that chemistry is on Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell for looking for the players that fit what they're doing.
D is next on 97.1. Hi, D.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, D.
Hey, man, I'm kind of with the last guy, man. I'm blown away. I'm blown away with the hate that Jared Goff is getting right now. You got a guy that just brought you a division championship, over 4,500 yards in the air, been through the mud, you know what I'm saying, with us. Brought us our first playoff game in 32 years. McVay didn't want him. L.A. didn't want him. He came here and brought us all of that, and you still got people talking about, well, I don't think. Look, I was one of those guys, too, on Thanksgiving when they played the Bills. I didn't think he was our guy when he threw that pick. But you want to know something? He bounced back from that, and now we're in the playoffs. Second round. Looking like we're going to win it. I don't want to talk too soon about it, but it looks pretty good. And this guy still can't get no love, man. Get off his back.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Get off his back. He's our quarterback.
D, I don't think he's gotten a lot of hate. We got one call. I don't think it's he can't get any love. We got one call. But, I mean, if you think about the reality of where we sit here on January 17th of 2024, things have never been more promising. They're in the second round of the NFL playoffs with a home game against a team that we know they can beat. It doesn't mean they're going to beat them, but we know they can beat them. And it's not ridiculous to think that they could be hosting the NFC title game. Oh, by the way, the coaching staff is competent. The general manager is competent. And we have one of the youngest rosters in the NFL. Tell me a time that has been more promising than this.
Hasn't been.
We've had incredible games and wins and highlights and Barry and Calvin and Stafford and passing records. It has never been more promising than right here, right now. If you don't want to keep the train on the tracks, I don't know what else to tell you. If you don't want to see this thing through, I don't know what else to tell you. It's never been more promising than this. Full stop. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, every home has a water score. Do you know what yours is? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score isn't as high as it should be. Contact CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, to find out your water score. They'll test your water. They did ours. They'll do it for free. They'll survey your home to rank your water. If you're not satisfied with your water score, CGC can recommend the Connecticut water treatment solution to improve it. They did it for us. They'll do it for you. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. you do this long enough and you talk to enough people and you realize that some people have non-negotiables, that they just can't get past something. And I swear we've done this for a lot of teams. We've done it for the Red Wings. Oh, they're not tough enough. Or you've done it with, in this case, Jared Goff, not mobile enough. If somebody has a non-negotiable, you can't really move past it. And in that guy's opinion, who called earlier this hour and said he doesn't think Goff is the face of the franchise or the quarterback he wants in the future because he's not mobile enough. I'm just like, dude, if that's your non-negotiable, then our conversation's kind of over. Now, I would encourage that person to look at the big picture and don't get wrapped up in the traits of the individual as much as you see, quoting what I heard a million times in the Michigan locker room this year, keep the main thing, which is the winning of the football games. And if you can keep the main thing, and not get wrapped up in the traits of the individuals, et cetera, the play calling, do whatever it takes to win games, in spite of whatever shortcomings you may have, if you can still find a way to win the game, it's one of those kind of who cares how you got there. Get the job done. 248-539-9797, which was what I heard from receivers in the locker room after they ran it 32 times in a row against Penn State, or when JJ only threw so many passes, or Donovan Edwards wasn't putting up numbers. Keep the main thing. And the main thing with the Lions is all the winning. Let's go to Marcus next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Marcus.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good, thank you.
So I just want to touch on, me personally, I love Goff. I think the city appreciate what he's doing, but we was talking about the future of the Detroit Lions, and I just think it's a lot of Lions fans out here who really thinks that it's another level to the Lions that haven't been unlocked yet. As far as it's not about the mobility with Goff, it's more about the consistency with the deep ball. I don't think that we have unlocked the deep ball enough with some of our speed receivers, and I just think people forgetting that if Hendon Hooker wasn't hurt, he was easily a top 5 pick, and we got him in the 3rd round. So I think that's what a lot of people are saying when they say about the Goff thing. It's just a whole nother level that hasn't been unlocked yet, as good as we are.
Well, it's the unknown. We don't know what Hendon Hooker is going to look like in the NFL. There are plenty of quarterbacks who are outstanding in college and just couldn't make it in the NFL. I'm a huge Hendon Hooker fan. I loved what he did at Tennessee. I can't wait to see what he can do in the pros, but not at the expense of the guy who's earned the job right now and has his team ready to play for their 2nd playoff game of the year.
I agree. I'm just loving what I'm seeing with the Lions. I'm a huge fan. I'm glad they winning now. But I think it's another level to be unlocked. And do Goff bring that? We'll see. But I think
let me ask you this, Marcus. Let me ask you this, because clearly, Goff doesn't have the mobility that Hendon Hooker does. But if Goff has also thrown the ball a hell of a lot more downfield this year than he ever has with the Lions, and he's actually been pretty good at it. If he continues to improve, and then you start to unlock Jamison Williams, does that change how you feel?
Yeah, of course it changes how I feel, but my thing is, how much better do you think Goff is really going to get? Do you think he has?
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Who is the Lions' downfield speed receiver?
Jamison Williams.
The guy with very little experience. The guy that's just starting to scrape the surface of who he's going to be. The downfield passing game is a product of quarterback and wide receiver. One is a veteran quarterback. The other is a very young receiver. I think that I don't know that blaming Goff is wrong, but my first thought on this is that's an aspect that Jamison Williams, going deep is more than just sprinting down the field. Like, there's a lot more to it. There was a deep ball thrown in the Baltimore game where Goff was, Jamison Williams was looking over his right shoulder and the ball came over his left shoulder. Is just based on the merits and the track records of these two players. One is a veteran that's been in the league that is totally in sync with his offensive coordinator. The other's a young receiver who's essentially a rookie who's just getting back up to speed. That's a downfield ball that's incomplete that might not be on the quarterback. Might not be. And so, the biggest weapon they have down the field, and this is, again, getting caught up in the minutia and not looking at the main thing. He's not keeping the main thing. Yeah, but they don't throw it deep. Well, it could be better, but they also, didn't they lead the league in pass plays of more than 20 yards?
I think they may have, and they points per game. There were only 4 teams that scored more points per game than the Lions.
Yeah.
And the differential in that was less than 3 points. Lions averaged over 27 points a game, and the Cowboys were number 1 in the league at 29.9. They score plenty. Now, would it unlock some things? Would you like to see get over the 30 total? Absolutely. And I do think that Jameson Williams is going to be a big part of this team in the years to come. And I think we're going to see more explosiveness in the offense. As long as they continue to keep that offensive line together and keep that thing working to protect the quarterback, Jared Goff can do anything.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
How's it going, fellas?
Okay. So go ahead, Joe.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
How's it going, fellas? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we
can. All right. Sorry. So touching back to what Marcus was saying, I kind of think that, I love Goff too, right? But I think if he doesn't get us the Super Bowl here, I honestly think that, with it, we only re-sign him for maybe another 2 to 3 years. Let Hooker develop under him, or even, maybe bring in another rookie quarterback from another team. I'm not sure, but let Hooker develop, and then Hooker be our main guy while we send Goff off. Because I was only born in 06, right? So the only 2 quarterbacks I've seen are Stafford and Goff, but I realize that Stafford, we kind of held on to Stafford for too long, in my opinion. So I don't want us to fall in that same trap with Goff where we hold him on for, if he doesn't win us the Super Bowl.
Goff's he's already done more than what Stafford did in Detroit in terms of the playoffs because he won the game.
You don't want to build around Jared Goff if he doesn't win the Super Bowl or doesn't get to the Super Bowl.
I say get to it. If he gets there, then I say another 4 to 5 years.
Okay.
If he loses to Tampa Bay, I'm not too sure. And like I said, Hooker, I'm sure Hooker's had time to develop under Teddy Bridgewater. They were both relatively mobile QBs, right? So I think Hendon Hooker has such great potential, and clearly Jared Goff will be a great mentor to Hendon Hooker. That's why, because we're not getting rid of Jared Goff after this season, clearly not. But I feel like Jared Goff doesn't have what it takes if he loses.
Why doesn't it? Why is it? You said a lot of, platitudes here. Why don't you think he has what it takes? What does he lack outside of mobility? What does he lack?
I feel like he's just not. I don't know. I feel like he just doesn't. I've seen the locker room videos, right, and I've seen the chemistry he's built with his teammates, and that's why I said we keep him around. But I feel like Jared Goff just doesn't have that ability. If he
what ability? Spit it out. What are you saying?
The ability to lead his team to the Super Bowl. If he doesn't have that ability, I feel like why do we keep him around for so long?
So you think you think this is the best team in the NFC outside of Jared Goff? That the quarterback that's doing his job, this team should be playing in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, if Jared Goff can't get our team to the Super Bowl, they
don't get there. It's on Goff.
No, it's not entirely on Goff, but it's definitely I feel plays a big factor.
That just happened.
If Joe doesn't feel it, then certainly move on.
I don't understand. Did he just? We just took a call. It said if he doesn't take this team to the Super Bowl and win, then they got to let him go.
No, he said just to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And
this year.
Yeah. And
then you should move on.
They're the best team in the NFC. They have the best roster in the NFC. And that if they don't make it there, he implied it was all on Goff. He walked it back, but
I don't think everyone feels this way, but I think it sounds like people think it's easy to play this well in this league.
I think
the way
so.
Jared Goff is playing, they think that anyone can do this.
And the amount of faith in Hendon Hooker being better than Jared Goff is blowing my mind right now. And I'm not anti-Hendon Hooker. I think it's great to have him. I hope he develops into a great backup quarterback here over the next 3 seasons that he's under contract, and then they can make a decision. At the end of the day, though, I can't believe how much faith people are putting in this guy that we haven't even seen throw an NFL pass.
Just door number 2, whether it's
He's
Hooker or
literally
anybody
door
else.
Number 2. Like they want to take their chances on Hendon Hooker, who is as unproven as you could possibly be.
By the way, you're going to get your wish as in because they're going to extend Goff as they should, and you're still going to have Hendon Hooker behind him, so they're going to have both guys still.
You know, one of my favorite phrases is don't be afraid to give up the good for the great. If you're going to give up the good for the great, there are no guarantees that Hendon Hooker is the great. By saying something like that, that's like, okay, you know who's available? Patrick Mahomes is available. And would I give up Jared Goff for Patrick Mahomes? Of course.
Yeah.
That's giving up the good for the great. If you're going to give up on Jared Goff because the Lions don't make it to the Super Bowl this year, and you want to hand it over to Hendon Hooker right away before you've seen him take a single snap, I think it might be foolish.
That goes back to Holmes' statement of it's a lot easier to get worse at quarterback than get better
Yes.
in this league.
Yep.
It's really hard to do what Jared Goff is doing. I don't think people realize.
I don't think they do at all.
Like how hard it is to do what the Lions are doing right there. They're hosting a second playoff game.
You know what? It's weird. I feel like players that go first overall in the draft get the benefit of the doubt usually. Not this guy in some people's minds. He went 1-1. This isn't some walk-on. This isn't Mr. Irrelevant.
Well, maybe, people have seen whether, not 1-1, but 1-2. Carson Wentz has fizzled out. That you saw Sam Darnold fizzle out. There have been a bunch of them. Baker Mayfield's a reclamation project right now, and good for him. But I don't know. I think that expectation is ridiculous right now. To say this year. It's like this year or bust. Move on. What?
I mean, if they don't go to the Super Bowl, they should move on from Goff.
All right, listen, it's one guy.
No, but we've taken 3 or 4 calls now.
But not like that.
No,
I mean,
that's
that was a ridiculous standard from a 16-year-old.
97-1.
The Lions' wildcard win over the Rams averaged 35.8 million viewers Sunday night, making it the most-watched primetime TV event since last year's Super Bowl. NBC just releasing those numbers. Jim Harbaugh has interviewed with the Chargers and Falcons about their vacant head coach positions. He's reportedly still engaged in contract negotiations with Michigan, though, and is seeking major concessions from U of M. Reports say Harbaugh wants immunity from any NCAA penalties that could result from either of the ongoing investigations into the Wolverines football program. He also wants language within the contract preventing U of M's athletic director from being able to unilaterally fire him for cause, instead putting that matter, should it ever arise, before a panel of 3 arbitrators. Most curiously, though, if a new deal is reached, Harbaugh doesn't want it to take effect until after February 15th. This reportedly because Michigan wants his new buyout amount to be $4 million. It's currently $1.5 million, which is where Harbaugh allegedly wants it to remain through the rest of the current NFL hiring cycle. John Harbaugh joined Adam Schefter's podcast today to talk about the kind of coach an NFL team would be getting if they were to hire his brother. The Red Wings are at the Panthers tonight, and netminder Alex Lyons returned to Southeast Florida. They'll be without Patrick Kane for the rest of this road trip. His lower body injury isn't related to the hip injury he recently returned from. Wings and Panthers skate here on 97.1, coverage starting at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Deep breaths, man. Keep the main thing the main thing. The winning. And the best situation they've been in a while, and yet there are some people that are in favor of some pretty major changes. People that are in favor of moving on from the quarterback, not re-signing him. And look, we're talking about re-signing to a reasonable contract. If he comes in wants $65 million a year, well, it might be different. You can't have something that's going to handcuff your franchise moving forward, but it feels like Jared Goff wants to be here. And I will repeat that it feels like the bulk of Lions fans love this guy as their quarterback. And they showed it Sunday night. And they've shown it on these airwaves until today, when we have had and we're open to a variety of different opinions, okay? We like to be a safe space where people can share their thoughts. But I think some of the thoughts we've gotten today, I just can't see the world through that prism of all the things he's not. Because what he is good enough to put us in literally the most promising place this organization. He's part of it, okay? It's not just him exclusively.
Of course.
But he's a massive part of why this is the most promising time in Detroit Lions modern history. And you pointed out that the run game is actually better than it was in 91 with Barry.
Yeah. I mean,
statistically.
They get, because the Lions used a 2 running back system here, they get as much or more out of these 2 running backs than almost every year that Barry Sanders played with the Lions. There's more production with yards and touchdowns. And obviously Barry's the greatest of all time. Love Barry Sanders. Yep. But that's just from the running game. Add to the fact that now you've got a quarterback that is thrown for so many yards in the last couple of seasons that only, Patrick Mahomes is the only one to throw for more over the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. And people just they're not looking at the bigger picture, which is, are you winning games? But sometimes you look at a guy and you just say, you know what? Maybe he's not perfect, but you know what he is? He's a winner. And people aren't saying that about Goff.
So, but here's the thing, too. When it comes to the draft, I like to say there shouldn't be, and I do not have hard and fast rules, and I've given all the reasons why. And it's true of players as well. There are people that have hard and fast rules. We've had got to get him to the Super Bowl guy. We've had not mobile enough guy. We've had can't throw the deep ball guy. And these are their hard and fast rules, or part of their reasoning or their non-negotiables for why they have questions about this guy. I'm like, even if all that stuff was true, again, and it's certainly true that he's not mobile, I think he can throw the deep ball. I think their biggest deep ball threat is a guy who's just scraping the surface of how good he can be, and the deep ball is more than just running straight down the field.
Right.
Let's go to Juan. You're next on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Juan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
All right, I'm literally about to pull my hair out. This is unreal, insane. That hate. I understand. I respect people's opinions, and everybody got the right to one. But my thing is this: this guy just played in basically a rival game where he just went 22 for 27, only missed 5 passes. He played almost an excellent game. And the two things I only hear about Goff is mobility and strong arm. Guess what? Stafford got a strong arm. Dak is kind of mobile. He can get out. Guess where both of them at home. So all these guys keep talking about mobility. This guy's a winner, man. He's fit for our system. He got an O-line that's perfect for him. I don't understand it. It's mind-boggling.
You know what I think we're learning about him too, Juan, is that I think this guy thrives under pressure. I think he welcomes it. He doesn't shy away from it. You talk about that game Sunday night against the Rams. Was there any pressure on Jared Goff?
Yeah.
The pressure of this fan base from not having a playoff win in over 30 years. You've got the pressure of going against your former team and the coach that just wanted you out of town. You've got the pressure of going against a team that has a quarterback that spent the first 12 years of his career here in Detroit. There was so much pressure on Jared Goff in that game. He didn't feel it. He's like, no, I'm good. Right. I'll go 22 out of 27. I'll complete over 80% of my passes. I'll throw a touchdown here. We're good. I got this. And they did. He was unflappable.
I'm sorry. One of your callers just set the bar at the Super Bowl. You just set the bar. I haven't in 30 years. Now you set the bar at the Super Bowl. These guys some of them are insane. Like, this guy is a winner. He's number 2 in yards. Of course, I think these guys play Madden a lot and they create their own players. So I think they get acquainted to creating their own player because guess what? Besides Patrick Mahomes, there's 29 other cities, I'm quite sure, complain about their quarterback over this past year and previous years. So
Well, in
I don't
fairness,
know why they think they're going to get this perfect quarterback. I mean, Jalen Hurts.
It's so hard. It's so hard to find a quarterback. It's incredibly hard to find a quarterback that will operate at the level Goff is operating at now, and people want to move past him.
Well, in fairness, that previous caller just got his license, so the idea of being able to drive anywhere you want and see new worlds, maybe it just hey, I should expect better, more. Or maybe he doesn't have his license. Maybe one of these millennial kids that doesn't want to drive. I don't know. I'm not judging.
Let's go to you aren't.
Oh,
let's go to Dave. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
All right,
What's up, Dave?
Hey, you know what I seen? I seen something we've all been watching for 22 years. I seen a gleaming glimpse of the first 3 drives of that game. That looked like a Tom Brady offense. And that guy is not mobile, and he's been to the Super Bowl 10 times in 20 years. I'll take that over a mobile quarterback any day.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's to be clear. He's not Tom Brady, but it speaks
to... No. He operated like a Tom Brady in that L.A. game.
Oh.
That's what I seen.
He was exceptionally good the beginning of that game. Exceptionally
yes, the first 3 drives.
Yep. And, you want to do it for an entire game, but again, we're talking about what is the standard. The standard you shouldn't measure the guy up to perfect and say, well, he's not that, so let's give Hendon Hooker a shot. What have we seen from Hendon Hooker that leads us to believe that there's a probability that he will be better?
I mean, you're basing it off of what you saw in college, which was great.
I know, and I think he's an intriguing prospect for sure.
I think he is too, but right now you've got the guy who's getting it done. I mean, not just getting it done in really great fashion.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Doug next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Doug?
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, any chance Ben Johnson says, you know what, I'm going to ride this out. Easier to get a Super Bowl ring here than take a team that has no chance of going to a Super Bowl.
Okay, I've given this some thought
win a
because
couple.
Doug, I really want
Maybe
this to
win
be
a
true.
couple.
I really, really want this to be a possibility, and it probably isn't. But if ownership ever wanted to show that ownership is changed and is now elite ownership, match any offer financially. Lock up Ben Johnson along with Dan Campbell. Like, go over the top to prove it and make it. Remember the rumor out there that his agent said it starts at $15 million and the agent kind of denied it, which I thought was a weird move for an agent because you'd think an agent tells me it wasn't accurate, but I think a smarter move for an agent is to just let that simmer and hope that somebody meets the price, because your job as an agent is trying to maximize the price that your client gets. But what if you're making it so you're paying this coordinator so much that everybody else is uncomfortable with what it would take to go get him as an unproven commodity? It seems insanely unlikely given the number of head coach openings there are right now, and there may be still 2 or 3 more to come. Tomlin, Sirianni, McCarthy. Who knows what's going to happen?
Staying.
Is that been confirmed? Yeah. Okay. Then Sirianni, McCarthy, not Tomlin. I would love to see them make that gesture. Love to see that gesture. Yep. But it's probably not possible. Thought, it's probably not possible.
He could ride this out for 3-4 years and get a lot more Super Bowl rings than he would if he took a team.
Well, let's hope he gets one. But the team he's on right now is probably closer than just about any team that would hire
him. Contract and money is the biggest reason why coordinators take the head coaching job, whether they want to admit it or not. Of course, they want to win a Super Bowl on their own. They want to lead the team on their own. But the money you just can't match. You can't make as a coordinator. I mean, let's say the Lions gave Ben Johnson $15 million a year to be an offensive coordinator. Then you have to pay Dan Campbell like $18-20 million a year, right? I mean, you're $35 million in 2 coaches. It just doesn't happen.
No.
Unless the guy just wants to be a coordinator, you'll pay him enough.
But if you could blow his doors off with an offer that isn't $15 million a year, but make him the highest paid coordinator in the league,
but even then,
give him partial ownership of a Ford dealership.
But then they do have aspirations too,
Yeah, I know. I'm probably pipe dreaming right now.
You are. No, that's all right. I want him back.
That's okay. It happens. Who do we got next here? Redford. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Redford.
Hey, what's going on, boys? How are you?
How you doing, sir?
Good. Hey, so right when the golf trade happened and all that stuff, I was really like down on them. And then during that season, I'll be the first one to say, get rid of them. Let's move on. But you know what? Holmes and Campbell put the pieces, and they're still putting the pieces around them to make them succeed. And then if the one interview that I saw with Campbell said, hey, he's our guy, I'm going to, it's your team, run with it. So when you have that type of winning culture, you make the quarterback, excel and keep excelling. They're putting pieces around them. Where does it stop? And these callers are killing me today. I was happy with making a playoff. Then I was like, okay, well, I'll be happy with, we won the division title. Cool. Hey, all of a sudden, we got a home playoff game. And now we're going into the second round. By far exceeded my expectations. And I'll be the first one to say that I was a golf hater. And the only thing is, if everybody's tripping about his mobility, you know what? Look at Stafford's mobility. They're about the same. I have no problem. When you get the pieces around golf, he can excel. And these callers are insane. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, and they have excelled. Yep. They won 12 games this year. They got a playoff win. They're hosting a second playoff game. They have an offense that's, 4th or 5th in the league in points per game. They've done a great job with this. And, going back to the previous caller with the Ben Johnson stuff, yeah, I'd love to hang on to Ben Johnson, but it seems like the coaching staff with Dan Campbell, they'll be all right. They'll absorb it. Did you see, by the way, where Ben Johnson is the odds-on favorite to become the next head coach?
No, Carolina?
The Commanders.
Really?
He is 5-7 odds. That's minus 140 to become their next head coach. With the Panthers, his odds are he's second there behind Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore is 2-1. Ben Johnson's 4-1. Become the Panthers' next coach. And with the Chargers, I think he was right behind Jim Harbaugh, but Harbaugh was number one at 1-2, which is minus 200. Ben Johnson 4-1. Ben Johnson's going to get a gig.
Yeah.
Here's what I don't want. Just don't be a distraction while you're preparing.
Over the next 4 weeks as we on the train to Vegas?
Yeah. Don't be a distraction. He or Aaron Glenn are both going to get these interview requests, and right now they can interview, I think, via Zoom.
Yeah.
But just please don't let it be a distraction.
Most people pull this off, so it's not like it's impossible. By the way, there was it went viral. I woke up this morning. I'm like, why are all these Todd Bowles press conference links on my timeline?
The coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
And I found out when we got in, it was a reporter who asked a long question about what Tampa was doing to prepare for the weather in Detroit. So this went viral because Bowles said, well, not much because they play indoors.
They play in a dome.
But the question was so cringe. And it wasn't because she just asked, how are you going to deal with the weather in Detroit? She kind of went on, and you knew early what she was doing, and it was like, somebody stop her. There's a bit of an explanation, and I've lost the tweet, but somebody from down in Tampa said, hey, people are using this as an opportunity to dunk on this reporter. And the reporter probably made a mistake, but then he said, this reporter is from a TV station that used to employ 3 people in their sports department. They currently employ 0 people in their sports department. This is a news reporter that was asked to go cover this press conference. And so in the world of cutbacks, a non-sports reporter asked a question, and that's probably the mistake. Just don't ask a question if you really don't know. But it's a news reporter that was sent to cover this press conference, according to this person from Tampa. And again, I'm trying to find the mistake. And maybe you just send a cameraman next time to record everything that's said and then just use it.
Well, it feels like 80% of the people at press conferences don't ask questions.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And it's
nothing wrong with being part of that crowd.
It's tough and it's embarrassing, but that's the rest of the story.
That's what I expected or suspected when I heard the cut. I'm like, I don't think this person covers sports probably. And to her, I guess she, the weather's been in the news with the NFL a lot, like the Buffalo game getting moved and things like that, right? Frigid temperatures throughout the country, from wherever you're at. So she probably thought, all right, well, Detroit, it's freezing.
Yep.
They just moved the game in Buffalo. I'll ask about this. And yeah, she probably should have, stepped out of that one and said, I'm not going to ask a question because there's there's things I don't know about, right?
Right. But could I show up if I was asked to cover
Taylor Swift?
Right. Could I ask a really stupid question at a Taylor Swift press conference? Yup.
Yep.
Could I go to Lansing during a political press conference and ask a dumb question that would have people cringing in the political world? Yup. Could I go to a NASCAR press conference? Gator, how would you do if you had to ask a question at a NASCAR press conference? Can you guarantee you wouldn't ask something that the rest of the reporters would cringe at?
Yep.
You could guarantee you wouldn't?
Sure. I could craft a question. I could find some question that's germane to the environment, but I understand the point. And yes, it's the point is really, if you're there and you're thrust in that situation, you really don't have to ask anything.
You don't have to ask anything, and you probably, the moral of the story, the lesson we can all learn.
Look, I've asked some dumb questions. Without a doubt, I've asked some dumb questions in interviews. Fortunately, it hasn't been in a press conference form, but unfortunately, it's been in the form of having a radio show, which will reach more people than a press conference will. But I remember being in a
Yeah,
locker
you're doing
room.
it publicly instead of behind
exactly.
closed doors. You're not doing it behind closed doors. You're doing it in front of the entire world.
I remember asking a question in the 02 Stanley Cup Finals.
We don't have to do this. Are we really going to? You
No,
really
I won't
want to
out myself completely. I'll just say that I asked a really stupid question of a player from the Carolina Hurricanes at the time. And he looked up at me like I was an idiot and then answered the question and then helped me out. And as soon as I was done, I realized what I had done and what I had said. And I'm like, thanks for not being a jerk about it. He's like, yeah, dude. I'm like, we're good. I'm like, all right, thank you.
Now I'm dying to know what question you asked.
No, it's all right.
You willfully walked down that road and.
No, you said you didn't do that, then so I'm
I said you didn't have to, but then you did. You gave details, and now my curiosity is.
Okay, so I believe the player was Eric Cole.
Mm-hmm.
Played with Carolina. Kind of a power forward at the time.
Okay.
And I made an assumption without doing my research on him, because I was just trying to get any kind of sound from the locker room at that point. And stuck a microphone in front of his face, asked a bunch of questions. And then the last question I asked was, what's it like to see this kind of frenzied atmosphere here in Raleigh, North Carolina, for a guy who's, used to the cold temperatures and being in Canada. And he looks at me like I'm weird, and he goes, "Well, we got great fan support. It's awesome." I'm like, "Oh, thanks." And then I realized he may not be from Canada,
right?
And he was not. He was from Buffalo, New York. But the base of the question still mattered.
Right, you grew
because
up
it was
in a cold weather town, and now you're down in the Sun Belt.
It's 90 degrees outside, and you guys are going to play, for the Stanley Cup playoffs here.
All right, it's not as bad as it could have been.
It was bad enough.
Sorry to make you relive it.
It's all right.
Karch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joanne, who's next here on 97.1 the ticket. Hello, Joanne.
Hi, good afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Okay, Joanne, just to be, did you call us last week?
Yes, I did. I'm the same one.
Yeah, okay, you're the not
But I
up.
got one better for you today. As a society, we're never satisfied. Listen, I don't have a body like Beyonce. I don't have long hair like Cher. I'm not rich like Oprah, but I'm a 44D, so that makes me real sexy, and I'm satisfied with that. So golf doesn't have an arm. Golf isn't mobile, but we're 12-5 with a playoff win. So let's go with that one, and everybody else can beat it.
Wow, there it is. My girl is chesty and proud.
I'm chesty,
Come on now.
44D. I might not have Beyonce's body, but I got a chest,
There you go. All right.
and I'm working with that.
And you're confident the Lions will win. I like it.
I'm confident because I can beat Tampa Bay with a left or a right.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
We'll just leave it alone.
You just won the week, Joanne. You won the week.
Yeah.
You won the week.
You win. You
I
always do.
enjoy you guys so much. I really, really do. I listen to you every day. I enjoy you guys so much. And what was so funny is what the lady said to Gator. That was hilarious.
Oh, when he was in the kids' breakfast room?
No, when she said she thought he was black.
Way back when. That was that.
That was hilarious. But I love you guys. I really, really do. And I try to get on a lot, but I'm not confrontational or anything. And it seems like the screener picked those people because when I call in, they never let me get on.
We have twice in 2 weeks now, and it is paid off. The screener is going to get a talking to.
Yes.
Okay, take my number so if he sees it, have him put me on.
I will make
Because I
sure.
really love you guys. You guys are the best.
All right. Thank you very
I
much.
think we feel the same
Go
way about you.
Lions.
Go Lions indeed.
Yes. I said I think we feel the same way about you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. You make my day.
You made our
And
day.
go Lions. And hey, Tampa Bay might have some receivers, but I don't think that the quarterback is ready for us yet. Aiden's going to send him back to Tampa Bay.
I like it. I like it, Joanne.
Thanks, Joanne.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. You have a good day, both
you
of
too.
you, okay?
All right, yeah.
Okay.
You people on hold can stay there, and you can try and follow that. She's great.
We don't need to put out personal stats, though.
No, it probably.
What did she say last week?
Were you not in? She called up and she talked about God. It was we were having a Stafford conversation back when we lifted the embargo.
Did she give the
embargo's
rest of
back
her
in place.
measurements, or was
well,
just
no? She called up and she said him coming back being nice reminds her of an old boyfriend who
That's
left
right.
town, moved to Arkansas, came back years later,
And thought he could just
come into my living room, put his feet up, and watch my TV. Not up in here,
Not up
is
in
what
here.
she said, and.
great call
It
last
was
week.
so great.
It's a great call this week. Thanks, Joanne.
Feisty.
Yes. And chesty.
Let's go to Tom next on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Tom?
Man, that's a great one to follow, isn't it? I don't know what I'm going to do now.
Well, good luck.
All right. Well, anyways, you know what? There's 5 things that I think golf needs to do, and then if not, just get rid of them, and then move on from there.
Can't wait to hear this list.
Stop throwing balls into the ground. Stop throwing behind receivers. Work on the deep ball. And then the interceptions were the pick six. There was 2 last year, the Eagles game, and then also in the Seahawks game, which cost us going into the playoffs. And then the stupid fumbles, like even that we would have seen in the Rams game, where he just threw the ball onto the ground, and it was like deer in the headlights look. So 5 things like that, and maybe, but I'm still looking at Hendon Hooker. I mean, he played 6 years in college though, right? Because he did the 2 years COVID, right?
Well, you get one COVID shirt, yeah. But
was it one COVID? So I think he did an extra, so he was at least 5.
So you're ready to hand the car keys to Hendon Hooker if Goff doesn't work on your list?
So I saw Goff like at the beginning, right when he came in, and he just sucked some eggs. And then
what happened? Halfway through that first season.
When they went out to, I saw him at the end of the year when they beat Green Bay was the first one.
Or what? So last year when they finished up and they went 9-8, or are you talking the first year?
No. It was 3-13, right?
All right.
Yeah, the first year when they were really bad.
The first year when they were really bad, and then when they went and they played against, then the next year when they opened up against Philadelphia.
All right, let me stop you for a second here because we've let you out for a long time.
Yeah.
You remember a bunch of bad plays. What about the 20 or so great plays he makes, the other 15 or so very good plays he makes, and the 10 above average plays he makes for every one of those bad plays?
Well, what do they say? So they say it takes 3 good plays, right, to wipe out the one bad play.
They do?
So that's just like in life. So if you look back at the Dallas game, right,
really
we remember, right? We remember.
All right, I've had enough of this guy. I mean, honest to God. He's making up sayings. He made up a saying to bring down Jared Goff. You know the old saying, it takes 3 good plays to make up for one bad play.
I say that in life. I mean, I made 4 really good decisions today. It would cancels out the one horrible decision.
Could you imagine being this guy's...
I'm coming out ahead.
Could you imagine being that guy's child?
I've seen that sign at Home Goods, actually. They sell it.
I'm going to get one on Etsy next year for Christmas.
Good luck.
I'm going to give it away. Yeah.
It's not like hotcakes.
Sold out.
I think they send those signs to the third world countries, all right? No one wants them here. What is this?
A buy it now price? Wow.
Well,
remember how he was really awful to start with the Lions?
Yeah,
I do remember that. And do you remember how he finished up and was really good and had a quarterback rating of over 100 in the last 7 games? Remember that?
You remember all the winning they've been doing? Remember the first NFC North title in the Lions' history? You remember the first playoff win in 32 years? Remember a second home playoff game for the first time in the Super Bowl era? Remember that? Nope.
I remember. He finished up last year, went 9 games without throwing. The last 9 games didn't throw a pick. Remember that? No?
Remember the 368 passes in a row, whatever the number was, without an interception? No. He remembers the pick 6 against Philly last year and one against Seattle. That's what he remembers.
Well, Doug, I mean, in fairness, that cost him a chance to make the playoffs. It was game 1. I mean, that's what he was
last
saying.
Year.
Yeah, it was last season.
So remember, then in his mind, last year's team was ready to challenge.
Yeah.
And it was Goff that kept them from doing it.
Right. It wasn't. I mean, let's look at it this way. I mean, the Lions scored 35 points against the Philadelphia Eagles, but it wasn't enough to win. So that's on the quarterback. I mean, a pick 6, sure, that's awful. But outside of that, they gave up 31 points on defense. That's not good enough. Against the Seattle Seahawks, the Lions scored 45 points in that game. 45 points. But they gave up 48. Let's play the quarterback.
Let's go to Hooker, who
who hasn't thrown a pass in practice.
Don't let this change what we want for Hendon Hooker. You know what I mean? I want Hendon Hooker to be developed and be a useful part for this. Don't let me turn into anti-Hendon Hooker guy. Please.
I will do my best because I like Hendon Hooker quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I prefer Jared Goff right now because he's the guy that's leading this team to greatness.
After an incredible NFL Super Wild Card weekend where apparently the Lions accidentally won, we're on to the divisional round. And for these teams, it's win or go home. But you'll always have a spot in the playoffs with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up the W. New customers get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Yep, you heard that right. $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you just place a $5 bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. I think are experiencing the most ridiculous effing 2 hours in our time working together.
There's been a handful of calls in the last 2 hours that are ridiculous.
And quite frankly, there are some people that will never be satisfied. I mean, it feels like my man just called up and listed everything that he could remember that Goff has done wrong, literally over the last 3 years. Okay, because he went back to 2 years ago and he was clear when they went 3-13-1. He's holding that against Jared Goff. And we tell me a more promising time to be a Detroit Lion fan.
There isn't. I mean,
in anybody
modern times,
anybody under the age of like 70,
right? I mean, before we get those calls again, yes, we get it. That the Luke Creekmer days were fantastic, blocking for Bobby Lane. Yeah, we got it. But in the last, since 1960, and obviously it's before that, there has not been a more promising time.
No.
We like this team a lot. Well, most of us like this team a lot and feel like are we on the ground floor again of something that we can build and sustain and be great and compete for years to come? I feel like that's the case. And I'm not giving up on what the ceiling is on this year's team.
No.
Because they're playing a game Sunday. Winner goes to the NFC Championship game. This game Sunday happens to be, last I checked, at Ford Field.
Mm-hmm.
Vegas likes the Lions. They're a 6-point favorite in this one. They played Tampa earlier this year in Tampa, and the Lions won 20-6 without several key members of their football team on the field.
I think you have to have a foreign relationship with reality to understand how hard it is to find a quarterback better that can play better than this. I don't think you have a grip on reality, especially when you think that the answer is clearly a guy that hasn't taken a snap yet.
I mean,
that's a door number 2 answer if I've ever heard it.
Maybe the most underrated thing about Jared Goff and what he has done with this team and how he's just got great command of this offense is that when he came to this team, what veteran players, good veteran players, did he have on offense to work with that were going to help shepherd him into the introduction of being a Detroit Lion? Like, he came in here and the 2 free agent signings they had at receiver were gone.
Yep.
Then they had you had a rookie guy that you're throwing to in Amon-Ra St. Brown that you developed that with. You had TJ Hawkinson. I'll grant that. But that was like about it.
It's
and you
funny
had to
because
work through it. And then you get DJ Chark the next year, and that was met with mixed reviews. But you start to develop other relationships. You bring in Josh Reynolds, a guy you had a relationship with before, playing together in with the Rams. It's not like they're throwing these seasoned vets on offense that you're expecting to take them to the night. They don't have those guys. They didn't get Julio Jones. They didn't go out and trade for Mike Evans, and they didn't get DeAndre Hopkins.
The one guy they went and got for him that was a veteran was Josh Reynolds, who was cast aside by Tennessee, had a relationship with Goff. It's almost as if Goff makes Reynolds the best that he can possibly be. And am I wrong? Everybody else is a young player.
Right. They're all learning together. And I think that's a testament to him.
Imagine when these kids grow up.
Look, I'm not taking away anything from the talent of the guys he's working with right now, because clearly they're talented players. But when they started working together, they were rookies.
Yeah.
St. Brown a rookie. Laporta's a rookie.
Jameson
Williams is a rookie, basically.
I just looked down at Twitch, and Detroit Disu put something on there that is exactly what I believe. He goes, I'll be honest, I've already become somewhat of a Hooker hater due to these callers. That's what I don't want to be. I want to root for Hendon Hooker too. 248-539-9797. Greg is next on 97 The Ticket. What's up, Greg?
Oh, man, you know what's up, man. And again, I thank you guys for making me an educated fan and not emotional fanatic. It's because of you guys. I think now. And I'm just really upset with these fans. I don't know where they come from. I don't know what more do they want. You got a quarterback who's threw a little less than 400 consistent passes without throwing an interception. You got a quarterback that was down 12 points with a little less than 4 minutes ago. You got a quarterback that was with the Chargers and was down and ran a hurry-up offense and marched down the field and got us in a winning position. You got a quarterback that even against Dallas, when he threw an interception, he came back and threw two laser beam passes that went through my TV and went into my living room wall. I mean, this guy is so calm, cool, and collective, and he is my hero, and I love to see Jared Goff in a white uniform. The only thing he's missing is a cape. Jared Goff is a superhero, and he's my quarterback. And the one thing I want to say about mobility, when they played the Baltimore Ravens, if you notice that the Ravens won the toss and they elected to receive, and I mentioned to you guys, I need the Lions to receive more whenever they win the toss, get the ball first. Well, anyway, they elected to receive. I'm like, wow, that's different. But the reason they did that, and as we found out through the game, is because they began to work with Lamar Jackson, say, hey, we need to move you away from being this mobile quarterback. We need to move you away from those happy, itchy feet and make you more of a quarterback. And the Lions weren't ready for that. They were ready for him to run out the pocket anytime a situation came about. So it's not about mobility. It's about what you can do. Go ahead.
No, Greg, I'll just say, bringing up that Baltimore game, I'll tell you, it really makes me want, for obvious reasons, we know what this would mean, but it really would love to see the Lions play Baltimore again, just to see if they had a bad day, because that happens, and what adjustments they would make.
Okay, let's see that in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see it, obviously, because of what it means, but I just keep thinking back to this coaching staff saying early in the year how they got to be better defensively in the red zone. And then they go out and win a playoff game because they dominate defensively in the red zone. Okay? What answers do you have for Lamar? Would be fascinating. Fascinating. 248-539-9797. Let's go to CJ next on 97 to Ticket. What's up, CJ?
Hey, CJ. Hey, how you doing? I ain't got no double D's, but I got some good input. Hey, could you imagine hanging out with her and drinking some beers one night? That'd be a crazy night.
Joanne's
I heard her back a couple weeks ago when she called in.
She's something
Anyways,
else.
back to the question at hand. These guys calling in, they don't know what they're talking about. You know, you take Goff. Did he need the long ball to get where he's at now? No. Did he need to be mobile to get where he's at now? No. Let's give this guy a break, man. He has gotten the Lions to somewhere they've never been, only by one quarterback. And that one quarterback got a record contract and was the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Let's give him a break. This is the first rung on the ladder. You know, everybody downshifted. I know we won a playoff game, and but we're going to the Super Bowl. We got to win some other games first, man. Let's downshift it, give Goff a chance, and see where this goes.
So Duke called up and said they don't throw the deep ball, and it's not the strength, but the point of that is splash plays in the passing game, right?
Yep.
The Lions, Jared Goff has the second most passing plays of more than 20 yards in the NFL. Okay, now many of those are crossing routes, yards after catch, but he gives them runners. He gives them. He's so accurate. If you hit a guy in stride, they can run after catch. They're getting plenty of splash plays in the passing game.
Yeah, if the play results in 50 yards, I don't care if it was 50 air yards or if it's 5 air yards. Was it a 50-yard gain? Fantastic.
Yes. Hi, Rico.
Gentlemen.
We've had a fascinating second half of the show. It took a sharp right turn.
Jared Goff for later.
Yep.
Funny. That's what we're talking about today.
Is it?
If
you can hang on hold, then we'll leave you a full rack.
I don't understand. And I'm not just like great Jared Goff fan, but why the goalpost constantly gets moved for this man. Because, like it or not, the Lions have shown you what the future is. And it's 16. It's Goff. When they hand him the ball in the locker room and says, you're effing good enough for Detroit, that to me, you're our guy. We're re-signing you. We're going to lock you up. For all these Hendon Hooker people, it's not going to happen unless Goff gets injured because you got something. Why are you trying to break up the band? I don't understand it. I really don't.
In the Super Bowl era, this is the most promising it's been to be a Detroit Lion fan.
Right, because he's not Mahomes. He doesn't throw and scramble like Tua, and he isn't. Okay, but you know what he is? He's Jared Goff, and he wins you games.
He's been winning a lot.
This system is built for him. And sometimes that's all you need.
They got a top 5 offense.
I've had the same thing because Michael always teased me about Brock Purdy. I'm like, system's built for him. They don't ask him to do all this other stuff.
Well, when you've got an offensive line that protects the quarterback, that's step one. When you've got a running game that is better than average,
really good runners,
there you go. And then you add to that quarterback's best friend, a tight end, bingo. And now then on top of that, you've got reliable receivers that you've worked with now for the 3 years.
I don't understand how the goalpost just keeps. It just tells me that he's never going to get embraced. He will forever be looked at as the stepdad.
Yeah, I wouldn't say. I think Detroit has. I think we've gotten the smattering of calls. Some people will never embrace him.
You're right.
Yeah.
I should not generalize.
I don't want to impugn our entire community as football.
Correct. Some people will never embrace him. Some people have, and he could win the Super Bowl. Well, can he win 2? Anybody can win 1.
As we've learned here, that's not true that anybody can win 1.
No, I'm just saying, it was the Baltimore quarterback who won 1.
Oh, Flacco?
Yeah, no, not Flacco.
Oh, no, Dilfer.
Yeah, everybody Dilfer won the Super Bowl. What does that mean?
Brad Johnson won 1.
Right. That's what you'll get. It's like, oh, can he win 2?
All right, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefits Plans. The Lions made history Sunday night with their first playoff win in 32 years. Fans played a huge part in that in a very tangible way. The crowd set a new stadium record for volume in the win over the Rams, reaching 133.6 decibels. That crushed Ford Field's old loudness mark, 127.6 set in the home opener against Seattle. The sound clearly impacted the game, causing multiple procedural penalties for the Rams and forcing them into those 2 premature timeouts, which proved costly for LA at the end. The NFL record for loudest game, by the way, Arrowhead Stadium at 142.2 decibels. That was set in 2014. Detroit's showdown with Tampa is the most expensive divisional round game in NFL history. Average ticket going for $1,186, practically double the cost of the prior record holder in the divisional round, which was 49ers at Cowboys last year, averaged $605. The cheapest you can get into Ford Field right now, $651. And some passes for nearby parking structures are going for $3,000. If you want to watch yes, 3,000
just to park.
Just to park
in the freezing cold.
To be fair, it's right next door.
Hey, B.
I didn't set the secondary right. It's the invisible hand, guys. If you want to watch the Tigers, Red Wings, and Pistons in the near future, you'll probably need Amazon Prime. Diamond Sports, which owns the 18 Bally Sports RSNs, reached an agreement with its creditors in bankruptcy court today that would send its TV product to Amazon Prime Video. The deal must still be approved, though, by bankruptcy court. Pricing and availability have not been announced. Diamond Sports carrying over $8.5 billion in debt and filed for bankruptcy protection in March. Wings at Panthers tonight, right here on 97.1, coverage starting at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, you know what? Changing plans here. David, I have to tell you. Oh, by the way, yeah, welcome. How is everybody? Yada, yada. I know how everyone is. I've been here with you guys.
You were fully engrossed, yeah, because we were talking about this. That's why I'm like, you were doing your thing.
Well, good old Beans walks in and decides, hey, watch this. I'm going to roll a hand grenade in the bedroom.
Yeah.
So hold on a minute. You mean to tell me, I mean, as bad as Bally is, at least it's on my TV system, that the Tigers, Red Wings, and Pistons, I will then have to stream all of their games. They will no longer be an over-the-air product.
That is what it appears to be. Now, the final details have yet to come out, but it looks as if, yes, you are correct. If you want to watch any of those 3 teams, you're going to have to stream them on Amazon.
I got to tell you, that's a disaster. That's a complete disaster for the average person. Like, we talk about this all the time. You want to stream an NFL playoff game as an exclusive? You want to stream a Saturday night college football game? You're asking people to do something once a season, maybe once a week at most. Mm-hmm. When you get into sports that have 162 games or 82 games, you are asking people on a nightly basis to now not be able to watch television, and you want to hold them captive. And I hate to break it to people. No one's doing it. No one is going to log in 82 times for a Wings game. Because you know what you can't do? You can't go to NHL Network. You can't browse around. You can't watch other things. Same thing with the Tigers. A terrible secret for everybody. Yes, do I watch most Tiger games? Yeah, ish. Because I'll go to MLB Network and watch MLB Tonight to go around the league while the Tigers are playing. And I bounce back and forth.
Kind of like the Red Zone channel for baseball.
100%. I like to keep up on everything. And if and when the Tigers enter pennant chase mode, well, then you lock in. Look, I was going to open up with something far different. I'll tell you what. Let's see if this bombs. But I just want to ask the question. If you hear this news, does this bother you as much as it bothers me? Don't hit me with that. Just miss me with the old man yelling at clouds routine. It's not. Being able to flip the channels, watch a little bit of a baseball game, flip over to Shawshank Redemption for the 836th time, back to the Tigers, back over to a basketball game, back to Tigers. That's how I watch TV. That's how I watch sports. When you go to Peacock, you're in a jail cell. When you go to Amazon Prime, you're in a jail cell. Ever hit a wrong button? Boo! Kicks you out of your whole damn program. Am I alone?
No, what I'm thinking is you're probably going to get just people who will put it up on their laptop and watch TV, but the Tigers game or the Red Wings game or the Pistons game will just be on their laptop, and they'll just dedicate it to that so that you can do and flip around and do other things.
I'll tell you this.
can watch the MLB Network on your main TV, and the
Pistons
Tigers
might be doing a one share right now. That'll bring them to zero. If their goal is to absolutely have literally no one watching their product, welcome to it.
I guess the only good thing you could say is that if you're a Pistons fan out of market, maybe now you can watch them.
See, but I'm not quite sure exactly what's going on here, because in this story, it says that, of course, it would be pricing and availability would be announced later for Prime Video, but then it also says regional sports content will remain available on cable and satellite providers.
If it stays on TV, we're good.
So it may end up being like when the Lions play on Peacock. It has to go on NBC locally.
Yes.
Everybody else, you got to stream them.
If look, the way Beanie described it.
Well, that's what I said. The details have yet to come out. That's what we were saying.
Very sketchy.
It's like, we were going to bring this up later once we got more details.
We'll bring it up later then. We can move on to something else. I'm just saying, if the a la carte model's fine if it's available on TV.
But yeah, the local market may, similar when the Lions played that game on Peacock, it was also locally on Channel 4. Everybody else in the nation had to watch it on Peacock, unless you were in Kansas City or Detroit.
So today's topics didn't include that. We'll revisit it later with more details, I suppose. But I want to open up. We've got to talk about the Lions, obviously. Today's going to be the Jared Goff show. We're going to get to it at 3. I just want to know how many chuckleheads still want to pick up the phone and call this show and bitch about a quarterback who's won a division and won a playoff game and act like you don't want to pay him. I heard a couple of these chicken heads calling in, Doug and Scott, asking for Hendon Hooker. You people are insane.
It's a lot of people.
Well, we're going to have the conversation. We're going to do it at 3. What I wanted to open up with, mainly just so we could get it out of the way, put the postage tape on it, and get it sent in the mail, because I have no interest in it, is Jim Harbaugh. I mean, I've said this to you a million times. The simplest thing would be if the contract was real at 10 at 125, you just take it. Because the last I checked, innocent people don't ask for immunity.
Yeah.
Oh, no. See, we're going to say the quiet part out loud. This is something that I can't control, all right? It happens in politics. It happens in news. It happens in sports. It happens in the world. We never just say the quiet part out loud. I mean, Jim Harbaugh's a liar. He's lied to the NCAA. He's lied to Ward Manuel. Oh, I don't want this to be a yearly thing. And he lied on national television saying we're innocent. Really? Innocent people don't ask for immunity as a part of a contract. Now, you want to go to the NFL? Go. He's earned the right. But here's the problem. Words have to matter. They have to matter. And you go, well, what does that mean, Sparty? Okay, I'll tell you. So, for instance, if I'm the guy who said this, I called Ward and I asked him if he wanted me to be the head coach, and he said, yes, 100%. I said, okay, then that's what I want to do. I told him, Ward, this will not be a reoccurring theme every year. This was a one-time thing. Close quote. Referencing looking to go to the NFL. That quote comes from 2021. It is a yearly thing. You lied. Just like you got on national TV and talked about how you're innocent. Really? Your own school didn't think you're innocent. You think they self-imposed for bleeps and giggles? When can we just get to the end? Innocent people don't ask for immunity from the NCAA. I'm sorry. Let me know what wedding vows feature, you and I till the day I die, except you're going to bang hookers in the month of February every month, scot-free, and you can't say anything.
And if a kid happens to pop up, we'll just go ahead and take care of it.
I can have as many illegitimate children as I want, and you can't divorce me. Who's signing that contract? There is no job in America that you can ask.
He had the balls to ask for it.
And if and I heard some idiot call the morning show today, and I don't even remember their name. Oh, but it's good for him to interview. It increases his value. Like, who wouldn't ask for that? I don't know, normal people. And the other side of it is, how is the university who purports itself to be on a higher plane? Hey, Jim, do me a favor, pound sand. We're happy to give you a raise, or we want you here. We are not offering you immunity. What is this, a mobster movie?
You can't be fired and you can't be suspended again.
Right, you told us you didn't do anything.
Right.
So
So any event that any investigation comes out and I'm guilty, I'm not going to be suspended again. I didn't like that. You can't fine me. Can't take back any of this money. So long as we're good with that, I'll come back to be your head coach.
Right, and that's where I go, all right, look. I have said this for a while. I didn't think he'd be back this year. He's not behaving like a man who wants to be back. In fact, I think when you make an ask like that, that'd be like David in his next contract demanding we put a giant crucifix up in the studio and he gets a helicopter to work. They're going to tell David, go to hell. You're out of here. Like, Jim's asking for things that are obscene. And the problem is, I don't know that the school will ever say no. Because they're morally and ethically bankrupt, and you have a fanboy as a president.
I was about to say, Santa will probably see if he can get it past their board of regents.
We are going to offer you full immunity no matter what misdeeds you do. That's chaos to me.
That's a job that I want.
Oh, it's amazing.
Because you realize at that point, he could do whatever and just hold up his contract. Can't fire me.
But my point to you is this. They win the national title. And for a guy who says this is not going to be a yearly occurrence, it's a yearly occurrence. For a guy who goes on national TV and says we're innocent, well, one problem. You were suspended by both your university at the start of the year and by the Big Ten in an unprecedented step later in the year. And you were dead to rights because they pulled back the curtain and showed you a slice of what they had against you. And the school went,
Oh, yeah.
It's like that Shannon Sharp clip where he sips the Mountain Dew. Oh, boy.
The temporary restraining order. I forgot about that.
Amicus briefs. I mean, it's like, what world do we live in? There's nothing. I don't care if you're a child, you're an adult. You don't just get to make your own reality. I mean, we see it on the left and the right in politics all the time, and we openly, resoundingly mock it. Why is it any different for a football coach? The idea that Jim Harbaugh, the national title's awesome. But, guys, I said it to you last week, and a lot of you got angry at me. Last I checked, I don't care. Hold on, let me check again. No, I don't care. You're Kansas basketball. You're complete filth. And that's okay. Because I just don't have to act like it's not reality. You're filth. And it's just insane to me.
Yeah.
Like if you're a dyed-in-the-wool Wolverine, how can you sit there for 30, 20, 40, 50, 10, whatever amount of years you've been alive, and you buy into what the ethos of the university is and what we are and how we do business? Now you got a coach who's asking for something that like Jordan Belfort asked for. What are we doing? The school should just step up and go, no.
Well, but here's the thing. You played in the mud. You won a national title. You did it the air quote right way, and you lost to Ohio State every year.
Respect. You did what it took to win, which included cheating your balls off.
Right.
Cool. My point is...
So now they're thinking, maybe he's onto something.
No. He's not onto something. Because you've cashed in all your chips on what you've built your entire thing on. And at a certain point, I go, Jim, we want you here. I want to pay you this money. All we've asked is you can't interview for the NFL. Oops. Guys actively interviewing for the NFL.
And probably tell us everything that we want to hear from you before we hear from the NCAA.
But the Dan Wetzel report where he's asked for full immunity from any future penalties, any suspensions. It's the equivalent of Rico saying, listen, may or may not get busted dealing crack, but the ticket can't suspend me if I am in fact busted for dealing crack. You know what the ticket would say? Have a nice day. There's no line of work where immunity exists. None. You don't get immunity in a marriage. You don't get immunity riding a bus. How are you going to get immunity making $10 million a year coaching a kids game? And no point does the school step up and go, you know what, Cheryl Moore, you're our head coach. What are we doing here?
Right.
Immunity?
You know what? I didn't sleep with her, but in the event that that's my kid, full immunity. But I didn't sleep with her.
You are.
But in case that's my kid.
Not the father.
Right. But well, how could it be your kid if you didn't? Well, I'm just saying.
248-539-9797. I'm doing 2 segments on it. That's it. That's all. Because the Lions are far more important, but we do need to mix these things in. And Harbaugh has interviewed with the Chargers, has interviewed with Atlanta. I do believe he fully wants to go to the league. But the idea that on one hand, you lied to your AD in 21, you've gone back on your word, you went on national TV and lied. You don't get to say you're innocent when you've served suspensions.
Well, the second time it was because the narrative last year was, well, he has to do what's best for him. So it's okay if he keeps interviewing.
And guess what? He's won a national title. I don't have a problem with you doing what's best for you.
If it wasn't, if Dan Wetzel's name wasn't attached to that, I would have said that's not real.
It would have been an article from The Onion.
Yeah, that's not real.
Jerry Tarkanian asked UNLV for full immunity.
Yeah.
Huh? 248-539-9797. It's a one and done. We're going to do one more segment on it. I'm moving on. I've told you. I think you're in great hands if he stays. If he goes, I think Sharon Moore is a rock star. But to me, as a Michigan fan, do you get annoyed at all? This guy's asking for immunity like he's turned stateside evidence.
Think about it. And this comes just days after you heard from the NCAA president saying, well, I think they did it all fair and square.
Meanwhile, he has nothing to do with the infractions committee, doesn't even know what's going on in the investigation. And oh, by the way, we've said it from day one. The NCAA doesn't have the power to take away the CFP title. That's something we do in the court of public opinion. That's not even their event. Yep. That's like David showing up at your birthday party and telling you you don't deserve these gifts. It's not your birthday. 248-539-9797. My goodness. New Year's resolution. John Jansen, lose a few lbs. You can lose 20 pounds in 30 days. It worked for John, and it can work for you. Jansen lost 10 in the first 10, 63 overall. And Ideal U wants to put you on the same plan. Get you on that road to success. All you need to do is go to idealu.us now. You sign up for a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value free. And get on your pathway to success, just like John Jansen. 20, 30 pounds lighter, maybe just 30 days. Make it happen. Go to idealu.us. That's idealu.us.
So, quick side note. Jared Goff talk starts at 3, but a breaking news trade. You're not getting Pascal Siakam. As one bearded idiot radio host told you the minute that nonsense report from Shams came out, you don't have what it takes. Pascal Siakam is going to the Pacers for Bruce Brown, somebody else, 17 first-round picks, things you don't have. Just like you didn't have what it took to get OG Anunoby. I don't know where Shams got this information. He's a fabulous writer, but it would be the equivalent of saying that David is leaving his pregnant wife and is now dating Tyra Banks. I'm not running that story. I don't believe it to be true. It's outrageous. Oh, Kenny's doing dry January. No, he's not. The Pistons were never trading for OG Anunoby. They were never trading for Pascal Siakam. They don't have what it takes.
Oh, they're out of the market for Siakam once they made the trade over the weekend.
They got a 12 for a credit score, man. You ain't walking into Bloomingdale's.
They already made their trade.
No, we'll get to that at 4.
Oh, we can finally talk about it.
Yes, we can. And then Goff at 3 and 5 and lots of good stuff. And we wanted to do 2 segments on Harbaugh's all over the news. So we'll button it up in 2 segments. I just feel like the asking for immunity in the school, not just shooting that report down. Come on, have a little pride. Good heavens. David, ticket text, and your thoughts on this as a Michigan fan, and we'll go to the call.
Well, first off, you weren't supposed to tell the world about Tyra and me. That was between
Tyra
us.
Banks, fool!
We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
Oh, ticket text says, asking for immunity is the same as Mike asking if he can disregard the FCC regulations and cuss on the air every day without punishment.
I'm going to say the F word at random, and you can't suspend me or fire me. What? It's not possible. Winning? Who wins more than us? No one.
I'm the biggest Michigan fan there is, but it's time for Harbaugh to leave. His constant drama and annual NFL flirtation is hurting recruiting and the program long term. Someone else says, I am just so tired of hearing him and his family say he's innocent. It's documented that you are not innocent. Stop telling us you're innocent.
I mean, honestly, it's worse than when OJ claims it. Like, we know what you did, OJ. This is worse, not in a criminality standpoint, but in the proof. Holy mercy.
Frankie and Romulus said, this is why I hope Moore gets the job and has, for God's sake, success seamlessly.
I think he
I'm
would.
tired of the fuel for Sparties and Buckeyes right now.
No, I'm saying, I think Sharon Moore's a stud. He's a rock star. And as long as you have Jesse Minter, same deal. Now, Mike McDonald's going to be doing interviews. Minter will go back to the NFL, but my point is, you guys are national champs. You just don't need this nonsense. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Can we just say the quiet part out loud?
I guess you were Barry Bonds. You were going to hit home runs anyway. You didn't need to take the juice.
David, go
innocent.
ahead.
What are you talking about?
What's your thoughts on it?
Here's my thoughts. The first part is I'm sick of the NFL flirtation. Just go, whatever it is. But the minute I heard the story, when you ask for immunity, that means you're telling me you're guilty.
Hello.
So I'm like, all right, dude, then that's it. I don't need you anymore.
Oh, no, David.
Bye-bye.
No, the cabal will tell you that we're just granting him immunity from unfair prosecution.
No. And I'm fine with him. You know what? We won the championship. This is something I wanted. Now it's time to move on. Quietly, I hope. But it's not quietly because he keeps asking for stupid things.
My point is that the school doesn't publicly just say no. Like, listen, this report is false. The immunity doesn't exist.
But I'm not surprised by the school saying nothing and accepting this from him because Santa is there. Santa Ono will let Harbaugh do whatever he wants.
Uh-oh.
So, of course, he'll consider immunity.
Yeah, and I think that's where you arrive that you're just completely bankrupt, which is fine because the rest of us can go great. We never have to deal with the faux arrogance anymore. It's the truth. It's like Rico's movie. You're Thanos grilling a sad burger on Planet Nebular. It cost you everything. You got all your rings in your glove. Nobody around to see it. I know I didn't quite get the scene right.
Just go with it.
Nebular.
What?
It's like, was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
No!
Just go with it.
All right,
He's on a roll.
Let's go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, how you doing today?
Doing well, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Hey, Mike, I couldn't disagree more with you about the Sharon Moore thing. I don't think that he would be a good fit there. That's not the topic, obviously. I'm not buying into. You love Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. I'm still not sold on him yet.
Fair.
As a winner, as a recruiter, great. But regardless, Harbaugh, his grapefruit size. So we went from, talking to Michigan fans to let it play out, and then, coaches get fired and staffers get fired. Then everybody does it, right? Everybody cheats. And then they file the TRO, and then Harbaugh gets suspended. And then, right after the national championship, one of Harbaugh's comments was, we're innocent. I'm innocent. It'll be proven. And now we're asking for immunity. So I'm just confused. Does Michigan, are they admitting that they cheated and they were wrong now with this? Because I agree with David. Once this comes out, I mean, it's pretty much like them admitting it, or am I wrong?
Well, no, I
think this is them admitting it without admitting it.
I thought J.J. McCarthy's comments were interesting when it was in the lead up to their national title. Oh, we did this as a response to other teams. Wait, did what? We were told none of you knew a thing. You were all just babes in the woods.
Yeah, back in 2019 and 2020, except
and
JJ,
like, Rob,
you weren't there.
Rob, we can sit here and talk about, like, do I believe the fact that they weren't able to cheat and still beat Penn State and beat Ohio State and beat Bama? Hey, man, that does matter, but that doesn't absolve you. You're creating this false narrative. Doing good deeds after you did bad things doesn't mean you didn't do the bad things. My whole point in it is, how can you as a coach lie and then, as you put it, have that sheer plum diameter to ask for immunity? That I've never heard of such thing.
We're checking in on Blake Corum's LLC. I still haven't heard anything
as
about
we
that, but
speak. Yeah, I know. Right.
I don't know who has bigger grapefruits, Harbaugh or I don't know, Rico, if you saw this, Mike. I know you're not on Twitter, but Connor Stallions. You can now buy a Cameo video for $70. He is graciously allowing Michigan fans to pay him $70, and he'll give your little daughter Cindy or son Johnny a happy birthday shout out on Cameo. $70. So
my response,
Rob, I thought it was fake. Kind of like the Harbaugh asking for this much. I was like, this can't be real.
In the words of Smokey Robinson, happy Chinooka, I quit.
There's no shame in that program. Like, their fans don't care. The coach just says things, and it doesn't matter. And now the guy that was the spearhead of the cheating scandal is offering $70 Cameo videos. But I haven't seen that on thefreak.com. Still waiting.
No, and you won't. Hey, look, Rob, bottom line is that program's just a metaphor for society at large. We are a morally bankrupt society. We have no standards. It is the blind leading the blind. It's pathetic. I mean, hell, just can't wait for the 24 elections on both sides. We can't. I mean, what are we doing? We got two guys combined age is going to be 200 by the time they're in the office. It's society at large. There's no standards.
2020 was so good, we decided, let's run it back.
Run it back. Run it back. Bet. 248-539-9797. Thank you, John. We got a lot to do today. Goff talk at 3. Rico's been baiting me into this. Troy Weaver, Mike, talk about the Pistons trade thing. We're going to do it in the 4 o'clock.
Well, that's why Siakam
segment.
doesn't mean anything, because you already got your guys. Hey,
I am going to karate chop you in the neck. Go ahead.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They will not karate chop you in the neck. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save your money. Get into Hamilton right now. Start the new year off right with their great inventory of new 2024 Chevrolets, including the January Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT, $269 a month for 24 months. Yeah, you heard me right. $269 a month for 24 months. You walk in there with $995 down, you drive out with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. You tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
All right, we'll get back to your calls momentarily. We got to go around the league. It is time for a little football today. David. All right there, media mogul. What do you got for me? What answers can I provide to you?
Okay, Mike. Well, you know what? Let's just start off with something very simple. Where will Bill Belichick land?
I have no holy clue. I mean it. I know what I'm rooting for. I would root for radio. Put him in Dallas. Let me see him and Jerry Jones in the same room. But I would think an interesting place. 2, the Chargers is primo because of Herbert. Now, they've interviewed Harbaugh. Do your thing. You want to invite that into your building. What about Atlanta? Arthur Blank will give you the power. You can rock and roll. There are pieces there.
Heck,
I don't know.
He left Arthur Smith alone for an entire year and just said, you know what? I don't care how you play with your toys.
Right.
But you're not going to come back next.
So I would say those 2. But honestly, I really don't have an idea. I think it's a very tough fit because Bill has operated as the entire football department of the Patriots. Nowhere would be in their right mind to offer him that after he drove it into Middle Earth post-Brady.
We just finished talking about Jim Harbaugh. Is he in the NFL or is he in college next season?
If it's the NFL, I think it's the Chargers. But I don't have that answer because you are talking about a completely unpredictable man and then a completely morally bankrupt university. Because I half expect them to put into his contract, Jim, you could kill someone and we won't suspend you.
He killed somebody in Times Square clause.
Right, exactly. Hey, you killed the urban cowboy. Rico, I really don't know. If he goes, though, the Chargers seems to be, from the betting odds, they would be the fit. And if he doesn't go to the Chargers, he would somehow come back on an immunity clause at U of M.
David?
I think his hiring of his agent, Don Yee, tells me he's going to the NFL.
Yeah, but David, he said he didn't want this to be a yearly occurrence.
Liar.
Next year, will the Lions have to hire 1 or 2 new coordinators?
1. Ben Johnson's for certain gone. I just don't think Aaron Glenn's going to get that kind of traction.
He's got 4 interviews lined up. Aaron Glenn has 4 interviews lined up so far.
Yeah, I know.
He says it's going to take every one.
That's fine. Okay. I'll be surprised if he gets hired. It's very difficult with that defense to go, yes, this is my architect. Ben Johnson, come on, man. That offense has been top 10, now top 5.
Just don't watch the third quarter. Just stop the tape at halftime. That's good enough.
Highlights end at the half. It's like most MSU basketball games. Yeah, no, I think Ben will be gone. I think Aaron Glenn will be back.
All right, we talked a little bit about Dallas. Michael Irvin, the playmaker, famous Cowboy, came out on social media and basically said, everybody's got to go except for pretty much CeeDee Lamb. Is he right?
Ish. I mean, for Dak, what is it now? 1-4 in the playoffs?
I believe so.
And good quarterbacks win, great quarterbacks cover, 0-5 against the spread.
He's saying just tear it down to the studs.
Probably. I mean, realistically, Tyron Smith doesn't have a future there. He's old. His body is shot. Zach Martin, how much does he have left? You have CeeDee, you have Micah Parsons. Beyond that, how far am I willing to go with this current group who has had 3 straight 12-win seasons, but 3 straight one-and-dones? Probably got to retool it. Yeah, I actually agree with him more than I disagree.
Yeah, I agree it does, but at 81 years old, Jerry Jones, I don't think he's willing to do that. I really don't. No. It's age. It's a problem with age. He wants to win right away before
you know what it reminds you of Illich here.
Yes.
Where he did everything he could with the Tigers and the Wings because he wanted one more title. So, okay. It came out earlier today. Derrick Henry was almost traded to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
If they would have consummated this trade, would this have fixed the Eagles?
No. It would have had an absolute 0% impact. 0. Rico, Jalen Hurts is a mess. Infighting in the locker room. The offensive line has gone from being elite to average. They're horrible against the blitz, and the defense cannot get off the field. So when the opponent is possessing the football on an average of like 38 minutes since week 8, I don't care who your running back is. You never have the ball. I mean, the Eagles are on the field for 80, 85. I think in the Bills game, they're on the field for 93 snaps. No, I don't think it would have changed a thing. Why, David?
Because you don't pay running backs?
Bam!
But you draft them. Because they came here.
And then you dump him in the river.
But if he's there, ball control.
No. Out.
Okay. All right. For the divisional playoff games, who's the wild card team that can win? I mean, the underdog team that can win. Flat out win.
Okay, so are we doing the cop-out where it's like, well, the Chiefs are 2.5-point dogs, therefore them? Or do you want the biggest bomb?
No, the one that if your life depended on it, I'm picking this team, this underdog, to flat out win the game on the money line. Who would that team be?
I mean, you'd have to say the Chiefs. The rest of them are all touchdown or better dogs. Now, if you're like Mike, which big underdog would be the one? That's a different question. I mean, I'll say Chiefs because I don't want to hear a receipt segment in 3 months.
Yes, no receipt segment.
I know you're
not
Wilson the volleyball.
No,
I know you.
This isn't a receipt segment. This is just okay. So who's the big upset then?
Honestly, between the Bucks, Texans, and the Pack, Bucks. I mean, a rookie QB's not going into Baltimore. And I already told you, you guys are my favorite pick of the week. I think the Packers are going to get murdered. And while I don't think the Bucs are going to win, yeah. I mean, they can slow down your running game. They did it in the first matchup. They got the elite receivers to cut you apart in the secondary. What if Goff gets pressured by Todd Bowles' blitzes and we get a couple of turnovers happening? I'm just, you want me to build a pathway? There's your pathway. Oh, by the way, shout out Tampa Bay media.
Wait. That's coming up, Mike.
Oh.
Hold on.
Okay.
I got one more question before we get to that. But you know what? We're there already. Mike, how would you have answered this question? Mike, how would you answer that question?
We play at one problem. They play indoors.
Todd Bowles handled it like a champ, like a true professional, and just kind of was like, well, we'll only be outside for about 20 seconds. They play in a dome. But Coach Valenti, how would you have answered that?
I'm not going to dignify that with a response. Next question.
Mike Tomlin, you just walking off?
I mean, how do you even... I mean, it's just proof they'll credential anyone.
All right.
Up next, a question from Kenny Cott, 13 beers deep. That's the frost. I mean, honestly, come on. How can you ask a coach how are you going to handle the elements? They play in a dome.
See, I probably would have just, if I was sitting there in the press conference, just tugged on her. No. Just stop with the question. I'll explain to you later. You don't want to become a meme right now. Yeah, just let that go. Next question. David?
Oh, yeah, I probably would throw a chair at her.
You would. David,
no, I wouldn't. I'm just playing.
There's a difference in sound effect and then actual verbalizing of said sound effect.
I wouldn't respond well, I'll tell you that. Before I say something, I'm probably rolling my eyes looking at somebody like, is this real?
Okay. All right. That is your NFL Blitz, 97.1.
Hungry Howie's, nothing better than some pepperoni pizza. How about this? Cheapest ticket to get in the game this week, standing room, is north of $600. How about you stay home and order some pizza?
It's going to be cold in there.
You could save about $590. Get yourself a pepperoni duo. Double the pep, tons of flavor, a legitimate, real feature pizza of the month. Now, I know they got off the rails a little bit with some of the Kenny Cott pizzas. Now we're back in the wheelhouse. 2 varieties of pepperoni, under $10. Limited time only. Get that large pepperoni duo in time for the game this weekend. $9.99 only at Hungry Howie's. All right. We are going to get to the Lions and Jared Goff in 9 minutes. Top of the hour, and really get into it because today needs to be the Jared Goff show. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We're going to go on the board momentarily. Let me do this. We have royalty calling the show, and I want to make sure we get to Brian from Detroit. He is a longtime caller before we fully move on to Lion stuff. Fair? Brian is up next. What's up, B?
Fellas, you know I don't like Harbaugh that much. But Mike, you could walk in somebody's office when you got a national championship and ask for anything you want, and that's what they did. That's what he did. I remember about a year. Remember he did that interview with Minnesota, and you said really nobody in the NFL really want him because of the age and all that other stuff.
True.
When you win, things change. Now the NFL want them. Michigan will get on their knees and do whatever it takes to keep them. They could care less. It's all
and
about
Brian,
winning.
Brian, hold on 1 second, because I'm not mad. You have every right to say what you're saying, but so do I. That my whole point is everything you said is true. And I can still laugh at it and go, does anyone have a standard?
Mike, I'm laughing with you. They don't have a standard. Mike, I told you this when they had that attitude. Michigan does not have no standard. They should be like me. I don't care how we got to win. I just want to win.
That's right.
But Brian, I would have took the pictures for you. I got to ask you another question too, fellas.
Buddy. Go ahead.
Think about it. I always said, if Mel Tucker would have been coming off a Big Ten championship and went to the playoffs, they wouldn't have fired him with that stuff happened with that lady. It never would have happened.
I
think they
you know
would've.
what? No, I agree with Brian. It would have never came to light. Think about this, Mike. People died during the Georgia football program. Nothing happened to Kirby Smart. His players were out, and people died. So
when you went, if Mel Tucker would have been, he could have had 2 women in the room with him. Whatever he was doing. When you win, brother, Mike, that covers everything.
Yeah, but the problem is
anything
this.
from him.
Hey, look, we're not going to re-adjudicate this because I don't care. You have to remember, on the heels of what took place with Larry Nassar, he was in a relationship, may or may not have been consensual, with a vendor, a university vendor who was lecturing on how to treat women.
Right.
A rape victim. Like, I'm sorry, guys, respectfully disagree. There'd be no way, no path forward.
Here's why I say, when you win, people will forgive you, but when you lose, think about this, okay?
Okay.
No, real quick, and then we'll get on the board. Look at everything that's happened at Michigan under Harbaugh. They won a title, but I mean, from Mozzie Harris to all the different things that went on, nothing happened. Him saying it was just a cheeseburger till I want full immunity. But when they were losing, remember, Brady Hoke loses his job because he took Shane Morris back out on the field.
He lost his job because his headset wasn't plugged in.
But I'm saying it was, you put a stake in the ground, you embarrassed us, and you apologize, and you put Shane Morris back on the field. You know what? You're fired.
All right, that's because people.
He was fired because he was losing.
No, it's because people are con artists and they're morally bankrupt.
No, but when you win, they'll find a reason to keep you around.
Well, then what's Juwan's excuse?
He falls under the radar. Best thing that happened to him.
Oh, really?
Michigan kept winning.
Okay.
Nobody. David, can you name 5 players on the team?
Doug.
And I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm just saying.
You mean I meant full-time players, not part-time ones who play at home but don't go on the road.
The bad son, Doug. Right.
Doug.
What about Cheddar Bob?
Will Cheddar.
We're good. Let's go. Let's go on the board, shall we?
Cheddar Bob.
Oh, that's right. Nice, tidy 2-0, system not a system, but it plays like a system night. Now, Kansas State wasn't a work of art. Got a little sketchy there, but got it to OT, got it done. And then what's becoming my new favorite team in America, the Lobos in New Mexico, put 100 on Utah State. If you're bored one night, you need to watch. They are fun as hell, man. Elite guard play. And I don't know what that, I asked Evan, I forgot the kid's name. They got a kid, and it's like Jermel Jr. Smitherman. Just block party. Everyone's invited. 2-0, feel good about it. It works, guys. But you got to wait because there is no system tonight. There's no play that falls in, so you can not play. Or I know Rico will demand something, and it's in his wheelhouse. I want to take you to the Big Ten. I want to take you to a ratty Big Ten, which Rico loves. Nobody, and I mean nobody, walks into the rack and wins a game. That's Rutgers' home tin little barn. Rutgers laying 2.5, hosting Nebraska. Nebraska clearly better, 13-4. Rutgers, very average. But the rack, they turn into gremlins.
It's funny.
Talk to me.
No, because I thought the game was I was like, you're going to talk about Pinnacle, because that's when Nebraska plays, because nobody goes in there. But you're right. The rack, very tough place to play. I don't know. Yeah, that one, I'll bless that one, Mike.
It's just something I know that you love the Big Ten. I would bet it and not watch it. That's how much I care about the Big Ten this year.
I mean, it may be entertaining, like
let me give you the other
last
game.
Night.
The other game that intrigues, again, these are not system, not a system, but we're having fun on a Wednesday night. LSU, who is infinitely average. They got that Jamal Reed kid who puts up 50 and a bunch of school children. They're 10-6, but favored at home over 15-1 Ole Miss. Chris Beard coaching. Maybe a lean to LSU there. Like I said, I had a great night last night. Not going to go crazy. Wanted to at least offer things because I don't want to be Kenny Cott on hardwood. Rico, please.
Let's head on down to Detroit.
Let's not.
Timberwolves. Pistons.
No.
Pistons. Oh, God. Anthony Edwards over 28.5 points. Anthony Edwards over 2 or more three-pointers made. And just for you, Mike, Jalen Duren to get 10 rebounds at plus 240.
Hey, another monster game for Duren against the Wiz where he had 18 and 13 or something. That's a great way to bet the Pistons is the player combo. Yeah. Points and rebounds, Duren. He's a machine. I actually would tell you this. I think it's interesting. I know it's not a great way to watch basketball. Under. Minnesota, an elite defensive team. Pistons cannot shoot the basketball. Total, 223. Under would be interesting.
You want me to add the under?
I want you to, it's a free country. Live your best life. I know it's not fun to go, miss another.
Well, that's what I said. I just went, Edwards, 20 over 28.5.
Yeah.
Hit 2 3-pointers and Duren to get 10 rebounds or more.
Throw the under in. Okay. Kenny, go ahead, buddy. Talk to me.
I gave you 4 picks yesterday. None of them hit. I'm taking the day off.
Yeah, that's called Kenny getting wiped out in one night. Kenny showed up to work.
I had all those wins. We had a bankroll built up. It's okay.
And up next, Kenny pantsless.
All right. the Mike Valeni special.
Can I say real quick? I want to say this in Kenny's defense. In the 3 years he's been doing hockey picks, I never in my life remember a night like he had last night. That was a hellscape for you.
Yeah, that was absolutely miserable. Every game that I flipped to, they're down 1, they're down 2. I flip back, they're down 4. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
That's called the first day of March Madness last year for me.
I was your dad in the chair with all the
pari-mutuel tickets.
That's called just burn the tape. Don't watch the game. Burn the tape. You're going to learn nothing.
What's the special pay?
If you add the under along with Edwards over 28.5, Edwards 2 3-pointers or more made, Duren 10 rebounds or more, and the under in the game, it's now at plus 570.
David, what do you got?
I was already on that for the points and rebounds. Jalen Duren over 24
you like that now? Oh, you like that?
I do. And then I'll go with this one, plus 19.5, USC visiting Arizona. Got to go with that one because they have the Prince, Bronny.
No,
so I have to, right?
David, they're terrible.
I know they are.
That 19 is not charity. They're terrible.
I'm just being. I'm making
Colorado,
fun of those.
Colorado put 100 on them in the second half of the game they played a few days ago. Here, you want an idea? I'll give you an idea. Why not the Heat in Toronto tonight?
You know what? I thought about that. The Raptors have no roster.
FanDuel hasn't pulled it off the board.
Correct.
It's Heat minus 3.5 on the road in Toronto. Obviously, they traded Anunoby. Now they traded Siakam.
Try to take it now before it gets pulled off the board.
Correct.
I don't know. It's an idea. I don't love it. And that's on the board. You want to talk some Jared Goff?
Let's talk some golf.
Where's all the Hendon Hooker fans, huh? We'll talk about it next. 97.1. All right, Wild Card Weekend is in the books. We're on to that divisional round, and you got more ways to play with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Yes, sides and totals. That's my jam. But one thing I am trying to be better at is the props. Yeah! Rico, it's truth, and Jim is right. We get a lot of mail on Cash Ticket about it. And here's the cool part.
You're reading my mail?
I was 4-0 on props last weekend. I did
Thanks
good.
for reading my mail.
I done good, Dad. FanDuel's got more props than anybody. I mean, you can bet, hey, will Jake Ferguson have a good day today? Minus 340. You're like, what? Did he smile twice? They've got it. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NFL and 97.1. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell was in Detroit today, speaking at Visit Detroit's annual meeting held at Ford Field to promote the upcoming NFL Draft, which, of course, the Motor City is hosting this year. Goodell wasn't at the Lions' historic playoff win over the Rams Sunday night, but he said Ford Field's electric atmosphere was palpable through the TV. Goodell also spoke at length about the NFL's decision to bring the draft to Detroit, saying the league wants to showcase the city and its revival. The draft is just 99 days away. It's expected to generate nearly $200 million in economic impact for the region. Speaking of economic impact, the Lions host the Bucs Sunday at Ford Field, an event that's expected to bring some $20 million to Metro Detroit. Wings at Panthers tonight in the second of this 3-game road trip. It's Alex Lyons' return to Southeast Florida, where he helped spur the Panthers' Stanley Cup Finals run 1 year ago. Detroit will be without Patrick McCain for the rest of this trip. His lower body injury, though, is not related to the hip issue that he recently returned from. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Honestly, it sounds like most sideline reports. The coach has said more points wins games. Back to you. All right.
How are you going to handle the cold weather in Detroit?
One problem. They play in a dome. Jared Goff. I'm so excited, and I did a small version of this on Cash the Ticket with Cookies because I said, all right, when are you just going to stop? Like, I don't need, one thing I hate is when people are like, when are you going to apologize for that opinion? I don't know. Half past your mom. It's an opinion. It's sports. It's not like Rico's hurling ethnic slurs. Guys, can we stop with the Goff stuff? Won 12 games, won the division, won a playoff game. I don't care how he plays against the Bucs. You got to pay him. But yet, you turn on the station in the morning, you turn it on in the middays, and I'm sure it'll happen here. I just don't get what some of you are after. It's like yesterday when people were bitching and moaning, well, you didn't say we'd win by enough. You know what? Go to hell. How about that? You won your first playoff game in 30 years. And all you can find a way to do is complain or not pay your quarterback because he's not Joe Burrow, because he's not Mahomes. I don't understand what we're doing. So I want to know right here, right now, no matter what happens against the Bucs, which I do believe they will win, but no matter what happens, aren't you paying this guy? Can you put your swords down? And for all that Jared Goff needed to prove to you, which, by the way, he didn't have to prove to the men in that locker room, to the front office, to his head coach, and you heard it after the game, which Rico cited yesterday. You're good enough for effing Detroit, which is obviously a shot at the Rams because he wasn't good enough for them. Is great going to be the enemy of good here? Because some of you, I heard a caller call into Doug and Scott, oh, I should just go to Hendon Hooker next year. Man, do you live on Xbox? What planet do you reside on that a man for the Detroit Lions is going to win 12 games, win the division, win a playoff game, and you want to let him get into the last year of his contract?
Mm-hmm. It's the proverbial next level. Because I heard a caller, too, saying, yeah, but you know what? We still need to reach that next level. It's like, guys, you're at the next level. It may not be the way that you wanted to get there, but you're there. You won a lot of games. You won a division. You've won a playoff game. You're hosting another playoff game. What's another quarterback going to do that Goff has not done for you? He wins game. That locker room loves him. The ownership loves him. And when I thought early on when they extended him when they didn't have to, you know what? Brad Holm he believes in Goff. But listening to how they sound, he went out there and did something going all the way back to what? Eric Kramer? You want a playoff game? And then when they're like, you're good enough for Detroit, you're good enough for us, that was his team. And the reception that his teammates have for him, he's a quarterback. I don't understand. For some reason, the goalpost keeps getting moved for this man. And I don't understand what he has. Not every fan, but there are some fans, Mike, he can do nothing right. If he wins a Super Bowl, yeah, but you only won one. Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. That doesn't make you special.
Do you understand that the numbers that Jared Goff is putting up right now exceed what, for instance, from my world, Eli Manning ever did? Eli has 2 Super Bowls. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Guys, I'll ask you again. Are we done? Seriously, here's the phone lines. I want all the chuckleheads. Line them up like bowling pins. Just tell me exactly. Now, here's the other thing, and I got into this with Costa. Well, I'm not giving him a Pat Mahomes. Who's talking about paying Jared Goff $500 million? If I were representing Jared Goff, I would have the talk with my client. Like, there's no scenario you're going to be the highest paid QB in football. None. And if the Lions gave him that level of money, I would actually criticize it. But there's a middle ground here to where.
Yeah, I think Lions fans are going to have to be okay with the fact that we're going to be breaking news one day saying Goff is going to be averaging about $40 to $45 million a year on his next extension.
And within a year or two, when quarterbacks begin making $60 a year, he'll go from being the 5th highest paid to the 7th highest paid.
It reminds me of when Stafford was the highest paid QB, and it was the outrage. Well, he hasn't won a playoff game. He hasn't won a division. How is he the highest paid QB? Well, just wait a second, because he won't be, and he wasn't. And then all of a sudden, his deal looked cheap. Goff is your guy. You're going to have to pay him. I don't understand the angst for some. It's not Hendon Hooker. If you bring in Hendon Hooker, he's the unknown. You have something built here that you can sustain. You may not win 12 games next year. You may, because you're going to be playing a tougher schedule, but you could be a better team. This is Goff's team. This offense is built for him. He's got the running game. He's got the offensive line. He's got the safety blanket in Laporta. I don't understand what it is that you want to see from this man that he has not given you. Because he has galvanized his team.
Take the names out of it. All right? Take the names out of this. I'm going to give you 2 stat lines. 2. All right? 67.3% completion rate. 4,600 yards. 30 touchdowns, 12 picks, and a QB rating of 97.9. Right? Does that sound good to you?
Sounds good.
Okay, that's quarterback A. Here's quarterback B. I just got to pull the second window up. I apologize. Quarterback B is the following. A 66.5% QB percentage rate, 4,300 yards, 29 touchdowns, 18 picks, and a 92.2 rating. Which quarterback would you rather have, A or B?
Probably A.
Okay, A is Jared Goff, B is Josh Allen. But what about the rushing yard? Noted. What about the 18 picks? What about the lower completion percentage? What about the fewer passing yards? What about the brutal red zone turnovers? My point to you is, you're chasing names. You're chasing the idea of a quarterback. People in Buffalo aren't getting rid of.
That's a great way of putting it. The idea of a quarterback. I like that.
It's like what people do with
that's why you're
spouses.
on the marquee, man.
No, I'm saying, like, think about what people do in relationships. You'll see a lot of people, men or women, whatever, they're in love with the idea of someone. They're not in love with the actual person. Mm-hmm. So, like, just think about it. Buffalo ain't trying to get rid of Josh Allen for all of his foibles. Why the hell in a town that has had no success? I have comped this to a homeless man complaining that the free mattress he got isn't comfortable. Then go sleep on the concrete.
Right, but then you get some saying, well, Dallas is looking to part way with Dak, so, maybe we should do the same.
Dak has had how many chances to go on a run?
Oh, you're right.
How many years in a row? 3 12-win years in a row without doing what Jared Goff did. Rico.
Mike, I'm with you. When he initially got here, I'm like, guys, he's not a Band-Aid. This is going to be your guy. The fact that he has gone out here, and here's the puzzling part about all of this. People loved Stafford.
Endlessly.
And Stafford didn't give you anything that this man has given you in the last 3 years. Yeah, he was on the bad team, and he was here to turn it around. And he is now the team leader. And he led you to a playoff victory. First time in 30 years. And you know what? This isn't going to be a one-time thing. The Lions will be back in the playoffs multiple years where it won't be a big deal to go and get tickets because you're used to them being in the playoffs.
Quarterback A, 67% completion rate, 4,200 yards, 27 touchdowns, 14 picks for a 92 rating. Quarterback B, 67% completion rate, 4,600 yards, 30 touchdowns, 12 picks, and a 96 quarterback rating. Who would you rather have, quarterback A or B?
Give me the A numbers again.
A is 67.2, 4,200 yards, 27 touchdowns, 14 picks, and a 92 rating.
B?
Yeah, B is Jared Goff. A, Patrick Mahomes. I'll do this all day.
Okay. Brock Purdy.
Hold, please. No, but you understand, because what happens is there's an inherent bias.
It is.
And if people have an idea they don't like Jared Goff, you're going to look for anything that confirms your bias. People would rather be right than to just accept this better way forward. Like, it's okay to be wrong. Things are still good. I don't understand. If I take the names out of this and we go data, all right, so he's not sexy. So he doesn't run for an 80-yard touchdown, or maybe he doesn't have... Guys, if I have to hear someone else go, well, he doesn't throw the ball downfield enough. He led the league in completions over 20 yards. Oh, well, the receivers did most of the work. Signed anyone who's ever thrown Tyreek Hill a football.
Yeah.
Like, I
was about to say, yeah, Tyreek Hill, Debo, yeah, they just catch
Brock
it
Purdy
and
threw
run.
a 5-yard pass to Debo in Philadelphia, and it turned into an 80-yarder.
Facts.
Like, that's called playing the position. So I would love to know, are we done?
Even the CeeDee Lamb, 97-yard run was mostly CeeDee Lamb.
It was a broken play.
Right.
248-539-9797. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What's not up for debate? The best mattress on the market. It is the iComfort Eco. It is supportive. It is designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, David on the ticket text. We're doing the Jared Goff show. I just would like to know, for all the people who wanted more, needed more, prove it. Okay, can you put your sword down now? Can we pay Jared Goff? We good? David, go ahead.
Someone's texting in, Dave, as a New York Jets fan, he says, I wish we had a quarterback like Jared Goff. Can't understand all the skepticism here in Detroit. Seems irrational at this point.
But here's the thing I will tell you. This is the problem. No one will value Jared Goff as much as you will. Jared Goff could not go to a lot of other situations and be good. Guess what? Lamar Jackson couldn't. Lamar has always had a very specific offense. Only now, this deep into his career, they brought in Todd Monken and tailored what they were doing and tried to move it forward.
I mean, remember, John Harbaugh scrapped the old offense and said it's not working for him, so come up with one that he likes.
Correct. Like, only a rarefied few QBs could just be dropped into a situation and you'll get the same performance. Jared Goff, he's like a step above a game manager and a step below a superstar, which is good enough to win a Super Bowl.
So basically, most quarterbacks in the league.
No, I think the superstars, you've got. How many superstar quarterbacks are there?
I was about to say, I don't think you can get past 5 or 6.
Okay, so name them. You want to name Lamar? Fine.
Lamar.
You want to go Allen, Mahomes, Burrow. There's 4. Okay, who else?
I wouldn't put Allen on that list.
I'm trying to be fair to prove a point. How many? No.
Hurts when healthy.
Okay, fine, 5. Let's say there's 6 superstars. Then you're going to have a space of guys who are better than game managers, but not superstars. You got a Matt Stafford. You got a Kirk Cousins. You could throw a Kyler Murray in there. You could throw in some of these other QBs. Pencil them in. Okay.
A Dak.
Fine. Then there's everybody else. The point I'm making is he's still a top 10 QB. A top 12 quarterback. Mm-hmm. Now, if you don't want that, you need to do one of 2 things. Show me a realistic pathway to getting one of the top 5 or 6 guys, which does not exist, or spin the wheel of fortune. You're basically Indiana Jones' Temple of Doom. Which chalice am I sipping from? Here's a hint. Most teams that decide to sip from the chalice turn into the bag of bones that the one dude did.
He chose poorly.
Poorly. So I just don't know what we're doing. David, go ahead.
Yeah, Ken texts in and says, for everybody that doesn't want to pay him, you better hope he wins 0 more games. For everybody that wants a Super Bowl, better hope they don't make it. So are you rooting against your team to lose so you could be right about paying or not paying the quarterback?
And just know that it's not every Lions fan, because I think some Lions fans realize this is our guy and this is what we see. We are those who, David, I'm telling you, if he wins one, they'll say, well, it's just one Super Bowl, and even Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl.
Okay.
So that's not that special.
If you told me I got to win a Super Bowl once every 10 years and the other 9 I was terrible, would I take it? Yeah, probably. Now, as a Giants fan, I'm approaching like 13 seasons, and we're terrible. But you get my point. If you're a Lions fan, you waited your whole life. Who cares? Take a page out of the Michigan fan playbook. Who cares what happens afterwards? Oh, well, what about that Joe Flacco deal? Do you think the people in Baltimore care? He had 11 touchdowns and no picks that postseason and won them a Super Bowl. Oh, well, it hurt them down the line. What? Here, let's check your trophy case. Let's go to Ryan to lead it off, 97.1. What's up, Ryan?
Not much. How you doing?
Good, man.
So I have this theory of why I think people don't like Jared Goff and why they kind of want to move on to Hendon Hooker. And I kind of compare it to submarine pitchers in baseball. They look awkward, doing what they do. Sometimes Jared does look a little awkward with the way he throws the ball. Sometimes it doesn't come out clean. But you know what? He gets it done. And stats speak for themselves. This guy's our quarterback, and he just brought you your first playoff win, and most people's first playoff win they've ever seen the Lions get. So I don't want to hear it. Like, this guy's our quarterback for the foreseeable future.
I'm with you, Ryan. I don't understand it. I think you're right. Let's get the Goff people, the people who don't want Goff here. What is it about him that you want to be different? What is it about him that you don't like? It could be the delivery, but then again, I'm watching other games and you're looking at quarterback throwing the ball, and it's like they showed Jordan Love he threw a touchdown pass on that fourth down play. And it was a horrible throw through 4 defenders, but he got it there. It wasn't sexy, but it worked. And that's Jared Goff. It works. I don't understand it.
Yeah. And, I mean, with Jordan Love, too, I mean, he kind of makes it look cool when he does that little fadeaway pass that he does. And I get it. It's cool. It's
Ryan, I'll say this. How Jordan
Yeah.
Love throws the ball is what should drive every fan base crazy, because he throws off his back foot. He kind of floats it up there, but it works for him. I don't get it. If I was a Packer fan, I'd be livid, because I'm like, guy, you got to step into your throw, but he doesn't.
I'll tell you what I think people don't like. I think they're seduced by the mobile quarterback. So here's a fun exercise. Here's a fun exercise. Outside of Patrick Mahomes, name the other mobile quarterbacks that have won a Super Bowl in recent memory. And you can define recent as 15 years. Want to make it 20? We'll make it 20. How many guys whose feet are truly a weapon have brought home a Lombardi trophy?
I can think of one.
Or, hell, even made the game. Want to play a game even more fun? Just gotten you there. Go ahead.
Okay.
Take a guess.
I was going to say the one is Russell Wilson.
Okay. And you got to go back to 2013. Do you know who he faced in that game?
Peyton.
The Statue of David,
Yeah.
a.k.a. Peyton Manning, except he had pants on. Go ahead. What other mobile QBs?
Who made the game or won the game?
Made or won?
Aaron Rodgers.
Go back to 2009.
Correct.
Okay, there's 2.
Jalen Hurts last year.
Got to the game.
Yeah, he
3.
got to the game.
Okay. So in 15 years, 30 total starting QBs. And I'm taking Mahomes out because Mahomes is one of one. He's Michael Jordan. Do we agree?
Yes.
3 other guys in 15 years.
I can add a 4th, Kaepernick. But you're right. It doesn't
Yeah,
happen.
you're right. Kaepernick.
It
yeah.
doesn't happen often.
Right. Okay. So, but you get my point. I mean, here are the names of the guys that have won it. Okay. That are
Cam.
not Mahomes. Stafford, Brady, Foles, Brady, Peyton Manning with bolts in his neck, Brady, Joe Flacco, Eli, Roethlisberger, Breeze, Eli, Peyton, Roethlisberger, and then you're back Brady, Brad Johnson. Okay. Here's who lost it. Brady, Kurt Warner, Peyton Manning, Roethlisberger, Brady, Kaepernick, mobile. Cam, mobile. Matt Ryan, statue. Goff, Garoppolo, Burrow. You see my point? The whole mobile quarterback thing is fun week 1 to 18. But it doesn't pan out into championships. And if you tell me, well, it's not fair, you're taking Mahomes away. Mahomes is one of freaking one.
Well, that type of exciting offense, I give you case study, the Miami Dolphins. They were fun to watch all year long.
But what do they win?
Exactly. When the weather gets colder, they go away.
Okay. Sorry. You had asked the question, and I'm like, I think I know the answer. People want, he's not mobile. What does that even mean?
They want the quarterback that on 3rd and 8 can just take off, like what Josh Allen did when he took off and he picked up the first down and said, "Oh, you're not going to tackle me," and he ran it all the way in for a touchdown.
How many Super Bowls he been to? How many Super Bowls has Lamar been to?
You know what? If you want to get technical about it, none.
Ain't facts a bitch.
You just being mean.
No, I'm not. I'm having a great time. The sun is out. We're not going to have it again until March.
It doesn't matter. It's still 3.
I know, but the sun looks nice.
You know why? Because it's frozen and stuck out there.
But the sunlight off the snow, it's beautiful. Until you have to be out in it. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Look, if you want that career in radio, you want to do what Mike and I do, hey, great. Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. Or you want to go into television, graphic design artist, Specs at LTU is the place for you. Classes, they're lining up right now. You need to reserve your spot. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Your instructors are going to be people who work in the business. That means, like myself, we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn everything that it takes from day one to make it in that business. So, once again, You want to do what I do? Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. It's the start that you've been waiting for. So once again, be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Very simple question. For those out there who do not like Jared Goff, what is it going to take? Because he has won you a playoff. He's won you a division. And some still don't want him here.
In the words of Teddy KGB, pay that man his money.
Because he's your quarterback in the future.
That's it.
Yeah.
Let's get to it. Back to the people. And yes, Rico will bait me into my thoughts on the.
I mean, if you don't want to talk about the Pistons.
No, but one segment later today, like we did one segment on Harbaugh, Odyssey.com Rewind. Go to Brandon, 97.1. What's up, B?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Excellent. How are you?
Good. So I just want to give a quick shout out to the Red Wings because I know it was under-talked about what they did against Toronto with the team landing problems, and then they were able to win in Toronto without Patrick Kane. I thought that was fabulous team effort there.
How about congratulations for ending their slide and kind of stabilizing their season a little bit?
Yeah, that was awesome. But anyways, I don't think people realize that, Jared Goff is perfect for the system. And I don't know if it's a fair comparison, but for the people that like the J.J. McCarthy haters, I think that they're going to see like this offense won't run the same way without J.J. And I think that's the same way with Jared Goff. You're not going to get another quarterback that's efficient enough to make the certain throws that he makes to be able to keep the offense rolling down the field.
Brandon, let me say one thing, though, and this is a very small critique, all right? I'm not angry about it. But do you know why people get so bent out of shape, including myself, about J.J.? Because unlike with Goff, where nobody comps him to Patrick Mahomes, the feckless media want you to believe J.J. McCarthy is Jaden Daniels. It's an absurdity.
No.
It's
it's
ridiculous.
He's not that, but again, we don't really know what. I don't get how JJ can get drafted. That's why I thought it was good for him to come back next year.
Same.
Because we don't use him in a way where he can show off everything he has, and it's not
How do you
his
grade
fault.
a quarterback who's not asked to do a whole lot? Look, there have been games this year where Goff had to throw for 360. There are games he had to throw it 44 times. How about your game where there was no margin for error to win 24-23? He was 22 of 22 with a clean pocket.
Right, and he never had to do that, and that's why I think that Goff is perfect, and people are just going to have to live with it because he will be here for a while.
Yeah, I really, Brandon, I'm with you. I just wonder if it's not proven to you by now. I just don't know that it ever will be.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking that it won't. I mean, I think that the Lions could win the Super Bowl, and you'll have people say, yeah, he's still no Mahomes. They won, but...
Yeah, but in fairness, like, I'll give you an example, right? And I went through this with the Giants with Eli, but Eli wasn't anywhere near as good as Goff. Go look at the numbers. You don't believe me? Go look at them. He's a 500 quarterback with 125 career fumbles, and he notably was a mouth breather. I couldn't take it.
Last thing has nothing to do with football, but let's
No, but
keep
my
going
point
forward.
is, I would have killed to have had someone like Goff. Because Goff, 2 years in a row now, has just played elite. Hold on. I'm going to do this right now. Where do we got to be? We're here till 6.
No. Well, while you do that, I will simply ask 248-539-9797 for those people who, judgment free.
Here.
If you think that Mike and I are totally off board, why should the Lions move away from Jared Goff? Because I don't see it.
Yeah, what do these numbers mean? Ready? 17, 18, 20, 10, 14, 25, 16, 15, 27, 14, 14, 16, 13. What do those numbers mean? Those are the number of interceptions Eli Manning threw by season. Only one of those years was less than what Goff did this year.
Did you say 27?
Oh, I said 27.
Was that his rookie year?
No, that'd be 2013.
He had a lot of stuff on his mind.
Hey, you want his touchdowns? Here you go. Remember, Jared Goff had, 32 of them? Let's see, 24, 24, 23, 21, 27, 31. One problem, he threw 25 interceptions that year. 29, 26, 18, 30, 26, 19, 21. You want completion percentage? Goff was at 67. 48, 52, 57, 56, 60, 61, 62, 61, 59, 57, 63, 62. I mean.
But you know what?
I'm doing the cutlets over here. I would have killed for Jared Goff.
But because he played in the New York market, add 10% on.
No, I'll tell you why. It's because of his last name, and he was a member of the Lucky Sperm Club. He was a Manning. That's why everyone kissed his ass. If his last name was Milikowski, nobody would have said a word.
What about Smitherman?
So, Rico, what you're saying is you add 10% to the touchdowns, take away 10% for the interceptions.
It balances out. Yeah, you add 10% for the touchdowns, the interceptions. It's like going to Canada. It's that conversion rate.
We're talking loonies and toonies. Let's go to the people. Sorry about that, guys. I had to get that off my chest. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Hi, Matt. How you doing?
Good, Mike. How you doing today?
Okay, buddy. What's up?
Just wanted to add into the mix, like you said, Goff's been killing it lately. All this season, all last season. I say pay the man. Nobody had any quarrels paying Stafford when he was the highest paid QB in the league. And look where Goff has taken us. Stafford didn't do nothing for us.
Yeah, and again, I mean, no one is saying you should reset the market paying him. We're not talking about a Deshaun Watson, $250 million fully guaranteed. But, Matt, it's clear this guy should be the quarterback for at least the next 3 seasons here, maybe 4, maybe 5, because what's the alternative? And why is everyone so quick to rush to it?
I really don't get it. They call him a backup quarterback for a reason, right? Sure, maybe Hendon would be good, but you don't know that. He's been out for too long at this point.
This guy,
I don't think we need to.
In all likelihood, Matt, I'm being serious. In all likelihood, while I think the Buccaneer game will be tougher than the average fan, I think you're going to win. Jared Goff's going to have you in the NFC Championship game in year 3 of one of the hardest rebuilds in the NFL.
Let's go. Let's go. Will you go with me if we make it to the NFC game?
No, I'm not going to San Francisco for your funeral. No, I'm not doing it. Matt,
shoot.
I'm sorry, buddy. Listen, I'm rooting like hell for this team, but come on.
The Niners got to get past the Packers. Oh, God. And according to Pete Prisco, they're not.
Who?
He's a national writer.
Who?
He said that you have no chance.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Dave, go. You're shaking your head.
I cannot believe you just brought that up, Rico.
David,
One guy who's a nobody now.
It sent me into a depression reading that.
You know what? I truly do hope your team loses now. I don't think they will, but just lose.
He makes it hard to root for him, doesn't he? It really is something.
Why? Because I'm skeptical. They got a history with the Packers.
It's faux skepticism.
It's not.
It's just,
I'm going to have a very stressful Saturday night.
Okay. David, you know what? I'm just going to read something. By the way, you still savoring those Eli numbers?
Yeah, 27 interceptions. That's amazing,
You
man.
like that? After an incredible wild card weekend, FanDuel's got you covered for the divisional round. More ways to play. Prop bets galore. It's what people are into. No one has more betting markets than they do. It is FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NFL, and 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. All right, we'll get back to your calls momentarily. Let's do a little football today, please.
Official music of the Big Ten.
This is the Big Ten CBS music now. So let's get to this real quick.
They just wanted more.
Things that have happened in college football that you have not been able to comment on. And both of you, I want to get your thoughts on Kalen DeBoer going to Alabama. Saban retires, and he takes over for Saban in Alabama. Your thoughts?
Let me leave it to his agent first, and then I'll talk.
David, I think that he's going to be in for a rude awakening, realizing that college football is a religion in the SEC. He's good at his job, but the second he loses 2 games, everybody in that entire fan base will turn on him. I don't know how successful he will be. I don't think he's going to be that successful. You're looking at I think 26 players have already hit the portal from Alabama. They've already lost like 5 or 6 of their top recruits. It's going to be difficult because you can't walk into Alabama and celebrate, hey, we just landed this 3-star wide receiver. I'm sorry, what?
I agree with him. I mean, I don't want to disrespect Kalen DeBoer. He's clearly a really good offensive mind. Having Ryan Grubb helps. But what are you without Michael Penix on a Power 5 level? You know, I question these guys who haven't been somewhere long enough to build something. And now I'm going to drop you into Alabama? I mean, the minute you lose a game you're not supposed to lose, buckle up. Same people greeting you at the airport are going to be throwing rocks through your windows. I didn't understand it.
Think about it. Ed Orgeron wins a title at LSU, and they wanted him gone the next year.
Well, he also had some other
I understand, but you would think that it would give you some leeway that you could do whatever and ask for a contract with no stipulation. I can't ever be fired.
So you're saying good idea by Lanning and Florida State's 100%. Coach saying no to that?
Yeah, you didn't. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
You didn't want to be the guy who followed up the legend of Nick Saban. You wanted to be the next guy. Right. You didn't want to be Tim Floyd.
Yeah, look, you're Sarkisian. You're at Texas. Is Bama an upgrade? No. You're Norvell at Florida State. Is Bama truly an upgrade when you consider the conference? No. Dan Lanning at Oregon? Hello, Nike money. No. I mean, I wouldn't have landed on DeBoer.
So your thoughts on Jedd Fisch then going to Washington to replace Kalen DeBoer?
Brilliant. You're at Arizona. No disrespect to the Wildcats, but no. They have dorm rooms in their stadium. You should go look that up. It looks like a prison. Yeah, you're going to UW. You're going to the Big Ten. You're getting real funding, and you're getting up out of Tucson. That's a good move. Rico is abstaining from comments on Jedd Fisch.
No, I mean exactly what he said. I mean, Arizona is so far in the hole, like they're like a quarter of $1 billion in debt.
They had a slight economic miscalculation.
Like somebody put the decimal in the wrong spot, and they're in debt. He was never going to have the facilities or anything that he wanted. Washington will embrace him. It's an insulated city. He wins, and it's lower expectation. You go out there and you can win 9-10 games and keep them relevant in the Big Ten, he'll be fine.
Yeah, and Arizona was moving fast because he was taking their staff. I believe he took most of the offensive staff already.
And I think 2 defensive staff members.
So, well, Arizona's going to be nothing anymore. Your guy, Rico, Tualia Tagovailoa. Well, he was trying to get a waiver. 6-year eligibility was denied by the NCAA. And now he's going to the NFL. Your thoughts on them being denied?
I mean, apparently it just wasn't good enough because Nick Saban even wrote a letter begging the NCAA, please give this man another year. But, yeah, okay.
Here, I'll give it. I'll tell you what it means. Kid sucks.
You could probably look for him playing locally here in Detroit for the Michigan Panthers.
Oh, my Lord. What a prediction there.
Just being real.
Let me see what you predict for this next thing. J.J. McCarthy declares for the NFL draft.
Whatever.
He's not a first-round selection, but what is he?
Look, man, he could be a first-round selection. I just believe he's an industry plant. All right? He's basically the same thing as Ice Spice. JJ, we're all going to be told this guy's brilliant. You're like, how did we get here? How did you land a record deal with Drake? No one's ever heard of you. This is where we are with JJ. You're going to be told by Mel Kiper, Todd, that he's got all this great tape, cutscene. It's going to be the same 3 throws.
Yeah,
I don't get it. I would have gone back to school and thrown 500 passes. He needs to gain 20 pounds. He needs to use his legs more, and he's got to become more than a one-read quarterback. But hey, I'm a scumbag Sparty. Todd.
This is one where it's kind of how we said before with Goff. If you just take away the names and you just look at his stats and his numbers, he's a college quarterback that I don't think will translate over into the NFL.
He shows flashes of being a pro, but in order for me to use first-round draft capital, I need to see those flashes several times a game.
Right, because then people were like, well, you could just draft him and stash him. It's like the NFL, you have 53-man rosters. You have to come in there contributing. Hendon Hooker, they took because they thought he's the first-round pick and he's injured. We don't really have to use him, put him on injured reserve. You're drafting JJ to what? Groom him to be a quarterback? Either you're a quarterback or you're not for the NFL. You find out very quickly because I think he's a really good college quarterback. I don't see it in the NFL.
Mike, Rico, Texas is back. Here's a sign that they're back.
Okay.
They were over $271 million in operating revenue for the 2023 fiscal year.
Good God.
That they better enjoy it because they're going to the SEC. They're probably not making that money anymore.
No. Look, I think all I'll say, and I've continued to say it, Texas is way more well-equipped to go to the SEC than Oklahoma. I think Oklahoma's in a lot of trouble, and from a Big Ten perspective, I think USC's in a lot of trouble. Certain schools, I think, are equipped. What Sark is building, I think they'll win. I'm not sitting here telling you they're going to just waltz in and dominate.
No.
But Alabama out, Texas in. Yeah, I could see Texas being Kirby Smart's biggest, competition because they're a machine. They have geographical advantage at home with recruiting, and they're built for it. It's like Oregon. Oregon is built to play in the Big Ten.
See, I would say Texas, when the Big Ten expanded, to me, Texas would be Penn State. Name brand. You thought that they would come in and really dominate, but they didn't, but they're still relevant.
All right.
And to me, Oklahoma will be Nebraska.
Agree there. I think Oklahoma's in a lot of trouble.
So
hate to see it.
So this is way too early. I get it. It is only January, but a couple names I want to put on here for the hot seat, possibly. 3 guys. Dave
Jonathan
Aranda.
Smith.
No,
I'm kidding. Everyone relax.
Dave Aranda for Baylor, Billy Napier for Florida, and Pat Narduzzi for Pitt.
I'm just going to focus on the only one who should actively still be employed, which is Napier. Narduzzi should have been fired, and Dave Aranda should have been let go. Billy Napier, here's what I would advise you. It doesn't matter how good of a football coach he may be or maybe not. Look at their schedule. Tell me how they're getting to 5 wins. Florida has arguably one of the hardest schedules I have ever seen. Ever. Napier might be the goods. Might be. They physically will not be able to win games next year.
Yeah, they have Miami. Then they close out with Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, Florida State.
Here, hold on. Here's a simulation of November.
Oh. Well, it's Florida as well. So SEC, you don't win at least 10 games. That's the floor.
Right. And his problem, Tennessee's good. Kentucky's good. Oh, by the way, Mizzou just had the best year they've had in about 15 years. Yeah. I think Billy Napier's going to get capped. I think he's going to get fired next year, whether he deserves it or not.
David, here's one for your college football blitz. Came out, there's an article, CBS Sports Line. If Jim Harbaugh leaves to go to the NFL, some coaching replacements. Sharon Moore.
Yes.
I think that's who the job should go to.
Dude's a stud.
Lance Leipold.
No.
Kansas. Jesse Mentor.
He wants to go to the NFL. No.
Matt Campbell. Iowa State.
No, you cannot. The dude overly brims his hats. It's a stovepipe. Can't hire him.
Chris Kleiman.
Okay, I love Kleiman for what he's built at Kansas, but in the words of Brady Hoke, this is Michigan. Come on now.
Mike Hart.
Absolutely not.
Todd Monken, the
Absolutely
Ravens
not.
offensive coordinator.
This list is absurd.
And Brian Kelly.
Okay, now, see, that I like.
Is he going to bring back the family?
No, that one I like. Brian Kelly at Michigan would make sense. And it would be scary because I'll tell you, he'll give you top 5 recruiting classes every single year. And he's already proven he doesn't give an F. Hell, a kid died at practice. He had him up on a gurney. He don't care. He fits your school perfect.
And that is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Lions held a walkthrough in Allen Park today. No surprises on the availability report, but edge rusher James Houston says he plans on playing Sunday against Tampa. Houston fractured his ankle in Week 2 versus Seattle. His 21-day return window ends tomorrow, meaning the Lions must decide whether to elevate him to the 53-man active roster or place him on season-ending IR. The Lions' divisional round matchup with the Bucs will generate some $20 million in economic impact for the region, according to Visit Detroit. In a weird scheduling quirk, another Tampa team is in town the same day. The Red Wings host the Lightning at LCA at 7 p.m. Sunday in a game that was moved from its original 5 p.m. puck drop due to the Lions' 3 p.m. kickoff. Even weirder, the Lions and Red Wings host two teams from the same city for the second straight weekend. Last weekend, it was the Rams and Kings from L.A. 4 Detroit Tigers are on Baseball America's preseason top 100 prospect rankings. Max Clark, Jackson Jobe, Colt Keith, and Chase Young. And awful news out of the NBA. Dejan Milojevic, the Warriors' assistant coach, has died after suffering a heart attack at the team dinner in Salt Lake City last night. He was just 46. The NBA has postponed tonight's Golden State-Utah game as a result. Here on the ticket tonight, the Wings skate on the road against the Panthers, coverage starting at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock, great to have you with us. And callers, I'm coming right to you. I will say this, Rico has been dying for a day to get me to address the Troy Weaver trade and just the folly of that man being allowed to execute a trade. I'll do it this hour, but I want to continue with the callers. We're doing the Jared Goff show. And what do I mean by that? It's simple. I've been on the side of I'm paying this guy for a long time. Now, I told you middle of the year, if they somehow choked the division away, if they weren't playing well, if they careened off the guardrails, we could have a different conversation. But they didn't. They won 12 games. They won the division. And they won a playoff game where Jared Goff, I don't care how you want to spin it, played a really high-caliber football game. Now, I know what Cookies tried to do on the morning show. Oh, I know. Where is this guy? Well, you know, when he wasn't pressured, he was 22 of 22, but when he was pressured, he was 0 for 5. So he was 22 for 27, right? So he didn't turn it over, right? So he made several big-time throws, right?
Including a fourth down.
Right. So I just would like to know, are we putting down our swords now? Can we move forward with Jared Goff and I don't have to deal, and Rico doesn't have to deal with the nonsense of somehow you don't trust this guy, or his biggest crime is that he's not Joe Burrow? And I know a majority of fans like Jared Goff, are happy with him here. But I don't understand that portion. I'd say it's 2/3 in favor of and 1/3 not. I do not get the Jim Costa 33%. I don't. So let's have the conversation and go to the people right now. Also, I had no idea, and I was really in disbelief talking to Jimmy Powers. You know he makes spaghetti every Sunday?
Ooh,
what the hell's an Irishman from Georgia doing making spaghetti every Sunday? What a world.
I mean, it's easy. Just pasta and ground
Man,
beef.
Chef Boyardee ain't pasta.
And ragu.
That's a disgrace.
I mean, how hard is it to make spaghetti?
He tells me he makes his own sauce. I'm like,
come on, man. You can't stereotype people like that. Man, probably if he does it every week, he's probably very good at it, Mike.
He just strikes me as the dude who's eating like venison every Sunday. The guy's a big game hunter.
He's got class to him, man.
Okay. No, stop right now. JC 97.1. JC, what's up, man?
Hey, I'm a 60-year-old Lions fan, expat. I live in Minnesota now.
Sure.
I've lived in San Diego, Chicago. It's really a lot different experience being a Lions fan, not in Detroit, and defending them all these years. But quick point first, because as I was waiting, J.J. Watt had the best idea in the world on McAfee today. How do the Lions not turn out all the lights? Leading the Lions out of the tunnel is Eminem doing Lose Yourself. The place would absolutely fall to the ground. Okay, Jared Goff talk. I suppose in 1991 we should have stuck with Eric Kramer because he won us a playoff game. You know what? I'm closing on 1,000 Lions.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
Lions game.
Hold on. No, I know you
we
said
should have
that.
gotten Warren Moon or Joe Montana. That's decided. I don't want to rehash.
No, hold on. What you said is true, though. They had 3 quarterbacks to choose from, and they let the guy go who they should have kept.
They
was
should have kept none of
Kramer.
them. They should have signed Warren Moon when he was a free agent. Let's talk about Jared Goff. Jared Goff, great guy. I like him a lot. He's a good quarterback. He is a top 12 to 14 quarterback. You know what? If you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. We can learn from very recent history. There was a team that had Jared Goff at quarterback, got to the Super Bowl and lost, and looked at their team and said, you know what? We're one thing away. We're a great quarterback away from winning the Super Bowl. And guess what? They did. And this talk that this grudge you have against Matthew Stafford, you like to play the stats game.
Are you going to answer my question? Or,
quarterback
let me ask you a question. Are you just going to be a jerk partially or the whole call? Like, can I talk to you?
I think
or
about that. That's what I think the whole time I'm driving in my car listening to you.
Okay, then get lost. Bye. There. Solve
hear
that
what he had
problem.
to say.
No, here's the deal. You're not going to call up and be a bleep hole. Now, I tried to be nice with the guy and have a conversation. He didn't want that. Well, JC, I'll tell you what. Tell me when your show debuts. I won't listen, but at least you get to do whatever you want to do. I asked you a question, you didn't want to answer it. So once I know the tone is you're going to come on my show and act like a penis, well, then we're done here. Not playing it. Team won their first playoff game in 30 years. You got an issue with Jared Goff. Let's talk about it. I asked you who's the team. He didn't want to answer it. I asked him to explain why he had an issue making a joke about the Eric Kramer thing when they should have stuck with Eric Kramer. He didn't want to do it. Well, man, I ain't baseball. You don't get 3 strikes, and you don't get to dictate what we're doing here.
Yeah, he basically said they should go for after Warren Moon, and he used the Rams and said, you know what? Goff wasn't good enough for the Rams. Why
Goodbye.
should he be good enough for Detroit?
Goodbye. And you know what? I'm glad you're an expat. Why stop at Minnesota, JC? Leave the country. Move to Bolivia. I mean, I don't understand how somebody can be so angry after winning a playoff game first time in 30 years. Then you want to come on this show and we're supposed to talk, and I go, oh, hold on, let me ask you a question. Nah, do me a favor. Go tell your friends. I ain't your friend. Get the hell out of here. Rico will put up with that crap. Wait till he's alone.
I just wanted to know.
Hey, Kenny, that's one.
No, I mean, the fact that
What, was he that big of an ass on the phone with you?
No, not even halfway
Oh,
that.
I think
so
he just
kiss
got
Kenny
angry.
Cott's ass.
No,
That's
no.
correct.
I think he got angry as he was listening at you. But my thing is this. The Jared Goff that the Rams got rid of is not the same Jared Goff that's playing for the Lions right now. People change. But here's what happens in our society. Once you get pegged to something, that's what you're going to be for the rest of your life.
And by the way,
they
what
act
was
like
the
people can't grow, people can't get better,
What
or
was
they
the
can't get
team
worse.
that had everything except the quarterback? Is he referring to Stafford?
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me
The Rams.
that? Okay, so when Stafford left and joined the best roster in football and won a Super Bowl, what's the issue?
No.
The fact that we were done with Stafford here, that he had to be traded, that
No.
he went into the front office and said it's time to go?
No, his issue was the Rams said we have everything, but we need to upgrade our quarterback. Goff hit the bricks.
Okay.
We're bringing in somebody else.
Great.
So he's saying, will Detroit take a lesson from the Rams?
Oh, good. Who am I going and getting?
Warren Moon.
Right, Joe Montana.
I mean, at this point, what are you going to go get Dak? Trade for Dak? Would that make some people
This
feel?
is the
You know what? But the
problem
thing is,
I
Mike,
have with these people.
it
They
would
don't
make-
have a solution.
it would make people feel better if they did bring in Dak, because they'd be like, yeah, but Dak, now that's a quarterback. Is it?
Because they've heard the name. That's it.
Oh, and he sounds interesting at the line of scrimmage.
Here we go.
I have to mute Cowboy games. I can't handle it. I can't do it. Yeah, here you go. Out of the playoffs again. Ron, 97.1. Hi, Ron.
Hi, I accept your evaluation of Goff and his value to the team.
Okay.
I'm here to tell you why people don't like him. This
Okay.
is not my point of view, but
Yeah, let's hear it.
He's got no swagger, and none of this is fair to him. He's got no swagger. There are times, a couple times in a game, where he'll just panic back there and he'll throw the ball down, which is the right thing to do, but he just looks horrible for that moment, that second. And people eyeball test. They just react viscerally to that. Unfair to him. I'm not saying I'm one of them.
Yeah, I was going to
It took me
say
a long
is
time
what
to
is
figure that out.
What is your feeling on it? Like, are you comfortable moving forward with him, or
Yeah,
no?
you can't argue with the statistics. I worry about his age. We got to look down the road a little bit. But no, he's the guy that's getting it done. But he does. I feel that sometimes when he's about to get sacked, he just looks like like a klutzy, no grace, no sweat, and it's not fair to him.
And Ron,
I understand that.
But Ron, I'll say this: most quarterbacks, when they're about to get sacked, all look the same way. Dear God, I don't want to fumble this ball. And who missed that block?
He's got a special little flash of something back there that just makes you panic and clutch your heart and say, geez, that guy's our quarterback. He doesn't look elegant going down. Some of the swagger guys look elegant going down. They don't look horrible, at least. And it's not fair to him. But it's also not fair that ugly waitresses don't get as good a tips as pretty waitresses. It's the way of the world. It's a gut emotional reaction to him. But you can't argue with this. You're 100% right. You can't argue with the statistics, and I support him 100%.
All right.
But,
I mean, Ron, here's the bottom line. If we're talking about elegance when falling, we've gone pretty far down the list of critiques.
Right. Dear God, all he's thinking is who didn't block Micah Parsons? Right. Well, you know what? Let me just gracefully go down. I can't recall any quarterback getting blitzed, falling down, doing it gracefully. Like, you know what? That was a great sack. He handled that sack like a man.
By the way, Jared Goff is 29. He won't be 30 until October.
Yeah, the next contract is the one you worry about,
Yes.
meaning if he's 33 to going on 34, then we have a different conversation. I am not a believer that every quarterback can play at 36, 37.
I just never heard that reasoning.
I haven't either, but today's been a real day of learning. Including
there's Nick Bosa. Wait, hold on. Let me go down easily. Okay, there we go.
I don't
All
like
right.
the way he swings his arm back in a sprinter's stance.
He gets sacked, but it doesn't look good enough. Like there's a good sack that you feel nobody feels good when their quarterback gets sacked.
These are strange days, Ricardo. Strange days.
You know what? There's no judgment. Bring it.
No, there's judgment on this side.
We're judging.
Yeah,
I'm not judging
openly.
you. No, because I want to know
I'm
why.
playing the role of David at his sermon on Sunday. I'm openly judging every MF that's in here.
I want to know why some people just don't want him here. And you know what? He answered the question. I would have never known that. I learned something today that when he gets sacked, it's not pretty.
Notice David did not deny the accusation
Hey,
of judging everyone in the parish.
I do not judge everyone.
Oh, hey, look, it's
Stop
Barbara.
it. Stop it.
We
Stop
know what
it.
you were doing up at the Pages Club.
Stop it.
Barbara, you want to show us how you did that cha-cha the other night? Go ahead.
You're not twerking no
Come
more.
on.
You're up in
Slide.
church.
Stop it. That's no.
Slide to the right. Come on, crisscross. Cha-cha real smooth now.
Barbara, I saw you at the club last night, and it wasn't with your husband. What was that about?
it.
All right. Okay, we're good.
When did we start taking communion wine out of the church?
What are we doing here?
I'm waiting
You know
for
what?
Rico to talk.
Hey, here's the deal. You want to have fun like us on the radio?
We should have signed.
Or, you know what? If you're on hold and you think that you could do a better show, Specs at LTU can help you get your career started. You want to do radio? You think it's easy? Specs at LTU can help train you to get you to the stage where you could take the phone calls on Jared Goff as well. Seriously, though, if you want to do radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist and you're looking at maybe going into business for yourself, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. It's very simple. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the Broadcast Media Arts, Digital Media Arts, and Graphics Communications program through Specs at LTU, taught right on the campus of Lawrence Tech, right here in Southfield by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. Not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it's going to take for you to make it in your business. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Whether it's an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. They are not a tax organization. They are legitimate tax attorneys. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS for years. They'll create a plan. They'll fight for you. They'll be the buffer, which means you don't have to deal with the IRS directly. Huge hassle off your back. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or simply call 248-539-5040, and you will never personally have to deal with the IRS again. All right, before I get to the golf callers, let me do this here. Rico has been busting my balls for a day and a half. Oh, hey, want to talk about that distance trade? So here we go, real quick.
Because it was the audacity that you allowed Troy to make a trade.
Amen. It is a baby with a machine gun.
And then it was like the whole, and then they were saying goodbye at practice and hugging each other, and it was Bagley and Livers.
This is handing the wheel to Toonsas the driving cat. So first of all, I am offended on surface that Troy Weaver was allowed to make a move. But when you delve deeper into this, deeper and deeper, the fact is this move was made to fix one of his own blunders. I take you back to acquiring that flea-ridden dog, Marvin Bagley, then paying said flea-ridden dog. Now, a year later, Marvin Bagley is so odious, you had to use draft capital that you don't have in order to get him out of town and take on the dead body that you could put Mike Muscala and Danilo Gallinari together. It wouldn't form a functioning power forward in this league. You had to take, you don't have a second-round pick this year. Knicks already have it. It's essentially a first-round pick. Now you don't have your own pick in 25 or 26. And the Knicks are owed a first-round pick in the next 3 seasons. Won't convey this year because you're such regrettable ass. The point is, you don't have draft capital to burn. Now we're burning capital so we can fix something stupid that you did. And it's all in the name of flexibility. If I have to hear that F word one more time. So basically, we're kicking it old school. You may as well go find Joe Dumars in a bad Argyle sweater and bring in Ben Gordon and Charlie Villanueva, because that's what you're banking on.
Man, they're trying to set it up to get guys like Siakam to come. Wait, he's not.
Siakam just got traded to Indiana.
I know.
OG's in New York. No, you know what you're going to sign? The dead body of Klay Thompson. Or maybe you'll be the Huckleberry that'll bring Draymond home.
There it is.
So here's my point to you. This guy, the fact that he was allowed to make this trade, and here's the even the worst part, do you know who the agent of Gallinari is?
No.
A young man named Michael Tellem, whose daddy may or may not work for this team. Oh, wait, Eric runs your player personnel department, and old Mikey Boy's an agent. That marks, by my math, the 10th former Tellem client you've acquired.
I did not know that.
That's why I'm here.
Why are you yelling at
me? Because if this was an episode of Brockmire, I would consider it too unrealistic to be featured. You allowed Troy Weaver to use whiteout over the mistakes he made in his homework last night. This isn't about clearing cap space free and clear. You had to put 2 second-round picks on this package of poo-poo, and it's the poo-poo that you signed. So when you look at the totality of what you gave up, to get Bagley, you then had to package up stuff to move him on.
Yeah, but the players were hugging it out as they got traded.
I don't care. F their feelings. They suck. 4-40, you think you get a right to feelings.
Like the fact that they allowed this man to make the deal. So, and as you say, I didn't even it hit me when you were like, no, but the 2 second-round picks. Now They don't really have anything over the next few. Like, yeah, you're right.
Right, you don't own your own second, which is basically going to be the first pick in the second round every damn year.
You can't attract a top free agent to come here. So how do you get?
I know.
How do you improve this team?
Here's what Piston defenders and propagandists will tell you. Well, we could take on money in a trade. Right. And then you'll have a player faking his own death to get out of here.
They just did that, but they got the wrong player.
No, I'm making a point to you.
No. I'm saying when they took on the money.
Right.
In the
And
offseason.
again, $60 million, make it 90. Here, I don't care. Trade Boyan. I don't care. You could have $200 million in cap space. No one wants to be here. No one. And what's the free agency class? Who are you going to get? And we play in a league now where players can sign extensions and demand out. Multiple years remaining. Go ahead and trade for an angry player who does not want to be on a 10-win basketball team. Let me tell you how that works out.
But you going to go trade for Zion?
No, there's been a time in my life where I said, go ahead and take a swing. But Rico, the idea he was allowed to do this under the guise because they're selling this clueless owner on flexibility and being nimble. Do me a favor, Troy. Be nimble on your way out the door.
Because
Get out.
At this pace, I can't see why Cade would want to come back.
I have already told you. If I were advising Cade Cunningham, I would already be telling him, I don't care what they offer you. We're getting you up out of here. You can sign it, and we're demanding out. As you're signing the pen in a wild cursive pattern, I'm calling them, and the ink won't even be dry. We demand a trade.
Wait, that's it. You pull the Ben Simmons, and you bring Simmons here.
I don't even care anymore. If he wears the orange sunglasses while he's playing, I'm in. I don't even care.
No, right.
Listen, outside of the one segment we did on Harbaugh to start, you wanted one segment on this, I'm giving it to you. This franchise is bankrupt. They're out of their minds. And the Wizards were like, wait, hold on a second. We're trading you literal ass. And you're going to give us two second-round picks with Bagley?
Yeah, you basically swap porta potties, but the Pistons refresh the bowl.
And the Wizards, no, they're just in asset collection mode. Period. Just like Toronto is. Anunoby out. They'll sign Emmanuel Quigley. They'll keep RJ Barrett, who's from Toronto. They traded Siakam. They get Bruce Brown, who they'll spin, but they got not one, not two, 3 first-round picks. All of a sudden, Toronto's rebuild is off and running. We'll build it around Scotty Barnes. We got a zillion assets now. We're good. We're sitting here giving up capital we don't have to make up for the mistakes he's made and pursue a free agent class that doesn't exist for a player base in a marketplace that doesn't want our money. I mean, that's like opening up a Mexican restaurant on the moon. There's no market for enchiladas on the moon. Why? No one lives there. You're offering something nobody wants.
I'm just looking at the potential free agents, that's all. This is not good. Wow.
It's almost like Rico's looking at pictures of his own death right now. Go ahead. This is not good.
Right. I mean, Tyrese Maxey.
He ain't coming here.
Paul George.
Not coming here. Who?
LeBron James.
Right. Oh, right.
Drew Holiday.
Yeah, not coming here.
Oh, here's one who may come. Tobias Harris. The reuniting.
Okay. So we've arrived now.
DeMar DeRozan.
Oh, okay. A guy whose career 28% from 3. You're going to sign DeMar DeRozan. That's what we're going to do.
James Harden.
Penis cancer. Go ahead. Flexibility.
D'Angelo Russell.
I was going to mention him.
So you want to know why I was laughing?
I know.
Rico. You can go get Malik Monk. Oh, wait. No. Let's bring this full circle.
Go ahead.
KCP. Bring him back. Where it all started.
And then the other solution is give up more stuff to take on a player who will get the call from his agent and go, wait, talk into my good ear. Where did I just get traded?
You know, they could go get Mo Wagner.
Mo Wagner, Mo Bamba. It don't matter.
Gordon Hayward.
Okay, we're good. Thank you. So there's your one segment. Now we get back to business. Thanks, Troy. When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it, they got it. Generators in stock, too. If Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $100 off that next day service call. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. Straight to the people. Sorry we took a little detour there for some news of the day. Now we're back to the business. We go to Josh, who's up next on the ticket. Josh, how you doing, buddy?
I'm all right. How you guys doing?
Good, Josh. What's up?
First off, first-time caller, and I listen to you guys all the time.
Thank
you. You guys are great.
Welcome.
I would like to say that the Lions fans are always going to have something to complain about, regardless of what it is. We could have the season we're having right now, and people are always going to complain. That's just because we're not used to, well, I won't say we're, but they're not used to being able to accept, that they're actually doing good because they're not used to it. That's what I think.
I agree.
New territory.
It's happened a lot in the couple of shows we've done this week where now you win a playoff game by a point and people think you're just going to walk the dog this weekend and win by 50 over Tampa. And I'm going, guys, this is the playoffs. You are entitled to nothing. You need to just go out, focus on the opponent, and hope you win. The idea that you're blowing people out and stuff, it's like, wow, you guys have never – and you haven't. You haven't been here. But, yeah, and I think the same thing, Josh. The idea that what? You're entitled to Pat Mahomes at quarterback? Like Goff's numbers, he had a better year than Mahomes, but they don't want to hear that.
No. Another thing is like a lot of people, they're like, no offense to the one caller who said gracefulness. This is a full contact sport. If I want to see graceful, I'll watch ballet. I don't watch that. I want to see someone get hurt, not like hurt, but you get what I'm saying.
Josh, I've been laughing about that since he said it. Like I've never seen a quarterback gracefully take a sack. It's normally, oh bleep, who missed the block and let me not fumble the ball. That's it. No one just goes down easily and says, oh, you got me. There's a sack. Signed, no quarterback ever.
Let's go to Pat, 97.1. What's up, Pat?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Excellent.
Hey, on the Goff front, I mean, it's a no-brainer you sign him. You look at what he did. What's the guy got to do? 22-27 in a big game where he had a ton of pressure on him. Showed up in big moments. I mean, I think he was 6 for 6 for 120 yards on third down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's big-time football. I think he's a lot more mentally tough than people give him credit for. He doesn't look like a tough guy, but I think mentally he's a tough quarterback. I think it shows in the locker room. It's his locker room. You can see it. But, I mean, you definitely re-sign him. And if you're going to lose Ben Johnson, I mean, Dan Campbell's got a heavy hand in the offense. And I think Goff has got every bit as much say now in this offense 3-4 years in. If you're going to lose Johnson and you want to keep this going, and he's got a relationship with all these guys on the offense with him, I think it's a bonehead move to even think about moving away.
Oh, look, the way it works with a guy like Goff at this stage of his career, Pat, he could do the whole install. I mean, face it, no matter who they hire as the offensive coordinator, they're going to go to Goff and go, all right, what are your best 6 throws, best 7 throws? What do you like best? I mean, Goff becomes, these big-time quarterbacks become de facto OCs. Mm-hmm. It's largely a collaborative process.
And then on top of it, I mean, he knows if he's smart and his agent's smart, they know they got to keep this offensive line together. They know they got to sign him on St. Brown. If he tries to break the bank, I don't think he's going to try to break the bank on him. I'm sure he's going to get paid just like he needs to, but the guy wants to win. He's already got his second big contract. Extend him for 3 years, keep him around, and you just roll with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, I would say probably a 3-year, $130 million deal.
Going to need that 4th year, buddy. Sorry. Going to need the 4th year.
Really?
Non-starter at 3. Yeah, man, I ain't Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
4 years.
Takes you to 33?
No, you're going to have to get me as close to $200 million as possible.
Oh, you're Goff. Oh, yeah. Okay. I got you. I'm like,
yeah,
really, you want him that bad? Okay.
No, my point to you is if I'm his representation, it's 4 at 200 with basically all of it guaranteed. Now, you're going to come back and go, not quite.
Right.
Do you want us to keep this O-line together? Do you want to keep the train rolling? We see it more as 4 at 180. The point is you will find a middle ground. But fans can't get bent out of shape when they see the initial number. You have to know, all right, if a guy makes 45 today and it looks high or 47, hey, man, in a year, he's going to drop 3 slots. In 2 years, he's going to drop 5 slots.
Right, because at this point, I'm like, as I said, the 3 at 130 takes you at about like about a little over $40 million a year. And how about this? We flip a coin to see who has the option for that fourth year.
Flip a coin. Oh my!
I'm just saying because either you can go and get franchised, which is going to be a ton of money that year, or you can walk away if this thing goes south.
And that's part of the point I make to people is you have to look at what the highest paid QBs make and what determines the franchise tag. A quarterback and his representation are not going to take precipitously less than the franchise tag unless you're backfilling it with full guarantees. I mean, it's you don't have to like the marketplace. Right. I'm not speaking to you. I'm saying the fans.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get a Deshaun Watson.
Nobody
type of
will
deal.
ever get that deal again because the Browns became a pariah for signing it. Go to Mark, 97.1. What's up, Mark?
Hey, how are you doing today?
Good, Mark. What's on your mind?
Hey, listen, I wanted to talk to you guys about the Goff and the Lions.
Sure.
All right, look, 1957 is the last time the Lions have won a championship. I unfortunately was born in 1958, so I never saw it in my lifetime. Okay. I think he is one of the best quarterbacks we have signed on, and we have finally realized we can't just have one star player. We have to have a team built around a star player, and we have finally realized that with coaching staff all the way down.
I agree with you. It's the most buttoned up operation they've ever had. So do you want to keep this guy? And why are so many people doubters?
I want to keep him. Look, he's been here, 3 years now?
Mm-hmm.
His first year, look, he's got to get established. He's got to understand his team. He's got to understand his climate. He's got to understand his fans. Year number 2, he set records in the NFL. Year number 3, he's taken us to a championship. Year number 4, yes, let's go for it. Is there something better out there that you want? No, there really isn't. So let's just stick with the guy you have. Better with the money in your hand than the money you don't have. And I swear to God, start looking. Keep this team building. Keep looking. Build it. Who's your second quarterback? Who are you going to bring up underneath Goff? Goff is deliberate. He's a very good quarterback. I think he's been outstanding since he's been here.
I agree with you. And the second part of what you brought up is the truth. If you're going to sit here going, well, I don't know if I'm totally sold or not totally comfortable, then what's your idea? Who are we getting? The thought process, look.
The idea of the perfect QB.
Look no further than this man sitting to my left. His team decided, all right, Jimmy G is not good enough. Well, they're right, but Jared Goff is far superior to Jimmy G in my world. But second of all, they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to roll up all this draft capital, and we're going to go draft a super rookie. Can't fail, can't miss. Cutscene, Trey Lance. Now, the next decade of Rico's team has been saved by a once-in-a-generation lottery ticket in Brock Purdy. Now, do you really want to do that? San Francisco is one of the smartest organizations in the league. They couldn't even get it right in the draft.
Good point.
And look at what it cost them. So what other move you have to make? There is no move. This guy knows the offense inside and out. He will usher in the new offensive coordinator.
You circumvented. You went and got Hendon Hooker. You stashed him for a year.
Oh, Christ.
And now he's going to be ready. Oh, dear God. Just wait.
You know what I would do, honestly? I'm at a point I would trade Hendon Hooker out of spite just so I never had to talk about him again.
Is this Moneyball?
Yes. Yes. 100%. You can't play Pena tonight. Why? I just traded him. I don't even want to, and it has nothing to do with the young man. It's unbelievable. 248-539-9797. Great wild card weekend. We are on to the divisional round. It is win or go home. FanDuel, more ways to play than any other sportsbook. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, official sportsbook of 97.1 The Ticket and the NFL. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. All right there, media mogul. What do you got for me? What answers can I provide to you?
Okay, Mike. Well, you know what? Let's just start off with something very simple. Where will Bill Belichick land?
I have no holy clue. I mean it. I know what I'm rooting for. I would root for radio. Put him in Dallas. Let me see him and Jerry Jones in the same room. But I would think an interesting place, too. The Chargers is primo because of Herbert. Now, they've interviewed Harbaugh. Do your thing. You want to invite that into your building. What about Atlanta? Arthur Blank will give you the power. You can rock and roll. There are pieces there.
Heck,
I don't know.
He left Arthur Smith alone for an entire year and just said, you know what? I don't care how you play with your toys.
Right.
But you're not going to come back next
year. So I would say those two. But honestly, I really don't have an idea. I think it's a very tough fit because Bill is operated as the entire football department of the Patriots. Nowhere would be in their right mind to offer him that after he drove it into Middle Earth post-Brady.
We just finished talking about Jim Harbaugh. Is he in the NFL or is he in college next season?
If it's the NFL, I think it's the Chargers. But I don't have that answer because you are talking about a completely unpredictable man and then a completely morally bankrupt university. Because I half expect them to put into his contract, Jim, you could kill someone and we won't suspend you.
He killed somebody in Times Square clause.
Right, exactly. Hey, you killed the urban cowboy. Rico, I really don't know. If he goes, though, the Chargers seems to be, from the betting odds, they would be the fit. And if he doesn't go to the Chargers, he would somehow come back on an immunity clause at U of M.
David?
I think his hiring of his agent, Don Yee, tells me he's going to the NFL.
Yeah, but David, he said he didn't want this to be a yearly occurrence.
Liar.
Next year, will the Lions have to hire one or two new coordinators?
One. Ben Johnson's for certain gone. I just don't think Aaron Glenn's going to get that kind of traction.
He's got 4 interviews lined up. Aaron Glenn has 4 interviews lined up so far.
Yeah, I know.
He says he's going to take every one.
That's fine. Okay. I'll be surprised if he gets hired. It's very difficult with that defense to go, yes, this is my architect. Ben Johnson, come on, man. That offense has been top 10, now top 5.
Just don't watch the third quarter. Just stop the tape at halftime. That's good enough.
Highlights end at the half. It's like most MSU basketball games. Yeah, no, I think Ben will be gone. I think Aaron Glenn will be back.
All right, we talked a little bit about Dallas. Michael Irvin, the playmaker, famous Cowboy, came out on social media and basically said, everybody's got to go except for pretty much CeeDee Lamb. Is he right?
Ish. I mean, for Dak, what is it now? 1-4 in the playoffs?
I believe so.
And good quarterbacks win, great quarterbacks cover, 0-5 against the spread.
He's saying just tear it down to the studs.
Probably. I mean, realistically, Tyron Smith doesn't have a future there. He's old. His body is shot. Zach Martin, how much does he have left? You have CD, you have Micah Parsons. Beyond that, how far am I willing to go with this current group who has had 3 straight 12-win seasons, but 3 straight one-and-dones? Probably got to retool it. Yeah, I actually agree with him more than I disagree.
Yeah, I agree it does, but at 81 years old, Jerry Jones, I don't think he's willing to do that. I really don't. No. It's age. It's a problem with age. He wants to win right away.
You know what it reminds you of Illich here.
Yes.
Where he did everything he could with the Tigers and the Wings because he wanted one more title. So, okay. It came out earlier today. Derrick Henry was almost traded to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
If they would have consummated this trade, would this have fixed the Eagles?
No. It would have had an absolute 0% impact. 0. Rico, Jalen Hurts is a mess. Infighting in the locker room. The offensive line has gone from being elite to average. They're horrible against the blitz. And the defense cannot get off the field. So when the opponent is possessing the football on an average of like 38 minutes since week 8, I don't care who your running back is. You never have the ball. I mean, the Eagles are on the field for 80, 85. I think in the Bills game, they were on the field for 93 snaps. No, I don't think it would have changed a thing. Why, David?
Because you don't pay running backs?
Bam!
But you draft them because they one came here.
And then you dump him in the river.
But if he's there, ball control.
No. Out.
Okay. All right. For the divisional playoff games, who's the wild card team that can win? I mean, the underdog team that can win. Just flat out win.
Okay, so are we doing the cop-out where it's like, well, the Chiefs are 2.5-point dogs, therefore them? Or do you want the biggest bomb?
No, the one that if you know your life depended on it, I'm picking this team, this underdog, to flat out win the game on the money line. Who would that team be?
I mean, you'd have to say the Chiefs. The rest of them are all touchdown or better dogs. Now, if you're like Mike, which big underdog would be the one? That's a different question. I mean, I'll say Chiefs because I don't want to hear a receipt segment in 3 months.
Yes, no receipt segment.
I know you.
This
you're
is not,
Wilson the volleyball.
No,
I know you.
This isn't a receipt segment. This is just okay. So who's the big upset then?
Honestly, between the Bucks, Texans, and the Pack, Bucks. I mean, a rookie QB's not going into Baltimore. And I already told you guys are my favorite pick of the week. I think the Packers are going to get murdered. And while I don't think the Bucs are going to win, yeah, I mean, they can slow down your running game. They did it in the first matchup. They got the elite receivers to cut you apart in the secondary. What if Goff gets pressured by Todd Bowles' blitzes and we get a couple of turnovers happening? I'm just, you want me to build a pathway? There's your pathway. Oh, by the way, shout out Tampa Bay media.
Wait. That's coming up, Mike.
Oh.
Hold on.
Okay.
I got one more question before we get to that. But you know what? We're there already. Mike, how would you have answered this question? Mike, how would you answer that question?
We play at one problem. They play indoors.
Todd Bowles handled it like a champ, like a true professional, and just kind of was like, well, we'll only be outside for about 20 seconds. They play in a dome. But Coach Valenti, how would you have answered that?
I'm not going to dignify that with a response. Next question.
Mike Tomlin, you just walking off?
I mean, how do you even... I mean, it's just proof they'll credential anyone.
All right.
Up next, a question from Kenny Cott, 13 beers deep. That's the froth. I mean, honestly, come on. How can you ask a coach how you're going to handle the elements? They play in a dome.
See, I probably would have just, if I was sitting there in the press conference, just tugged on her. No. Just stop with the question. I'll explain to you later. You don't want to become a meme right now. Yeah, just let that go. Next question. David?
Oh, yeah, I probably would throw a chair at her.
You would. David,
no, I would not. I'm just playing.
There's a difference in sound effect and then actual verbalizing of said sound effect.
I wouldn't respond well, I'll tell you that. Before I say something, I'm probably rolling my eyes looking at somebody like, is this real?
Okay. All right. That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
All right there, media mogul. What do you got for me? What answers can I provide to you?
Okay, Mike. Well, you know what? Let's just start off with something very simple. Where will Bill Belichick land?
I have no holy clue. I mean it. I know what I'm rooting for. I would root for radio. Put him in Dallas. Let me see him and Jerry Jones in the same room. But I would think an interesting place, too. The Chargers is primo because of Herbert. Now, they've interviewed Harbaugh. Do your thing. You want to invite that into your building. What about Atlanta? Arthur Blank will give you the power. You can rock and roll. There are pieces there.
Heck,
I don't know.
He left Arthur Smith alone for an entire year and just said, you know what? I don't care how you play with your toys.
Right.
But you're not going to come back next year.
So I would say those two. But honestly, I really don't have an idea. I think it's a very tough fit because Bill is operated as the entire football department of the Patriots. Nowhere would be in their right mind to offer him that after he drove it into Middle Earth post-Brady.
We just finished talking about Jim Harbaugh. Is he in the NFL or is he in college next season?
If it's the NFL, I think it's the Chargers. But I don't have that answer because you are talking about a completely unpredictable man and then a completely morally bankrupt university. Because I half expect them to put into his contract, Jim, you could kill someone and we won't suspend you.
He killed somebody in Times Square clause.
Right, exactly. Hey, you killed the urban cowboy. Rico, I really don't know. If he goes, though, the Chargers seems to be, from the betting odds, they would be the fit. And if he doesn't go to the Chargers, he would somehow come back on an immunity clause at U of M.
David?
I think his hiring of his agent, Don Yee, tells me he's going to the NFL.
Yeah, but David, he said he didn't want this to be a yearly occurrence.
Liar.
Next year, will the Lions have to hire 1 or 2 new coordinators?
1. Ben Johnson's for certain gone. I just don't think Aaron Glenn's going to get that kind of traction.
He's got 4 interviews lined up. Aaron Glenn has 4 interviews lined up so far.
Yeah, I know.
He says it's going to take every one.
That's fine. Okay. I'll be surprised if he gets hired. It's very difficult with that defense to go, yes, this is my architect. Ben Johnson, come on, man. That offense has been top 10, now top 5.
Just don't watch the third quarter. Just stop the tape at halftime. That's good enough.
Highlights end at the half. It's like most MSU basketball games. Yeah, no, I think Ben will be gone. I think Aaron Glenn will be back.
All right, we talked a little bit about Dallas. Michael Irvin, the playmaker, famous Cowboy, came out on social media and basically said, everybody's got to go except for pretty much CeeDee Lamb. Is he right?
Ish. I mean, for Dak, what is it now? 1-4 in the playoffs?
I believe so.
And good quarterbacks win, great quarterbacks cover, 0-5 against the spread.
He's saying just tear it down to the studs.
Probably. I mean, realistically, Tyron Smith doesn't have a future there. He's old. His body is shot. Zach Martin, how much does he have left? You have CD, you have Micah Parsons. Beyond that, how far am I willing to go with this current group who has had 3 straight 12-win seasons, but 3 straight one-and-dones? Probably got to retool it. Yeah, I actually agree with him more than I disagree.
Yeah, I agree it does, but at 81 years old, Jerry Jones, I don't think he's willing to do that. I really don't. No. It's age. It's a problem with age. He wants to win right away before
you know what it reminds you of Illich here.
Yes.
Where he did everything he could with the Tigers and the Wings because he wanted one more title. So, okay. It came out earlier today. Derrick Henry was almost traded to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
If they would have consummated this trade, would this have fixed the Eagles?
No. It would have had an absolute 0% impact. 0. Rico, Jalen Hurts is a mess. Infighting in the locker room. The offensive line has gone from being elite to average. They're horrible against the blitz. And the defense cannot get off the field. So when the opponent is possessing the football on an average of like 38 minutes since week 8, I don't care who your running back is. You never have the ball. I mean, the Eagles are on the field for 80, 85. I think in the Bills game, they're on the field for 93 snaps. No, I don't think it would have changed a thing. Why, David?
Because you don't pay running backs?
Bam!
But you draft them. Because they came here.
And then you dump him in the river.
But if he's there, ball control.
No. Out.
Okay. All right. For the divisional playoff games, who's the wild card team that can win? I mean, the underdog team that can win. Flat out win.
Okay, so are we doing the cop-out where it's like, well, the Chiefs are 2.5-point dogs, therefore them? Or do you want the biggest bomb?
No, the one that if
Brought to you
your
by
life
Michigan
depended on
Hair
it.
Restoration.
I'm picking
Frank
this
Ragnow
team,
and Khalif
this
Raymond were
underdog
the
to
only
flat out
Lions to
win the
sit
game
out today's
on the money
walkthrough
line.
in Allen Park.
Who would
Veteran
that
rest
team
for
be?
Ragnow, that knee issue for Raymond.
I mean,
Sam
you'd have
Laporta
to
was a
say
full
the Chiefs.
participant, as was
The
edge
rest of them
rusher
are all
James
touchdown
Houston,
or
who
better
said he
dogs.
plans on playing versus
Now, if
Tampa.
you're like, Mike, which
Houston's been
big
out since
underdog
fracturing
would
an
be the
ankle
one?
in
That's
week
a different
2.
question.
His
I mean,
return
I'll say
window
Chiefs.
closes
I don't wanna
tomorrow,
hear a
meaning the
receipt
Lions
segment.
must either elevate him to the active
I know
roster
you.
or place
This
him
is
on
not-
season
no,
ending
volleyball.
IR.
I know you.
This isn't a
Jim
receipt
Harbaugh
segment.
has
This is
interviewed with the
just,
Chargers and Falcons,
okay,
but he's
so who's
reportedly
the
still
big
negotiating
upset
with Michigan, and he's seeking major concessions
Honestly,
and guarantees
between
from
the
U of
Bucks,
M,
Texans,
including
and,
immunity from any
the
NCAA penalties, protection
Bucks?
against unilateral dismissal
I mean, a
by
rookie
the
QB's
AD.
not going into
And most
Baltimore. I
interestingly,
already
if
told you,
Harbaugh and
you
Michigan
guys are
do
my
reach a
favorite
new
pick of the
deal,
week.
he
I think
doesn't
the
want it
Packers
to take
get
effect
murdered.
until after the
And
current
while I don't think
NFL
the Bucks are
hiring
gonna win,
cycle ends. The new contract
I mean, they
reportedly
can
significantly
slow down your
increases the
running game. They did it in the
buyout, and
first matchup.
NFL
They
suitor
got
would
the
have to
elite
pay U of
receivers
M
to
to
cut you
poach
apart in the
Harbaugh.
secondary.
Here's
What if
John
Goff gets
Harbaugh on what
pressured
kind of
by Todd
coach an
Bowles'
NFL
blitzes and
team
we get
would
a
be
couple
getting if they
turnovers
hired his
happening?
brother.
I'm just you want me to build a pathway? There's your pathway. Oh, by the way, shout out Tampa Bay media.
Wait.
We
Hold
play-
up. That's coming up, Mike.
Oh.
Hold on.
Okay.
I got one more question before we get
up
to that.
next.
But you know what?
We talked
We're
to
there
Beanie
already.
Howell's best friend about
Mike,
what kind of
how
update,
would
man,
you
we're getting here.
answer this question?
And then my mom after that.
Right.
4 Tigers ranked among the top 100 prospects by Baseball America. That's Max Clark, Jackson Jobe, Colt Keith, and Jace Young. And speaking of the Tigers, if you want to be able to watch them, the Red Wings, and Pistons in the near future, you may need an Amazon Prime subscription. Bally Sports' parent company reached an agreement with its creditors in bankruptcy court Wednesday that would sell a $100 million stake to Amazon. Whether that means games broadcast
Mike,
by
how would you
Bally would
answer that
only be
question?
available via Prime Video is unclear. The deal must
We
still be
play
approved
at one
by bankruptcy
problem.
court.
They
Wings
play
face off
indoors.
against the Panthers in Florida tonight. Hear that right
Todd
here on
Bowles
97.1
handled it
starting
like
at
a champ, like a
6:45.
true
At the
professional.
Corewell Health Update
It just
desk,
kind of
I'm
was
Beanie
like,
Howell.
well,
For
we'll
more,
only
go to
be outside
97.1
for
The
about
Ticket or
20
Odyssey.com.
They play in a dome. But Coach Valenti, how would you have answered that?
I'm not going to dignify that with a response. Next question.
Mike Tomlin, you just walking off?
I mean, how do you even... I mean, it's just proof they'll credential anyone.
All right.
Up next, a question from Kenny Cott, 13 beers deep. That's the froth. I mean, honestly, come on. How can you ask a coach how are you going to handle the elements? They play in a dome.
See, I probably would have just, if I was sitting there in the press conference, just tugged on her. No. Just stop with the question. I'll explain to you later.
Thank you, Greg.
You don't want to become a
Tremendous
meme
as
right
always.
Yeah, just
5 o'clock.
Let that go.
It's been a full show. We broke it up. We gave you the Harbaugh thing to start. Jared Goff primarily after that. We did one segment on Troy Weaver being allowed to do anything. Odyssey.com rewind for all of it. The Goff stuff is simple. Can we put the swords down now, people? Can we move as a united front that Jared Goff is your quarterback? You're going to pay him. You're going to extend him, and you are not going to let great be the enemy of good. That you are not going to hold this man on felony charges because he's not Joe Burrow. Can we just move forward? We'll continue with those calls. But before we do it, I have to play for you the audio that was just played. Rico wasn't in the room. Because once again, society, we have just no standards. It's idiots making content for idiots. Explain to me how or why I would care about what John Harbaugh says about his brother. Up next, David's mom tells you what a great producer David is. Of course John Harbaugh is going to say his brother Jim is going to be a good coach. Why ask him?
He says it every year.
Well, hold on. Okay. But listen to the one word that really is going to make your balls tingle. Take a listen to this.
That's serious. High character and honest about everything.
Right. He forgot habitual liar. He forgot about asking for immunity as a part of a contract. Not sure how many high integrity, scions of integrity, honest people ask for immunity as a part of a deal for misdeeds. Also, not sure how many people that are honest about everything have been suspended twice in the same season by 2 different entities. Hey, Ward, I don't want it to be a yearly thing with the NFL. Cutscene, it's a yearly thing.
High character.
Self-imposed for an honest man.
And understand. I think John Harbaugh is a fabulous coach. I think Jim Harbaugh is a great coach. I would not use the words honest with Jim Harbaugh. He lied to the NCAA. Then he goes on national TV and lies. We're innocent. Are you? I want immunity.
That's his brother, man.
And he's a hell of a good coach.
That's his
but come
brother.
on. What do I always say to you? Don't bleep on my head and tell me it's raining. Come on.
That's his brother.
We'll continue with the Goff stuff, but last I checked, Angels don't need immunity. Come on now. If you don't know what we're talking about, by the way, Dan Wetzel report, Harbaugh wants full immunity from any penalties, any NCAA, any suspensions. Michigan cannot fire me. Basically, I
can't be suspended either.
Right, I'll kill someone, you buried a body.com. Never heard of it before. That's something I don't even think Bill Self has gotten. And Bill Self might be the biggest scumbag in all the sports.
Dollar bill.
I had to play that audio for you. Good old Beansy was in here just playing the audio. David, ticket text, and then we'll get to the callers.
Nothing's real anymore.
No, it's all the whole world's BS. That's why I choose to avoid it. David, go ahead.
Mike in Waterford says Jared Goff is to football as Chris Osgood was to hockey in Detroit. Osgood won 3 cups, and many fans always wanted someone else.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And Osgood was highly insulated on a really good hockey team. But there's a chemistry angle to it. There's a teammate trust angle to it. There's an egoless angle to it. It matters. A lot of these other teams, they got to deal with a quarterback that they think they're God's gift to football. That's not how Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes have built this team. And Jared Goff is the leader of this team, but it's his work that does it, not his words.
James in Detroit says no issue with paying Goff. He is our quarterback. Hopefully, though, it won't cost more than $50 million per year.
And I would agree with you because at a certain point, you got to be able to sit at the table and go, Jared, if we pay you X, you know those good people up in front of you? Yeah, we're not going to be able to pay them. They're going to have to pay Amon-Ra $25 a year. They're going to have to pay Penei Sewell whatever he asked for. They're going to make a choice between Decker and Ragnow. They're not going to be able to keep both long term.
You may try to upgrade both. I mean, Ragnow, I don't know how long.
He's fabulous, but basically he's playing with 9 toes.
Yeah. Decker getting a little longer in the tooth.
But you just start to see it add up. And yes, in another 2 years, Aiden Hutchinson's going to get a Bosa deal. And that's just how it's going to work.
And here's the other thing. You may want to try to do this Goff deal before Dak gets his. Because Dak's going to push the limit.
Here we go. Leave town now. Immediately. What deal? Ain't going to be Dallas giving it to him.
Here we go to the airport.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Here we go. Yeah, right. Onto the tarmac.
Because Jerry Jones never made a bad deal in his life.
He ain't doing it twice.
Dak will be the Cowboys quarterback.
Lady odds out.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, updated odds. Do what you like with these. Harbaugh to be the Chargers head coach, -150. Harbaugh to not coach any NFL team. Not Michigan, but any, just won't be in the NFL. Even money. The next closest team, I think it's +600, and then Atlanta's like +3,000. So do what you want with those. You guys know our thoughts on it. Whatever. It's unbelievable.
Here we go.
I don't know. How does he do that 700 times a game?
I guess it's just like Peyton Manning with the whole Omaha.
Yeah, but all right, you know what? We're not going to psychoanalyze all this. Let's just go.
How else are people supposed to know the play's going to start, Mike?
All right. Thank you, Kenny. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. What's up, Stevie?
Hey, what's up, guys? You know what time it is, right? It's car flag season right now in Detroit.
Yes.
Frozen car flags, but sure.
Real quick, I want to get to the Goff talk and the comments made by both Mike and during the game broadcast. But one thing, that Wojo advertisement is prime for drops, guys. And
which one?
Another quick thing.
No, which one, Steve?
The one about the dips, the French onion dip.
Hold on. Roberto, pull it. Go on the log, pull it. Steve has made the request, and we're going to deliver. Wojo's dipping. Come up with something. Thank you, Steve.
God,
appreciate that.
You're welcome. And another quick thing, and then we'll get to the business. You guys made me a promise to talk wings after David Savior's birthday. I'm looking at the calendar. They got back in the mix like you asked. I know you got a business to run, Mike.
Yes.
But I just want to say the next handful of games are in the mix against wild card guys.
Yes.
It says a lot about our playoff chances. Alex Line, you're the 1A goalie. Let's go out and do it. Big game tonight, guys. But
Kenny is standing and applauding
Let's
right
go.
now, Steve.
Alex Lyon. I don't want to hear about it. He's
Here
the
we go.
best. Here we go.
Absolutely. Well, Kenny, I better see you this weekend. I'm a little hoarse from that game on Saturday. Best thing I've ever seen in my life, even better than the Grateful Dead. I'm going to double dip this Sunday too, fellas, but whoever is still asking for Hendon Hooker is higher than every person I've ever seen at Coachella with dreadlocks. I mean, come on. I want to expand on your comment to the listeners saying stop chasing the idea of a quarterback and ask even a question to explain my thoughts. Not to discredit the guy. He's a Super Bowl winning coach, and he's a genius this year. But did McVay ruin Jared Goff? Collinsworth said in the fourth quarter that when Goff got here, Ben Johnson, the regime, Campbell, they had to rebuild Jared's confidence. When he got shipped out, it seems like he didn't even really want to be here in Detroit, and that he was a throwaway piece here in a trade centered around 2 firsts. What would that do in your confidence to perform in this league? But the regime here taught Goff that while McVay clearly didn't think that Goff was the ideal quarterback or even played like the type of quarterback that could win it all, what Goff sees in an ideal quarterback is not the way, but just a way, and that we can win with him. The NFL is a football, and football in general, it's a league of change. There's nothing that's constant. I mean, look at Michigan winning the Natty through, their commitment to run, and as a huge Michigan fan, guys, cheating, wink, wink. But I think you're going to see a renaissance here that while you're definitely going to try and get that generational QB a la Brady's and Mahomes, if you can't, you build around a QB that maximizes their strength.
Well, and Steve, listen, here's the other thing. I understand fully the argument that the way it's done in today's league is you draft a rookie, and until you have to pay him, you build a massive roster around him, and you try to go for it. Well, in the absence of that, I'm with you. Because, Steve, here's the dirty secret, and I'm sure, Rico, you have strong feelings on this. You have to have people here in Detroit who want to be here. Jared Goff viewed this as a chance.
He's taken on the identity of the historical identity of the city.
Yes.
Because he was kicked around. Look at him in college at Cal. He played for a bum program in Cal, and he had struggled in Cal and then brought them, to an 8-win season? That's a good season for Cal. Same thing here. He was kicked around, battered, just like the people in the city, just like this city, and he has taken on the identity. Put buffs on this guy. Let him feature on a Sada baby track. I mean, I would rather take him than any guy that is probably going to be on the market.
That's my whole point.
Go get
right there. Steve, that's the point.
Yeah.
This isn't a game of Madden. You don't get to just hit buttons and make magic.
Who are you going to draft
I don't know.
instead, guys? It's not just about physicals, and those do matter, but it's between the ears, too.
Yes.
Would you rather have him that has gone through the struggle and gone through the atheists don't exist in foxholes, and I don't believe the same exists with this team either. That is their leader. Would you rather have him or some privileged guy that played at a legacy school?
No. I'd rather have him because guess what? I have news for you. When you lose Ben Johnson, it's going to be Jared Goff who helps build the next offense.
And to some people, you've already drafted that quarterback. He's just been waiting in the wings, and next year, it's going to be his coming out party.
I'm now going to Google Sadie Baby to figure out what the hell that means. Rico, tell them all about it. What does that mean?
I have no idea, but you know what I can tell you? Big Fitness Energy Sale has been extended at Planet Fitness, home of the Judgment Free Zone. You said you wanted to get in better shape.
Did this guy just reference a Brazilian actor and director? What? Oh, I'm sorry. Carry on. David, I'm talking to you now.
Planet Fitness, home of the Judgment Free Zone. How about we start that all over again? Big Fitness Energy Sale has been extended. Planet Fitness heard you say that you know what, you want to get in better shape this year, and now is your chance to join your local Planet Fitness for just 24 cents down, $10 a month. Planet Fitness, home of the Judgment Free Zone, and you'll experience the squeaky clean gym, and a lot of the gyms have brand new cardio equipment and brand new strength training equipment. And if you even want to, you can upgrade to a black card. But right now, 24 cents down,
$10 a month. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the 30-minute circuit, and all memberships include fitness training. So once again, what are you waiting for? 24 cents down, $10 a month, no commitment whatsoever. You can cancel at any time, but trust me, you won't want to cancel. Head into your local Planet Fitness to get signed up, or if it's too cold for you, just go online, planetfitness.com.
All right, winter season is here, and if you've been injured as a result of an auto accident or slip and fall in the winter months, only one attorney out there who can give you the personal service you need and deserve. It's injury attorney David Femininio. We've told you before, you call David Femininio, you're going to get David. That's why we say get David, get paid. Go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com, or call him direct at 855-65-CRASH. It's David Femininio. All right, well, we've solved the mystery. It's not Sadie Baby, which is a Brazilian director. It is Sada Baby.
Or whatever.
Now I understand
David
the
Google.
reference the caller was making. It is a rapper from the East Side.
I thought you knew that.
No.
Come on, man. You gotta get out the house more.
Bro, I'm 43. Come on. I grew up on Biggie and Nas, and I'm sorry. I'm not hip to all
Sada
this.
Baby.
Yeah, sorry. I celebrate Sada's entire collection.
I grew up on DMC and Cool J, but I still, come on, Mike.
You grew up on Bing Crosby. You're 100. Wow.
He has a song called Sombrero. I'm very interested to hear what that one's all about.
Listen, man, I'm sure it's lovely. Rooting for success here. What about the Whole Lot of Choppas LP? I got to listen to it. I don't know.
Oh, I went to go check him out the last time he was.
Did you really?
Yeah, me and Gov went down there.
When I tell you, Gov would be the singular, like if the earth ended and there was only one person to attend a rap concert, I would place Gov as the last man standing. There is no shot.
Front row.
I just imagine Gov like
hey there, everybody. Word up, no?
Dr. Evil.
In the Luna Pier area.
He's like Dr. Evil. I'm hip. Come on.
I'm hip. I'm cool. Whole lot of choppas, Rico. Brethren. All right, we're
him.
All right, let's get back to Jared Goff, shall we? And again, I just needed to figure out what the reference was from the caller. Now I get it. I think he's playing LCA, by the way.
Put it on the Buffs.
I typed it in wrong. Okay. David, go ahead.
Someone's saying y'all out of touch. Y'all should know who Sada Baby is.
What do you want, man? I'm busy watching New Mexico and Utah State. I'm sorry I'm not all over SoundCloud.
Someone else is saying Sada Baby is the heart of Detroit. Eminem is commercial. Sada Baby is for the street.
Now, why do we got to dog Eminem? I mean, a top 10 MC all time. Now, why does Sada Baby's success have to come at the cost of Eminem? I will give it a spin. I don't know any of the songs.
All these artists, entertainers at football game.
Sada Baby is the Jared Goff of Detroit rappers.
You know
mean
what?
really good?
That's Kenny Cott.
Evan, you know Sada Baby?
I know of him, but I mean, you can't put him up there with like Royce da 5'9" or anything.
Thank you.
My whole point is a caller dropped that reference like we were supposed to know. I'm sorry. Jeez.
He's hot in the streets right now.
Okay. I hope he makes $1 billion. Do your thing, man.
He may even call the show now.
I highly doubt that.
I hope he does call the show.
Yeah, great.
Please invite us to a show.
I still have to listen to the stuff and see if I like it, but whatever. All right. David Ticket Text. This has been an educational 5
Eminem is commercial.
Why do we have? I don't understand that. Why?
Because that's what people do.
I loved what he did in the pregame, by the way. I thought that was awesome.
I thought it was awesome too, but then the funny thing is the hypocrisy of some fans.
What?
For the people who all are just so, oh my God, Taylor Swift, this, like Eminem.
Hold on.
Oh,
hold
no,
on.
that's not the same.
No, I
How is it
need
not
you to
the same?
stand down. He doesn't leave his home. It is very rare to get him in public. Respect.
Okay.
My point is, this was a one-time only thing. Now, if this weekend against Tampa Bay, we're going to the Marshall Mathers update desk every 5 minutes, that's different.
They put him up on the big screen when he's there. Here's Eminem, and the place loses it.
Good. One time.
No pun intended.
If this becomes an every week thing, that's different. I had no issue with it. I liked it.
It pretty much is. When he's at a home game. Now, I'm not talking the opening.
I got to tell you, you are a hater.
How am I a hater? I'm the anti-hater. I'm saying, like, everybody, like, oh, my God, they showed Taylor Swift doing the surfing swag, and it's like, she's having fun. Who cares?
David reads, I can't. I'm not going to do this. I think it's totally different, but it's free. Rico, I don't want to have an argument about something that is so inane. Like, come on, man. We're not doing this. This isn't First Take.
It's not First Take. I'm just saying, how is it inane? They show both up on the Jumbotron. One gets cheered, the other gets booed.
Okay. Taylor Swift is not from Kansas City. Eminem is the heart of...
No, that's fair.
He reps us.
That's fair.
He ain't here because he's sleeping with somebody on a team. He's here because he's been an aggrieved Lions fan since he was living in a trailer park. Like, he reps us.
Right, he's crying just like every other Lions fan.
Right. Taylor Swift is from Pennsylvania. She don't rep nothing in KC. So, like, Detroiters have a right to want to see Detroiters in the building. Hell, dig up Aretha while you're at it. Put a little hat on her. I don't know. She's a Detroiter.
You didn't see it?
But is he from? No.
You didn't see him in the Raptors? You didn't see the hat from the Raptors? It was right next to the North Division champ.
If the Lions win the Super Bowl, they need to put the Aretha Star hat from the inauguration right up there in the rafters. Just dangle it on up there. Come on. Okay. David, take a text, please.
Until Goff's athleticism allows him to successfully clear a hash mark, he cannot be a top 10 quarterback, and I will not pay him.
Okay, good. Then be miserable. Literally, what more? Hey, how many Super Bowls Lamar been to? Lots of hash marks. How many Super Bowls Josh Allen been to? How many mobile quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl? Oh, you want to say Mahomes? He's Michael Jordan. You will spend 3 lifetimes trying to find another Mahomes. What are we doing?
I have no idea, but this texter wants to make amends. He says, if Jared Goff is listening, I love you, man. I think you are a great leader. Your team seems to love you. Keep it up, man.
That's my whole point.
Team, management, coach, everybody loves this man. The statement when he was like, you're good enough for Detroit, told me everything that I need to know.
Same thing you have with your guy. Nobody else has to like him. People like me don't need to like him. His teammates do.
Yeah.
The organization does everything right.
Does what you're asked to do.
And in Detroit, it's important somebody wants to be here. This ain't South Beach. Goff, all signs, this is home. Wants to be here. Just let it be enough, man. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I just have a quick question. What do you guys think about Jared Goff versus the Tampa Bay defense? Because I'm looking at him and I'm looking at Baker Mayfield. And I feel like a lot of the times that we play quarterbacks this year, Jared Goff has really thrived as kind of this underdog type of guy who's been overlooked in a lot of ways. And I feel like we're kind of going to see that with Baker this week in Tampa Bay. So I'm curious, maybe Goff isn't the underdog this week. I feel like Baker kind of is the underdog this week. How do we think that Goff will be able to handle that, kind of being the favorite guy everyone expects him to win a playoff game?
Yeah, I think it's a fair point, and the pressure is something that you look at. I mean, from a defensive standpoint, it's not Tampa's rank. I mean, I could pull it up. I'm pretty sure they're middle of the road in DVOA, just like you are, but it's stylistically Todd Bowles, the coach, the architect of their D, hyper aggression, blitz heavy.
But he was also favored last week. I mean, Stafford came here, and Stafford's coming home, but Lions were favored. People thought the Lions were going to go out and do exactly what they did.
A lot more pressure on the Lions last week, I think.
It was.
Yeah, and they cleared it.
Because last week was either going to be like winning 2 games or losing 2 games.
And again, from a standpoint of styles, do I worry? Okay, I have a much more aggressive defense this week, a defense that took away your running game in the first matchup. Remember, Goff had to throw it 44 times against Tampa, and he did it well. Threw for 350. Well, we didn't have Gibbs. I get it. My point is Tampa completely ended your run game. And Ben Johnson went, we're not going to run it. We're going to slice and dice these guys apart. Mm-hmm. They're going to blitz you. Havoc can get created. If Goff falters against the blitz, which he has in the past, it's game on. If he doesn't, you'll blow the doors off this team. There's your matchup.
Or just do what you did last time. You win 20-6, and that's good enough to move on to the NFC Championship round.
Win 3-2. I don't care. Yeah. Just win. All right, Northville Lumber. We've talked about them. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville. Trex decking, lumber, railing, you name it, they got it, and they got it at industry low prices. So all you got to do is stop on by. They install all year long. You can beat the spring rush, beat the price increases. They'll even introduce you to somebody who's a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get back to your calls momentarily. Let's do a little football today, please.
Official music of the Big Ten.
This is the Big Ten CBS music now. So let's get to this real quick.
They just wanted more.
Things that have happened in college football that you have not been able to comment on. And both of you, I want to get your thoughts on Kalen DeBoer going to Alabama. Saban retires, and he takes over for Saban in Alabama. Your thoughts?
Let me leave it to his agent
Brought
first.
to you by North Bloomfield Properties. NFL
David,
Commissioner Roger Goodell was in
be
Detroit today promoting the upcoming NFL draft. He spoke at length about the league's decision to bring the draft to Detroit, saying the NFL wants to showcase the city and its revival.
He's good at his job, but the second he loses 2 games, everybody in that entire fan base will turn on him. I don't know how successful he will be. I don't think he's going to be that successful.
The draft is just 99 days away. It's expected to generate nearly $200 million in economic impact for the region. The Lions' divisional round matchup with the Bucs will generate some $20 million in economic impact for Metro Detroit, according to Visit Detroit.
We just landed this
In a
3-star
weird
wide
scheduling
receiver.
quirk, another Tampa team is in town the same day. The Red Wings host the Lightning at LCA at 7
I don't want to
in a game that was
Kalen
moved
DeBoer.
from
He's
its original
clearly
5
a really good
p.m. puck
offensive
drop due to the
mind.
Lions' 3
Having
p.m.
Ryan
kickoff.
Grubb helps.
Even weirder,
But
it's the second straight
what are
weekend
you
the
without
Lions
Michael
and
Penix
Wings
on the
host
Power
opponents
5
from the
level?
same city.
You know,
Last
I
weekend it was
question
LA's
these guys
Rams
who haven't
and
been
Kings.
somewhere
Detroit
long enough to build
2-0.
something.
Speaking
Now
of the
I'm gonna
Wings,
drop
they're on
you
the
into
road against a
Alabama?
different Florida team
I
tonight.
mean, the
It's
minute you
Alex
lose a
Lyons'
game you're not
return to the
supposed to lose,
Panthers, the team he
buckle up.
got into
Same
the
people
playoffs,
greeting you at the
spurring
airport are gonna
their
be throwing
Stanley
rocks
Cup
through your
Finals
windows.
run a year ago.
I
Another
just-
revenge game?
I didn't understand.
Here's right
Think
here on
about it.
97.1
Ed
starting
Orgeron
at
wins the title
6:45.
at LSU,
At the
and
Corwell
they
Health
wanted him
Update desk,
gone
I'm
the
Beanie
next year.
Howell. More at 6
he
or at
also had
97.1theticket.com.
I understand, but you would
things.
think that it would give you some leeway that you could do whatever and ask for a contract with no stipulation. I can't ever be fired.
So you're saying good idea by Lanning and Florida State's coach
100%.
saying no to that?
You didn't. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
You didn't want to be the guy who followed up the legend of Nick Saban. You wanted to be the next
That's
guy.
right.
You didn't want to be Tim Floyd.
Yeah, look, you're Sarkisian. You're at Texas. Is Bama an upgrade? No. You're Norvell at Florida State. Is Bama truly an upgrade when you consider the conference? No. Dan Lanning at Oregon? Hello, Nike money. No. I mean, I wouldn't have landed on DeBoer.
So your thoughts on Jedd Fisch then going to Washington to replace Kalen DeBoer?
Brilliant. You're at Arizona. No disrespect to the Wildcats, but no. They have dorm rooms in their stadium. You should go look that up. It looks like a prison. Yeah, you're going to UW. You're going to the Big Ten. You're getting real funding, and you're getting up out of Tucson. That's a good move. Rico is abstaining from comments on Jedd Fisch.
No, I mean exactly what he said. I mean, Arizona is so far in the hole. Like they're like a quarter of $1 billion in debt.
They had a slight economic miscalculation.
Like somebody put the decimal in the wrong spot, and they're in debt. He was never going to have the facilities or anything that he wanted. Washington will embrace him. It's an insulated city. He wins, and it's lower expectation. You go out there and you can win 9-10 games and keep them relevant in the Big Ten, he'll be fine.
Yeah, and Arizona was moving fast because he was taking their staff. I believe he took most of the offensive staff already.
And
so.
I think 2 defensive staff
Correct.
members.
So, well, Arizona's going to be nothing anymore. Your guy, Rico, Tualia Tagovailoa. Well, he was trying to get a waiver. 6-year eligibility was denied by the NCAA. And now he's going to the NFL. Your thoughts on them being denied?
I mean, apparently it just wasn't good enough because Nick Saban even wrote a letter begging the NCAA, please give this man another year. But, yeah, okay.
Here, I'll give it. I'll tell you what it means. Kid sucks.
You could probably look for him playing locally here in Detroit for the Michigan Panthers.
Oh, my Lord. What a prediction there.
Just being real.
Let me see what you predict for this next thing. J.J. McCarthy declares for the NFL draft.
Whatever.
He's not a first-round selection, but what is he?
Look, man, he could be a first-round selection. I just believe he's an industry plant. All right? He's basically the same thing as Ice Spice. JJ, we're all going to be told this guy's brilliant. You're like, how did we get here? How did you land a record deal with Drake? No one's ever heard of you. This is where we are with JJ. You're going to be told by Mel Kiper, Todd, that he's got all this great tape, cutscene. It's going to be the same 3 throws.
Yeah,
I don't get it. I would have gone back to school and thrown 500 passes. He needs to gain 20 pounds. He needs to use his legs more, and he's got to become more than a one-read quarterback. But hey, I'm a scumbag Sparty. Todd.
This is one where it's kind of how we said before with Goff. If you just take away the names and you just look at his stats and his numbers, he's a college quarterback that I don't think will translate over into the NFL.
He shows flashes of being a pro, but in order for me to use first-round draft capital, I need to see those flashes several times a game.
Right, because then people were like, well, you could just draft him and stash him. It's like the NFL, you have 53-man rosters. You have to come in there contributing. Hendon Hooker, they took because they thought he's the first-round pick and he's injured. We don't really have to use him, put him on injured reserve. You're drafting JJ to groom him to be a quarterback. Either you're a quarterback or you're not for the NFL. You find out very quickly because I think he's a really good college quarterback. I don't see it in the NFL.
Mike, Rico, Texas is back. Here's a sign that they're back.
Okay.
They were over $271 million in operating revenue for the 2023 fiscal year.
Good God.
That they better enjoy it because they're going to the SEC. They're probably not making that money anymore.
No. Look, I think all I'll say, and I've continued to say it, Texas is way more well-equipped to go to the SEC than Oklahoma. I think Oklahoma's in a lot of trouble, and from a Big Ten perspective, I think USC's in a lot of trouble. Certain schools, I think, are equipped. What Sark is building, I think they'll win. I'm not sitting here telling you they're going to just waltz in and dominate.
No.
But Alabama out, Texas in. Yeah, I could see Texas being Kirby Smart's biggest, competition because they're a machine. They have geographical advantage at home with recruiting, and they're built for it. It's like Oregon. Oregon is built to play in the Big Ten.
See, I would say Texas, when the Big Ten expanded, to me, Texas would be Penn State. Name brand. You thought that they would come in and really dominate, but they didn't, but they're still relevant.
All right.
And to me, Oklahoma will be Nebraska.
Agree there. I think Oklahoma's in a lot of trouble.
So this is
hate to see it.
So this is way too early. I get it. It is only January, but a couple names I want to put on here for the hot seat, possibly. 3 guys. Dave
Jonathan
Aranda.
Smith.
No,
I'm kidding. Everyone relax.
Dave Aranda for Baylor, Billy Napier for Florida, and Pat Narduzzi for Pitt.
I'm just going to focus on the only one who should actively still be employed, which is Napier. Narduzzi should have been fired, and Dave Aranda should have been let go. Billy Napier, here's what I would advise you. It doesn't matter how good of a football coach he may be or maybe not. Look at their schedule. Tell me how they're getting to 5 wins. Florida has arguably one of the hardest schedules I have ever seen. Ever. Napier might be the goods. Might be. They physically will not be able to win games next year.
Yeah, they have Miami, then they close out with Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, Florida State.
Here, hold on. Here's a simulation of November. Oh.
Well, it's Florida as well. So SEC, you don't win at least 10 games. That's the floor.
Right. And his problem, Tennessee's good. Kentucky's good. Oh, by the way, Mizzou just had the best year they've had in about 15 years. Yeah. I think Billy Napier's going to get capped. I think he's going to get fired next year, whether he deserves it or not.
David, here's one for your college football blitz. Came out, there's an article, CBS Sports Line. If Jim Harbaugh leaves to go to the NFL, some coaching replacements. Sharon Moore.
Yes.
I think that's who the job should go to.
Dude's a stud.
Lance Leipold.
No.
Kansas. Jesse Mentor.
He wants to go to the NFL. No.
Matt Campbell. Iowa State.
No, you cannot. The dude overly brims his hats. It's a stovepipe. Can't hire him.
Chris Kleiman.
Okay, I love Kleiman for what he's built at Kansas, but in the words of Brady Hoke, this is Michigan. Come on now.
Mike Hart.
Absolutely not.
Todd Monken, the
Absolutely
Ravens
not.
offensive coordinator.
This list is absurd.
And Brian Kelly.
Okay, now, see, that I like.
Is he going to bring back the family?
Family. No, that one I like. Brian Kelly at Michigan would make sense. And it would be scary because I'll tell you, he'll give you top 5 recruiting classes every single year. And he's already proven he doesn't give an F. Hell, a kid died at practice. He had him up on a gurney. He don't care. He fits your school perfect.
And that is your college football blitz.
All right, we'll get back to your calls momentarily. Let's do a little football today, please.
Official music of the Big Ten.
This is the Big Ten CBS music now. So let's get to this real quick.
They just wanted more.
Things that have happened in college football.
All right, Moran Buick GMC. The new year is here. Started with a new ride, the 24 GMC Terrain all-wheel drive, the Acadia, seating up to 7. The 24 Sierras are in, and yes, they have Denali's in stock. Call, get the deal rolling. MoranExpress.com for all certified service. You get the free loaner. You go about your day. You do what you got to do. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. All right, 97.1. No idea who's coming up next. David, take a text.
In Rieger at
Jeff Rieger's
Little
at
Caesar.
LCA, yes.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Rieger in front of 7 people.
Dennis at work says, look, fellas, pay the man. It is so hard to get a capable QB. Not everyone is Peyton or Breeze or Tom or Pat. It seems very clear to me.
Agree.
Pay the man.
It really comes down to what's Costa's problem.
Jared Goff is our quarterback, period. He is the right fit for Detroit, and that is important.
Do I overvalue that? I mean, I think I'm qualified to speak on it, being that I've lived here in the States since 98.
Being the right fit.
Here since 04, that it is important the people you acquire want to be here. This is not L.A. It is not Miami.
Right.
It's different.
Here's what you don't want. You don't want an Ndamukong Suh type of situation where
Right.
you knew he was trying to get out. You don't
Rico,
want Juan Gonzalez. I'm just getting an apartment.
Apartment.
Right.
I still say the same thing. Like, you think it's crazy? I say the same thing about New York City. You have to want New York. You can't be tolerant of it, and you sure as hell can't fight against it. You have to want to play there. Like, the fit is important.
Right, which is why I was a little upset. And I mean, they worked it out, but like Calvin Johnson, like Calvin wanted to be here, and it's almost like they were like, no, Calvin, we're too good for you.
Oh.
Until he went to the Hall of Fame, and then all of a sudden, hey, Calvin. But he wanted to, like, you're right. When you identify with this city will love you forever. That's why I was kind of mixed feelings, because I think a lot of people thought that Stafford identified with Detroit. That's why a lot of people were angry when he didn't say nice things about Detroit. And they realized, dude, it's a business. And Stafford was just here collecting a check, had your logo on it, but it was a check.
Let me read one more text here, and then we'll get to Jeff. Lions need to put pressure on Goff to perform better, so they should bring in Jameis Winston next year to compete with Goff to push him.
I quit. I'm leaving. I'm done. Do better. 67%, 30-some-odd touchdowns, 12 picks. I quit. You know what?
I don't really think you need to push Goff in.
Yeah, no, it's just dumb word soup. Rieger, please, just what are you doing next?
What's going on, guys? How are we?
I got to get out of here. I need need immunity from idiots.
Here's
Mike's
the deal.
going to
By
be
the
on
way,
that next SpaceX rocket.
Just so you guys know, I don't know if I need to email you or text you, but I got you both a Connor Stallions cameo. It's really nice. I'm really proud of it.
Really?
It was only $95.
Well, here, you can send my message. Hi, I'm a cheating scumbag.
I love it.
See if he reads that one.
Oh, it's so good. Anyway, have you guys heard about the latest feud? C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Baker Mayfield?
Yeah, I ignored it. I mean, it was fine by CJ, except one problem. One of the guys he cited hasn't played all year, and I thought Baker handled it fine. I don't really care. Go play the game.
That was
I agree with you.
That was fuel for Rieger, though.
No, not fuel for me. I love C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I too thought Baker handled it well, but I do think we're going to play the exchange. I do think there's kind of a gauge of how Lions fans truly are from the exchange and what C.J. Gardner-Johnson decided to do. So we'll do that at 6 o'clock.
Okay, and you're on the air till?
6:45. We have the Red Wings. They're gonna play Florida, and then we also have Mike Rico. Pistons going for a 2-game winning streak. I'm here at Little Caesars Arena, by the way. The Minnesota Timberwolves are in town.
Mm-hmm.
They're a pretty good basketball team, so I would not assume that the Pistons will win. However, since making a trade, they're 1-0.
Oh, man, I want to reach through this phone line. Okay, Rieger's next. I'm not taking the bait. Rico's already turned his microphone off. We will be back with you at 2 tomorrow.